If you receive this magazine on digital cartridge, please remember it must be returned. Magazine cartridges containing only weekly publications must be returned within 3 weeks of receiving them. All others must be returned within 7 weeks. Simply reverse the address card and mail the cartridge back in the red plastic container, which has magazine in print and braille on the top. Analog Science Fiction and Fact. Astounding. May-June 2020. Copyright 2020 by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications. Read by Mackenzie Beyer, Doug Tisdale Jr., and Lindsay Pierce. This magazine contains 202 pages. Approximate reading time, 14 hours. This magazine contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the table of contents and articles, and at Level 2, the sections. This recorded edition contains the entire text of the print edition, except for advertising. This magazine was produced for the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Library of Congress. Contents. Guest editorial. Here There Be Women. Emily Hockaday. Page 4, 11 minutes. 90th Anniversary Retrospective Reprint. WEYR Search. Anne McCaffrey. Page 7, 137 minutes. Poetry. Miles to Go Before We Rest. Geo Clark. Page 36, 1 minute. Novella. Moral Biology. Neal Asher. Page 37, 144 minutes. Science Fact. Space Dust. How an Asteroid Altered Life on Earth Millions of Years Before the Dinosaurs. Richard A. Lovett. Page 69, 24 minutes. Novelette. A Breath of Air. Tom Jolly. Page 77, 69 minutes. Poetry. The New Planet. Sarah Gallien. Page 95, 1 minute. Short story. Candida Eve. Dominica Phetteplace. Page 96, 24 minutes. The Alternate View. John G. Cramer. Page 102, 15 minutes. Short stories. To Persist, However Changed. Aimee Ogden. Page 105, 7 minutes. Net Loss. James Sallis. Page 107, 5 minutes. A Compass in the Dark. Phoebe Barton. Page 109, 16 minutes. In Times to Come. Page 112, 1 minute. Short story. It Was a Tradition When You Turned 16. Eric Cline. Page 113, 23 minutes. Novelette. Calm Face of the Storm. Ramona Louise Wheeler. Page 119, 57 minutes. Serial. The House of Styx, Part 2. Derek Künsken. Page 132, 258 minutes. The Reference Library. Don Sakers. Page 194, 28 minutes. Brass Tacks. Page 200, 7 minutes. Upcoming Events. Anthony Lewis. Page 202, 5 minutes. Visit our website, www.analogsf.com. Don't miss out on our reviews, controversial and informative articles, and classic stories. Log on today. Terror at the Crossroads. Tales of Horror, Delusion, and the Unknown. Now available. A new anthology of horror from your favorite science fiction and mystery magazines, featuring Kit Reed, Zandra Renwick, Alec Navala-Lee, Tara Laskowski, David Brin, Louis Bayard, Will McIntosh, Stephen Ross, and many others. From the pages of Alfred Hitchcock's mystery magazine, Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Asimov's Science Fiction, and Ellery Queen's mystery magazine. Edited by Emily Hockaday and Jackie Sherbo. Available digitally from your favorite ebook retailers. For details, please visit analogsf.com, asimovs.com.
Anniversary Retrospective Editorial. Emily Hockaday. Reading time 11 minutes. Here There Be Women. In the summer of 1996, the South Windsor, Connecticut Library was renovated. Members volunteered to house boxes of books at their homes while the construction was completed. That summer, my basement became an impromptu storage facility, full of mussed paper and waxed canvas. While the volumes lived in our home, my parents offered to pay us children $1 for each book we read. I was gleeful, of course. Get paid to read? Just open that wallet now, folks. I spent hours laying on the ratty downstairs couch, AC blasting, consuming stories. To my disappointment, I no longer remember exactly how much money I hauled in. What I do remember, though, was that this is the summer I first went to Pern. Somewhere in those crates and boxes were new, glossy paperback editions of Dragon Song, Dragon Singer, and Dragon Drums. Because my mother had chosen selections from the children's and young adult sections, these were the only Anne McCaffrey titles in our temporary archives. I, luckily, was a child familiar with libraries and held cards to both Vernon and Manchester, as well as South Windsor. My mother dutifully took me on the rounds to search out every Pern novel available in the Tri-Town area, including the book containing the novella that started it all, WEYR Search. Originally printed in Analog Science Fiction and Fact in October of 1967. As you other bibliophiles know, this was just the beginning. From Pern to McCaffrey's Tower and Hive series to Bradbury's Mars, and every other story collection and novel of his, to Dune, to Middle-earth, until I had burned through every book in the SFF section of all 3 libraries and had to request titles from different branches. I ran through all the female names on the spines of books first. How could I not look for people who saw me? There have always been women writing science fiction, many of them in this very magazine. Mary Shelley is often credited as the creator of the entire genre. Like with most careers, however, women were historically, and to a lesser extent are currently, working in a male-dominated arena. The phrase, representation matters, is ubiquitous in our culture these days, because representation is such a powerful force for good. As a young reader pursuing vicarious adventure, I can assure you that I didn't aspire to be a footnote or a side plot or an object to be rescued or won. I saw myself as the explorer, the scientist, the astronaut, the hero. Yet all too often, female characters were relegated to secondary roles with flimsy dialogue and heaving bosoms. The growing number of female fans and writers throughout the years changed this, happily, and these days, perusing a bookshop or opening an issue of Analog means seeing any number of stories written by both men and women that include strong, intelligent, nuanced female protagonists. Becoming a science fiction and fantasy reader as a child in the 90s meant that I didn't encounter much golden age science fiction. Looking back over Analog's considerable oeuvre in search of the perfect retrospective piece gave me a unique opportunity to discover new works, and also to see the magazine's and field's evolution from an interesting vantage point. As there was no doubt in my mind that I wanted to showcase a story by a woman writer, also featuring a woman protagonist, this helped narrow down the research I'd need to do considerably. I started at the beginning, of course. I found that stories by women from the 30s through 50s often have all the problems of stories by men from this era. Stereotypical brutish male heroes, rescuing fainting women, or, perhaps worse, stories with no female characters at all. It's no surprise that this is the case, as this appeared to be what the audience wanted and the editors were buying, and female writers primarily had their male counterparts to emulate. Despite the story's flaws, I have only respect and gratitude for these early women writers who were pioneers in the field and made possible the plethora of innovative, feminist work that exists today. Indeed, they were trailblazers to whom we owe our progress. That said, these stories are not what I had in mind for a retrospective piece. I did thoroughly enjoy reading Lee Brackett, Catherine MacLean, and C.L. Moore, however, and want to note that Judgment Night, by the latter, is a groundbreaking piece of space opera with a shockingly modern female protagonist, strong, complex, flawed, and capable. If it weren't so long, this story would definitely have been a reprint contender. It is worthy of a reread or first read for those who are unfamiliar. The late 60s and 70s saw an increasing number of women entering the SF field, garnering a number of award nominations and wins. This was an important time of change for the field all around, with more diverse authors starting to enter a predominantly white, male conversation. Our innovative, imaginative, and delightfully weird literary community is richer and more robust for this, and only grew stronger and brighter the more diverse it became. Footnote 1. I'm focusing this editorial on women writers, but I want to note that the growing representation from LGBTQ, non-binary, Native, POC, immigrant, and international writers has been an equally huge asset to our community. We are lucky to be reading science fiction in a time when our protagonists and authors and tales are so varied and unique. End of footnote. There was more great work by female authors than I could begin to get through, so I focused on personal recommendations and award winners. And I was not disappointed. I devoured work by Miriam Allen DeFord, Vonda N. McIntyre, and Lois McMaster Bujold. Especially of interest was the truly excellent special women's issue that Ben Bova put together for June 1977. In just this one issue is a selection of varied, imaginative, and riveting science fiction by Joan D. Vinge, whose story won the Hugo, Trudy E. Bell, J.G. Carr, Lee Kenny, Alison Tellier, and, of particular interest to me, Raccoona Sheldon. Any one of these stories would be well worth seeking out, but the story by Raccoona Sheldon, one of Tiptree's pen names, is one that I highly encourage revisiting. The Screwfly Solution won the 1977 Nebula for Best Novelette, and rightly so. This tense horror tale is a page-turner, and it was a top candidate for this retrospective reprint. Not only is it a brilliant literary work, but the topic, a seemingly contagious epidemic of men blindly murdering any and all women, seems disturbingly relevant. Ultimately, the key factor in my pick boiled down to what many will relate to: nostalgic sentiment. Though I had been reading children's science fiction and fantasy all along, including Susan Cooper's The Dark is Rising sequence, Nancy Farmer's The Ear, the Eye, and the Arm, all of Madeleine L'Engle, Edward Eager's Half Magic, and many more, it was Anne McCaffrey who served as the bridge to the adult section, and with it the plethora of imaginative futures and alien worlds waiting for me. My early discovery of Anne McCaffrey was liberating and life-changing, and to find that the very world that propelled me to devour the SFF collections at 3 local and school libraries was born in analog felt like kismet. WEYR Search was the obvious selection. The correct choice. There is so much that I love about WEYR Search, appearing in the pages of Analog First. At its heart, it is a very analog world, a human colony set in a far future with an environmental, planet-wide obstacle that threatens the colonists' very society. Countless tales with similar premises have graced the pages of this magazine. On the other hand, psychic dragons. There is, of course, a reasonably sound scientific explanation for this. WEYR Search is also a prime example of the feminist struggle that I wanted to embody in my retrospective choice. Lessa is in early womanhood, fighting against a powerful oppressor in a patriarchal society with rigid gender expectations, existing below the radar, plotting revenge with huge, untapped potential. What's there not to love? And readers did love it. Anne McCaffrey became the first woman to win a Hugo with WEYR Search, and her follow-up novella, Dragon Rider, which appeared beginning in Analog's December 1967 issue, made her the first woman to win the Nebula Award as well. I won't go on about the plot in case this is a new story to some readers. Suffice to say, there is plenty of drama, intrigue, and triumph to satisfy any adventure lust. And please, put this in the hands of budding young fans. May it open doors as it did for me and so many others. It is thanks to Anne McCaffrey and all of the women writers mentioned in this column, and more, that we can now look around and say, here there be women.
90th Anniversary Retrospective Reprint. WEYR Search. Anne McCaffrey. Reading time 137 minutes. When is a legend legend? Why is a myth a myth? How old and disused must a fact be for it to be relegated to the category fairy tale? And why do certain facts remain incontrovertible while others lose their validity to assume a shabby, unstable character? Ruckbat in the Sagittarian sector was a golden G-type star. It had 5 planets, plus 1 stray it had attracted and held in recent millennia. Its 3rd planet was enveloped by air man could breathe, boasted water he could drink, and possessed a gravity which permitted man to walk confidently erect. Men discovered it and promptly colonized it, as they did every habitable planet they came to. And then, whether callously or through collapse of empire the colonists never discovered and eventually forgot to ask, left the colonies to fend for themselves. When men first settled on Ruckbat's 3rd world and named it Pern, they had taken little notice of the stranger planet, swinging around its primary in a wildly erratic elliptical orbit. Within a few generations, they had forgotten its existence. The desperate path the wanderer pursued brought it close to its stepsister every 200 Terran years at perihelion. When the aspects were harmonious and the conjunction with its sister planet close enough, as it often was, the indigenous life of the wanderer sought to bridge the space gap to the more temperate and hospitable planet. It was during the frantic struggle to combat this menace dropping through Pern's skies like silver threads that Pern's contact with the mother planet weakened and broke. Recollections of Earth receded further from Pernese history with each successive generation, until memory of their origins degenerated past legend or myth into oblivion. To forestall the incursions of the dreaded threads, the Pernese, with the ingenuity of their forgotten Yankee forebears, and between first onslaught and return, developed a highly specialized variety of a life form indigenous to their adopted planet, the winged, tailed, and fire-breathing dragons, named for the Earth legend they resembled. Such humans as had a high empathy rating and some innate telepathic ability were trained to make use of and preserve this unusual animal, whose ability to teleport was of immense value in the fierce struggle to keep Pern bare of threads. The dragons and their dragon men, a breed apart, and the shortly renewed menace they battled, created a whole new group of legends and myths. As the menace was conquered, the populace in the holds of Pern settled into a more comfortable way of life. Most of the dragon weirs eventually were abandoned, and the descendants of heroes fell into disfavor as the legends fell into disrepute. This, then, is a tale of legends disbelieved and their restoration. Yet, how goes a legend? When is myth? Drummer beat and piper blow, harper strike and soldier go, free the flame and sear the grasses till the dawning red star passes. Lessa woke cold. cold with more than the chill of the everlastingly clammy stone walls, cold with the prescience of a danger greater than when, 10 full turns ago, she had run whimpering to hide in the watchware's odorous lair. Rigid with concentration, Lessa lay in the straw of the redolent cheese room, sleeping quarters shared with the other kitchen drudges. There was an urgency in the ominous portent unlike any other forewarning. She touched the awareness of the watchware, slithering on its rounds in the courtyard. It circled at the choke limit of its chain. It was restless, but oblivious to anything unusual in the pre-dawn darkness. The danger was definitely not within the walls of Hold Ruath, nor approaching the paved perimeter without the hold, where relentless grass had forced new growth through the ancient mortar, green witness to the deterioration of the once stone-clean hold. The danger was not advancing up the now little-used causeway from the valley, nor lurking in the craftsman's stony holdings at the foot of the hold's cliff. It did not scent the wind that blew from Tilak's cold shores. But still it twanged sharply through her senses, vibrating every nerve in Lessa's slender frame. Fully roused, she sought to identify it before the prescient mood dissolved. She cast outward, toward the pass, farther than she had ever pressed. Whatever threatened was not in Ruatha, yet, nor did it have a familiar flavor. It was not, then, Fax. Lessa had been cautiously pleased that Fax had not shown himself at Hold Ruath in 3 full turns. The apathy of the craftsman, the decaying farmholds, even the green-etched stones of the hold, infuriated Fax, self-styled Lord of the High Reaches, to the point where he preferred to forget the reason why he had subjugated the once proud and profitable hold. Lessa picked her way among the sleeping drudges, huddled together for warmth, and glided up the worn steps to the kitchen proper. She slipped across the cavernous kitchen to the stable-yard door. The cobbles of the yard were icy through the thin soles of her sandals, and she shivered as the pre-dawn air penetrated her patched garment. The watchware slithered across the yard to greet her, pleading as it always did for release. Glancing fondly down at the awesome head, she promised it a good rub presently. It crouched groaning at the end of its chain as she continued to the grooved steps that led to the rampart over the hold's massive gate. Atop the tower, Lessa stared toward the east, where the stony breasts of the pass rose in black relief against the gathering day. Indecisively she swung to her left, for the sense of danger issued from that direction as well. She glanced upward, her eyes drawn to the red star which had recently begun to dominate the dawn sky. As she stared, the star radiated a final ruby pulsation before its magnificence was lost in the brightness of Pern's rising sun. For the first time in many turns, Lessa gave thought to matters beyond Pern, beyond her dedication to vengeance on the murderer Fax for the annihilation of her family. Let him but come within Ruath Hold now, and he would never leave. But the brilliant ruby sparkle of the red star recalled the disaster ballad's grim narratives of the heroism of the dragon riders as they braved the dangers of between to breathe fiery death on the silver threads that dropped through Pern's skies. Not one thread must fall to the rich soil to burrow deep and multiply, leaching the earth of minerals and fertility. Straining her eyes as if vision would bridge the gap between peril and person, she stared intently eastward. The watchware's thin, whistled question reached her just as the prescience waned. Dawnlight illumined the tumbled landscape, the unplowed fields in the valley below. Dawnlight fell on twisted orchards, where the sparse herds of milch beasts hunted stray blades of spring grass. Grass in Ruatha grew where it should not, died where it should flourish. An odd brooding smile curved Lessa's lips. Fax realized no profit from his conquest of Ruatha, nor would he while she, Lessa, lived. and he had not the slightest suspicion of the source of this undoing. Or had he? Lessa wondered, her mind still reverberating from the savage prescience of danger. East lay Fax's ancestral and only legitimate hold. Northeast lay little but bare and stony mountains, and Bendon, the remaining weir which protected Pern. Lessa stretched, arching her back, inhaling the sweet, untainted wind of morning. A cock crowed in the stable-yard. Lessa whirled, her face alert, eyes darting around the outer hold lest she be observed in such an uncharacteristic pose. She unbound her hair, letting it fall about her face concealingly. Her body dropped into the sloppy posture she affected. Quickly she thudded down the stairs, crossing to the watchware. It lured piteously, its great eyes blinking against the growing daylight. Oblivious to the stench of its rank breath, she hugged the scaly head to her, scratching its ears and eye ridges. The watchware was ecstatic with pleasure, its long body trembling, its clipped wings rustling. It alone knew who she was, or cared. And it was the only creature in all Pern she trusted since the day she had blindly sought refuge in its dark, stinking lair to escape Fax's thirsty swords that had drunk so deeply of Ruathan blood. Slowly she rose, cautioning it to remember to be as vicious to her as to all should anyone be near. It promised to obey her, swaying back and forth to emphasize its reluctance. The first rays of the sun glanced over the hold's outer wall. Crying out, the watchware darted into its dark nest. Lessa crept back to the kitchen and into the cheese room. From the weir and from the bowl, bronze and brown and blue and green, rise the dragon men of Pern, aloft on wing, seen then unseen. Flar, on bronze Nementh's great neck, appeared first in the skies above the chief hold of Fax, so-called Lord of the High Reaches. Behind him, in proper wedge formation, the wingmen came into sight. Flar checked the formation automatically, as precise as at the moment of entry to between. As Nementh curved in an arc that would bring them to the perimeter of the hold, consonant with the friendly nature of this visitation, Flar surveyed with mounting aversion the disrepair of the ridge defenses. The firestone pits were empty, and the rock-cut gutters radiating from the pits were green-tinged with a mossy growth. Was there even one lord in Pern who maintained his hold rocky in observance of the ancient laws? Flar's lips tightened to a thinner line. When this search was over and the impression made, there would have to be a solemn punitive council held at the weir, and by the golden shell of the queen, he, Flar, meant to be its moderator. He would replace lethargy with industry. He would scour the green and dangerous scum from the heights of Pern, the grass blades from its stoneworks. No verdant skirt would be condoned in any farmhold, and the tithings which had been so miserly, so grudgingly presented, would, under pain of firestoning, flow with decent generosity into the dragon weir. Nementh rumbled approvingly as he veined his pinions to land lightly on the grass-etched flagstones of Fax's hold. The bronze dragon furled his great wings, and Flar heard the warning klaxon in the hold's great tower. Nementh dropped to his knees as Flar indicated he wished to dismount. The bronze rider stood by Nementh's huge wedge-shaped head, politely awaiting the arrival of the hold lord. Flar idly gazed down the valley, hazy with warm spring sunlight. He ignored the furtive heads that peered at the dragon man from the parapet slits and the cliff windows. Flar did not turn as a rush of air announced the arrival of the rest of the wing. He knew, however, when Fënor, the brown rider, his half-brother, took the customary position on his left, a dragon length to the rear. Flar caught a glimpse of Fënor's boot heel twisting to death, the grass crowding up between the stones. An order, muffled to an intense whisper, issued from within the great court, beyond the open gates. Almost immediately a group of men marched into sight, led by a heavy-set man of medium height. Nementh arched his neck, angling his head so that his chin rested on the ground. Nementh's many-faceted eyes, on a level with Falar's head, fastened with disconcerting interest on the approaching party. The dragons could never understand why they generated such abject fear in common folk. At only one point in his lifespan would a dragon attack a human, and that could be excused on the grounds of simple ignorance. Falar could not explain to the dragon the politics behind the necessity of inspiring awe in the holders, lord and craftsman alike. He could only observe that the fear and apprehension showing in the faces of the advancing squad, which troubled Nementh, was oddly pleasing to him, Falar. "Welcome, Bronze Rider, to the hold of Thax, Lord of the High Reaches. He is at your service," and the man made an adequately respectful salute. The use of the third-person pronoun could be construed by the meticulous to be a veiled insult. This fit in with the information Falar had on Thax, so he ignored it. His information was also correct in describing Thax as a greedy man. It showed in the restless eyes which flicked at every detail of Falar's clothing, at the slight frown when the intricately etched sword hilt was noticed. Falar noticed, in his own turn, the several rich rings which flashed on Thax's left hand. The overlord's right hand remained slightly cocked after the habit of the professional swordsman. His tunic, of rich fabric, was stained and none too fresh. The man's feet, in heavy warehide boots, were solidly planted, weight balanced forward on his toes. A man to be treated cautiously, Falar decided, as one should the conqueror of 5 neighboring holds. Such greedy audacity was in itself a revelation. Thax had married into a 6th, and had legally inherited, however unusual the circumstances, the 7th. He was a lecherous man by reputation. Within these 7 holds, Falar anticipated a profitable search. Let Regul go southerly to pursue search among the indolent, if lovely, women there. The WEYR needed a strong woman this time. Jorah had been worse than useless with Nomorth. Adversity, uncertainty, those were the conditions that bred the qualities Falar wanted in a WEYR woman. "We ride in search," Falar drawled softly, "and request the hospitality of your hold, Lord Thax." Thax's eyes widened imperceptibly at mention of search. "I had heard Jorah was dead," Thax replied, dropping the third person abruptly, as if Falar had passed some sort of test by ignoring it. "So Nomorth has a new queen, he continued, his eyes darting across the rank of the ring, noting the disciplined stance of the riders, the healthy color of the dragons. Falar did not dignify the obvious with an answer. "And, my lord?" Thax hesitated, expectantly inclining his head slightly toward the dragon man. For a pulse beat, Falar wondered if the man were deliberately provoking him with such subtle insults. The name of Bronze Riders should be as well known throughout Pern as the name of the Dragon Queen and her weirwoman. Falar kept his face composed, his eyes on Thax's. Leisurely, with the proper touch of arrogance, Fëanor stepped forward, stopping slightly behind Nementh's head, one hand negligently touching the jaw hinge of the huge beast. "The Bronze Rider of Nementh, Lord Falar, will require quarters for himself. I, Fëanor, Brown Rider, prefer to be lodged with the wingmen. We are in number 12. Falar liked that touch of Fëanor's, totting up the wing strength, as if Thax were incapable of counting. Fëanor had phrased it so adroitly as to make it impossible for Thax to protest the insult. "Lord Falar," Thax said through teeth fixed in a smile, "the High Reaches are honored with your search." "It will be to the credit of the High Reaches," Falar replied smoothly, "if one of its own supplies the WEYR." "To our everlasting credit," Thax replied as suavely. "In the old days many notable WEYR women came from my holds." "Your holds?" asked Falar, politely smiling as he emphasized the plural. "Ah, yes. You are now overlord of Ruatha, are you not? There have been many from that hold." A strange, tense look crossed Thax's face. Nothing good comes from Ruath Hold. Then he stepped aside, gesturing Falar to enter the hold. Fax's troop leader barked a hasty order, and the men formed 2 lines, their metal-edged boots flicking sparks from the stones. At unspoken orders, all the dragons rose with a great churning of air and dust. Falar strode nonchalantly past the welcoming files. The men were rolling their eyes in alarm as the beasts glided above to the inner courts. Someone on the high tower uttered a frightened yelp as Nementh took his position on that vantage point. His great wings drove phosphoric-scented air across the inner court as he maneuvered his great frame onto the inadequate landing space. Outwardly oblivious to the consternation, fear, and awe the dragons inspired, Falar was secretly amused and rather pleased by the effect. Lords of the holds needed this reminder that they must deal with dragons, not just with riders, who were men, mortal and murderable. The ancient respect for dragon men, as well as dragon kind, must be reinstilled in modern breasts. "The hold has just risen from table, Lord Falar, if," Fax suggested. His voice trailed off at Falar's smiling refusal. "Convey my duty to your lady, Lord Fax," Falar rejoined, noticing with inward satisfaction the tightening of Fax's jaw muscles at the ceremonial request. "You would prefer to see your quarters first?" Fax countered. Falar flicked an imaginary speck from his soft warehide sleeve and shook his head. Was the man buying time to sequester his ladies, as the old-time lords had? "Duty first," he said with a rueful shrug. "Of course." Fax all but snapped, and strode smartly ahead, his heels pounding out the anger he could not express otherwise. Falar decided he had guessed correctly. Falar and Fëanor followed at a slower pace through the double-doored entry with its massive metal panels into the great hall carved into the cliffside. "They eat not badly," Fëanor remarked casually to Falar, appraising the remnants still on the table. "Better than the WEYR, it would seem," Falar replied dryly. "Young roasts and tender," Fëanor said in a bitter undertone, "while the stringy barren beasts are delivered up to us." "The change is overdue," Falar murmured, then raised his voice to conversational level. "A well-favored hall," he was saying amiably as they reached Fax. Their reluctant host stood in the portal to the inner hold, which, like all such holds, burrowed deep into stone, traditional refuge of all in time of peril. Deliberately, Falar turned back to the banner-hung hall. "Tell me, Lord Fax, do you adhere to the old practices and mount a dawn guard?" Fax frowned, trying to grasp Falar's meaning. "There is always a guard at the tower. An easterly guard." Fax's eyes jerked toward Falar, then to Fëanor. "There are always guards," he answered sharply, "on all the approaches." "Oh, just the approaches," and Falar nodded wisely to Fëanor. "Where else?" demanded Fax, concerned, glancing from one dragon man to the other. "I must ask that of your harper. You do keep a trained harper in your hold." "Of course. I have several trained harpers." And Fax jerked his shoulders straighter. Falar affected not to understand. "Lord Fax is the overlord of 6 other holds," Fëanor reminded his wing leader. "Of course," Falar assented, with exactly the same inflection Fax had used a moment before. The mimicry did not go unnoticed by Fax, but as he was unable to construe deliberate insult out of an innocent affirmative, he stalked into the glow-lit corridors. The dragon men followed. The women's quarters in Fax's hold had been moved from the traditional innermost corridors to those at cliff face. Sunlight poured down from 3 double-shuttered deep casement windows in the outside wall. Falar noted that the bronze hinges were well oiled, and the sills regulation spear length. Fax had not at least diminished the protective wall. The chamber was richly hung with appropriately gentle scenes of women occupied in all manner of feminine tasks. Doors gave off the main chamber on both sides into smaller sleeping alcoves, and from these, at Fax's bidding, his women hesitantly emerged. Fax sternly gestured to a blue-gowned woman, her hair white-streamed, her face lined with disappointments and bitterness, her body swollen with pregnancy. She advanced awkwardly, stopping several feet from her lord. From her attitude, Falar deduced that she came no closer to Fax than was absolutely necessary. "The Lady of Crom, mother of my heirs," Fax said, without pride or cordiality. "My lady—" Falar hesitated, waiting for her name to be supplied. She glanced warily at her lord. "Gemma," Fax snapped curtly. Falar bowed deeply. "My Lady Gemma, the WEYR is on search and requests the Hold's hospitality." "My Lord Falar," the Lady Gemma replied in a low voice, "you are most welcome." Falar did not miss the slight slur on the adverb, nor the fact that Gemma had no trouble naming him. His smile was warmer than courtesy demanded, warm with gratitude and sympathy. Looking at the number of women in these quarters, Falar thought there might be one or two Lady Gemma could bid farewell without regret. Fax preferred his women plump and small. There wasn't a saucy one in the lot. If there once had been, the spirit had been beaten out of her. Fax, no doubt, was stud, not lover. Some of the covey had not all winter long made much use of water, judging by the amount of sweet oil gone rancid in their hair. Of them all, if these were all, the Lady Gemma was the only willful one, and she too old. The amenities over, Fax ushered his unwelcome guests outside, and led the way to the quarters he had assigned the bronze rider. "A pleasant room," Falar acknowledged, stripping off gloves and ware-hide tunic, throwing them carelessly to the table. "I shall see to my men and the beasts. They have been fed recently," he commented, pointing up Fax's omission in inquiring. "I request liberty to wander through the craft hold." Fax sourly granted what was a dragon-man's traditional privilege. "I shall not further disrupt your routine, Lord Fax, for you must have many demands on you, with 7 holds to supervise." Falar inclined his body slightly to the overlord, turning away as a gesture of dismissal. He could imagine the infuriated expression on Fax's face from the stamping retreat. Fëanor and the men had settled themselves in a hastily vacated barrack room. The dragons were perched comfortably on the rocky ridges above the hold. Each rider kept his dragon in light but alert charge. There were to be no incidents on a search. As a group, the dragon men rose at Falar's entrance. "No tricks, no troubles, but look around closely," he said laconically. "Return by sundown with the names of any likely prospects." He caught Fëanor's grin, remembering how Fax had slurred over some names. "Descriptions are in order, and craft affiliation." The men nodded, their eyes glinting with understanding. They were flatteringly confident of a successful search, even as Falar's doubts grew now that he had seen Fax's women. By all logic, the pick of the high reaches should be in Fax's chief hold, but they were not. Still, there were many large craft holds, not to mention the 6 other high holds to visit. All the same. In unspoken accord, Falar and Fëanor left the barracks. The men would follow unobtrusively, in pairs or singly, to reconnoiter the craft hold and the nearer farm holds. The men were as overtly eager to be abroad as Falar was privately. There had been a time when dragon men were frequent and favored guests in all the great holds throughout Pern, from southern Fort to high North Eigen. This pleasant custom, too, had died, along with other observances, evidence of the low regard in which the WEYR was presently held. Falar vowed to correct this. He forced himself to trace in memory the insidious changes. The records, which each weirwoman kept, were proof of the gradual but perceptible decline traceable through the past 200 full turns. Knowing the facts did not alleviate the condition, and Falar was of that scant handful in the WEYR itself who did credit records and ballad alike. The situation might shortly reverse itself radically if the old tales were to be believed. There was a reason, an explanation, a purpose, Falar felt, for every one of the WEYR laws from first impression to the firestone, from the grass-free heights to ridge-running gutters, for elements as minor as controlling the appetite of a dragon to limiting the inhabitants of the WEYR. Although why the other 5 WEYRs had been abandoned, Fuller did not know. Idly he wondered if there were records, dusty and crumbling, lodged in the disused WEYRs. He must contrive to check when next his wings flew patrol. Certainly there was no explanation in Bendon WEYR. "There is industry, but no enthusiasm," Fenora was saying, drawing Fuller's attention back to their tour of the craft hold. They had descended the guttered ramp from the hold into the craft hold proper, the broad roadway lined with cottages up to the imposing stone craft halls. Silently, Fuller noted moss-clogged gutters on the roofs, the vines clasping the walls. It was painful for one of his calling to witness the flagrant disregard of simple safety precautions. Growing things were forbidden near the habitations of mankind. "News travels fast," Fenor chuckled, nodding at a hurrying craftsman in the smock of a baker who gave them a mumbled good day. "Not a female in sight." His observation was accurate. Women should be abroad at this hour, bringing in supplies from the storehouses, washing in the river on such a bright, warm day, or going out to the farmholds to help with planting. Not a gowned figure in sight. "We used to be preferred mates," Fenor remarked caustically. "We'll visit the clothmen's hall first. If my memory serves me right, as it always does," Fenor interjected wryly. He took no advantage of their blood relationship, but he was more at ease with the bronze rider than most of the dragon men, the other bronze riders included. Fuller was reserved in a close-knit society of easy equality. He flew a tightly disciplined wing, but men maneuvered to serve under him. His wing always excelled in the games. None ever floundered in between to disappear forever, and no beast in his wing sickened, leaving a man in dragonless exile from the WEYR, a part of him numb forever. "Latoll came this way and settled in one of the high reaches," Fuller continued. "Latoll? Yes, a green rider from Salel's wing. You remember." An ill-timed swerve during the spring games had brought Latoll and his beast into the full blast of a phosphine emission from Salel's bronze 20th. Latoll had been thrown from his beast's neck as the dragon tried to evade the blast. Another wingmate had swooped to catch the rider, but the green dragon, his left wing crisped, his body scorched, had died of shock and phosphine poisoning. "Latoll would aid our search," Fenor agreed, as the 2 dragon men walked up to the bronze doors of the clothmen's hall. They paused on the threshold, adjusting their eyes to the dimmer light within. Glows punctuated the wall recesses and hung in clusters above the larger looms where the finer tapestries and fabrics were woven by master craftsmen. The pervading mood was one of quiet, purposeful industry. Before their eyes had adapted, however, a figure glided to them with a polite, if curt, request for them to follow him. They were led to the right of the entrance, to a small office curtained from the main hall. Their guide turned to them, his face visible in the wall glows. There was that air about him that marked him indefinably as a dragon man. But his face was lined deeply, one side seamed with old burn marks. His eyes, sick with a hungry yearning, dominated his face. He blinked constantly. "I am now Lytle," he said in a harsh voice. Fuller nodded acknowledgement. "You would be Flar," Lytle said. "And you, Fenor. You've both the look of your sire." Fuller nodded again. Lytle swallowed convulsively, the muscles in his face twitching as the presence of dragon men revived his awareness of exile. He essayed a smile. "Dragons in the sky! The news spread faster than threads." "Nemorth has a new queen." "Jorah dead?" Lytle asked concernedly. His face cleared of its nervous movement for a second. Fuller nodded. Lytle grimaced bitterly. "Regul again, huh?" He stared off in the middle distance, his eyelids quiet, but the muscles along his jaw took up the constant movement. "You've the high reaches? All of them?" Lytle asked, turning back to the dragon man, a slight emphasis on all. Fuller gave an affirmative nod again. "You've seen the women." Lytle's disgust showed through the words. It was a statement, not a question, for he hurried on.
Well, there are no better in all the high reaches.
And his tone expressed utmost disdain.
Fax likes his women comfortably fleshed and docile,
Lytle rattled on.
Even the Lady Gemma has learned. It'd be different if he didn't need her family's support. Ah, it would be different indeed. So he keeps her pregnant, hoping to kill her in childbed one day. And he will. He will.
Lytle drew himself up, squaring his shoulders, turning full to the two dragon men. His expression was vindictive, his voice low and tense.
Kill that tyrant, for the sake and safety of Pern, of the WEYR, of the Queen. He only bides his time. He spreads discontent among the other lords.
Lytle's laughter had an hysterical edge to it now.
He fancies himself as good as dragon men.
There are no candidates, then, in this hold, Fuller said, his voice sharp enough to cut through the man's preoccupation with his curious theory. Lytle stared at the bronze rider.
Did I not say it?
What of Ruath hold? Lytle stopped shaking his head and looked sharply at Fuller, his lips curling in a cunning smile. He laughed mirthlessly.
You think to find a Taurine or a Morita hidden at Ruath hold in these times? Well, all of that blood are dead. Fax's blade was thirsty that day. He knew the truth of those harpers' tales, that Ruathan lords gave full measure of hospitality to dragon men, and the Ruathan were a breed apart. There were, you know.
Lytle's voice dropped to a confiding whisper.
Exiled weirmen like myself in that line.
Fuller nodded gravely, unable to contradict the man's pitiful attempt at self-esteem.
No.
And Lytle chuckled softly.
Fax gets nothing from that hold but trouble. And the women Fax used to take.
His laugh turned nasty in tone.
It is rumored he was impotent for months afterward.
Any families in the holdings with WEYR blood? Lytle frowned, glanced surprised at Fuller. He rubbed the scarred side of his face thoughtfully.
There were, he admitted slowly. There were. But I doubt if any live on.
He thought a moment longer, then shook his head emphatically. Fuller shrugged.
I wish I had better news for you,
Lytle murmured. No matter, Fuller reassured him, one hand poised to part the hanging in the doorway. Lytle came up to him swiftly, his voice urgent.
Heed what I say. Fax is ambitious. Force Regul, or whoever is WEYR leader next, to keep watch on the high reaches.
Lytle jabbed a finger in the direction of the hold.
He scoffs openly at tales of the threats. He taunts the harpers for the stupid nonsense of the old ballads, and has banned from their repertoire all dragon lore. The new generation will grow up totally ignorant of duty, tradition, and precaution.
Fuller was surprised to hear that, on top of Lytle's other disclosures. Yet the red star pulsed in the sky, and the time was drawing near when they would hysterically reavow the old allegiances in fear for their very lives. "Have you been abroad in the early morning of late?" asked Fëanor, grinning maliciously.
I have,
Lytle breathed out in a hushed, choked whisper.
I have.
A groan was wrenched from his guts, and he whirled away from the dragon men, his head bowed between hunched shoulders.
Go,
he said, gritting his teeth. And as they hesitated, he pleaded,
Go!
Fuller walked quickly from the room, followed by Fëanor. The bronze rider crossed the quiet, dim hall with long strides and exploded into the startling sunlight. His momentum took him into the center of the square. There he stopped so abruptly that Fëanor, hard on his heels, nearly collided with him. "We will spend exactly the same time within the other holes," he announced in a tight voice, his face averted from Fëanor's eyes. Fuller's throat was constricted. It was difficult suddenly for him to speak. He swallowed hard several times. "To be dragonless," murmured Fëanor pityingly. The encounter with Lytle had roiled his depths in a mournful way to which he was unaccustomed. That Fuller appeared equally shaken went far to dispel Fëanor's private opinion that his half-brother was incapable of emotion. "There is no other way once first impression has been made. You know that," Fuller roused himself to say curtly. He strode off to the hall, bearing the Leathermen's device. The hold is barred, the hall is bare, and men vanish. The soil is barren, the rock is bald, all hope banish. Lessa was shoveling ashes from the hearth when the agitated messenger staggered into the great hall. She made herself as inconspicuous as possible, so the warder would not dismiss her. She had contrived to be sent to the great hall that morning, knowing that the warder intended to brutalize the head clothman for the shoddy quality of the goods readied for shipment to Fax. "Fax is coming, with dragon men!" the man gasped out as he plunged into the dim great hall. The warder, who had been about to lash the head clothman, turned, stunned, from his victim. The courier, the farm-holder from the edge of Ruatha, stumbled up to the warder, so excited with his message that he grabbed the warder's arm. "How dare you leave your hold?" And the warder aimed his lash at the astonished holder. The force of the first blow knocked the man from his feet. Yelping, he scrambled out of reach of a second lashing. Dragon men, indeed! Fax? Ah! He shuns Ruatha. There! The warder punctuated each denial with another blow, kicking the helpless wretch for good measure, before he turned breathless to glare at the clothman and the two underwarders. "How did he get in here with such a threadbare lie?" The warder stalked to the great door. It was flung open just as he reached out for the iron handle. The ashen-faced guard officer rushed in, nearly toppling the warder. "Dragon men! Dragons! All over Ruatha!" the man gibbered, arms flailing wildly. He, too, pulled at the warder's arm, dragging the stupefied official toward the outer courtyard to bear out the truth of his statement. Lessa scooped up the last pile of ashes. Picking up her equipment, she slipped out of the great hall. There was a very pleased smile on her face under the screen of matted hair. A dragon man at Ruatha! She must somehow contrive to get Fax so humiliated, or so infuriated, that he would renounce his claim to the hold in the presence of a dragon man. Then she could claim her birthright. But she would have to be extraordinarily wary. Dragon riders were men apart. Anger did not cloud their intelligence. Greed did not sully their judgment. Fear did not dull their reactions. Let the dense-witted believe human sacrifice, unnatural lusts, insane revel. She was not so gullible. And those stories went against her grain. Dragon men were still human, and there was WEYR blood in her veins. It was the same color as that of anyone else. Enough of hers had been spilled to prove that. She halted for a moment, catching a sudden, shallow breath. Was this the danger she had sensed 4 days ago at dawn? The final encounter and her struggle to regain the hold? No, there had been more to that portent than revenge. The ash bucket banged against her shins as she shuffled down the low-ceilinged corridor to the stable door. Fax would find a cold welcome. She had laid no new fire on the hearth. Her laugh echoed back unpleasantly from the damp walls. She rested her bucket and propped her broom and shovel as she wrestled with the heavy bronze door that gave into the new stables. They had been built outside the cliff of Ruatha by Fax's first warder, a subtler man than all 8 of his successors. He had achieved more than all others, and Lessa had honestly regretted the necessity of his death, but he would have made her revenge impossible. He would have caught her out before she had learned how to camouflage herself and her little interferences. What had his name been? She could not recall. Well, she regretted his death. The second man had been properly greedy, and it had been easy to set up a pattern of misunderstanding between warder and craftsman. That one had been determined to squeeze all profit from Ruathan goods, so that some of it would drop into his pocket before Fax suspected a shortage. The craftsman who had begun to accept the skillful diplomacy of the first warder bitterly resented the second's grasping, high-handed ways. They resented the passing of the old line, and even more so, the way of its passing. They were unforgiving of insult to Ruatha, its now secondary position in the high reaches, and they resented the individual indignities that holders, craftsmen, and farmers alike suffered under the second warder. It took little manipulation to arrange for matters at Ruatha to go from bad to worse. The second was replaced, and his successor fared no better. He was caught diverting goods, the best of the goods at that. Fax had had him executed. His bony head still hung in the main fire pit above the great tower. The present incumbent had not been able to maintain the hold in even the sorry condition in which he had assumed its management. Seemingly simple matters developed rapidly into disasters, like the production of cloth. Contrary to his boasts to facts, the quality had not improved, and the quantity had fallen off. Now Fax was here, and with dragon men. Why dragon men? The import of the question froze Lessa, and the heavy door closing behind her barked her heels painfully. Dragon men used to be frequent visitors at Ruatha, that she knew, and even vaguely remembered. Those memories were like a harper's tale, told of someone else, not something within her own experience. She had limited her fierce attention to Ruatha only. She could not even recall the name of queen or weirwoman from the instructions of her childhood, nor could she recall hearing mention of any queen or weirwoman by anyone in the hold these past 10 turns. Perhaps the dragon men were finally going to call the lords of the holds to task for the disgraceful show of greenery about the holds. Well, Lessa was to blame for much of that in Ruatha, but she defied even a dragon man to confront her with her guilt. Did all Ruatha fall to the threads? It would be better than remaining dependent to Fax. The heresy shocked Lessa even as she thought it. Wishing she could as easily unburden her conscience of such blasphemy, she ditched the ashes on the stable midden. There was a sudden change in air pressure around her. Then a fleeting shadow caused her to glance up. From behind the cliff above glided a dragon, its enormous wings spread to their fullest as he caught the morning updraft. Turning effortlessly, he descended. A second, a third, a full wing of dragons followed in soundless flight and patterned descent, graceful and awesome. The klaxon rang belatedly from the tower, and from within the kitchens there issued the screams and shrieks of the terrified drudges. Lessa took cover. She ducked into the kitchen, where she was instantly seized by the assistant cook and thrust with a buffet and a kick toward the sinks. There she was put to scrubbing grease-encrusted serving bowls with cleansing sand. The yelping canines were already lashed to the spit run, turning a scrawny herd beast that had been set to roast. The cook was ladling seasonings on the carcass, swearing at having to offer so poor a meal to so many guests, and some of them high rank. Winter-dried fruits from the last scanty harvest had been set to soak, and 2 of the oldest drudges were scraping roots. An apprentice cook was kneading bread, another carefully spicing a sauce. Looking fixedly at him, she diverted his hand from one spice box to a less appropriate one as he gave a final shake to the concoction. She added too much wood to the wall oven, ensuring ruin for the breads. She controlled the canines deftly, slowing one and speeding the other so that the meat would be underdone on one side, burned on the other. That the feast should be a fast, the food presented found inedible, was her whole intention. Above, in the hold, she had no doubt that certain other measures, undertaken at different times for this exact contingency, were being discovered. Her fingers bloodied from a beating. One of the warder's women came shrieking into the kitchen, hopeful of refuge there. "Insects have eaten the best blankets to shreds, and a canine who had littered on the best linens snarled at me as she gave suck. And the rushes are noxious, the best chambers full of debris driven in by the winter wind. Somebody left the shutters ajar. Just a tiny bit, but it was enough," the woman wailed, clutching her hand to her breast and rocking back and forth. Lessa bent with great industry to shine the plates. Watch where, in your lair. Watch well, where, who goes there? The watchware is hiding something, Falar told Fenora as they consulted in the hastily cleaned great hall. The room delighted to hold the wintry chill, although a generous fire now burned on the hearth. "It was but gibbering when Cat spoke to it," Fenora remarked. He was leaning against the mantel, turning slightly from side to side to gather some warmth. He watched his wing leader's impatient pacing. "Nementh is calming it down," Falar replied. "He may be able to sort out the nightmare. The creature may be more senile than aware, but I doubt it," Fenor concurred helpfully. He glanced with apprehension up at the web-hung ceiling. He was certain he'd found most of the crawlers, but he didn't fancy their sting, not on top of the discomforts already experienced in this forsaken hold. If the night stayed mild, he intended curling up with Canth on the heights. That would be more reasonable than anything Fax or his warder have suggested. Flar muttered, frowning at the brown rider. Well, it's unbelievable that Ruatha could have fallen to such disrepair in 10 short turns. Every dragon caught the feeling of power, and it's obvious the watchware had been tampered with. That takes a good deal of control. From someone of the blood, Flar reminded him. Fëanor shot his wingleader a quick look, wondering if he could possibly be serious in the light of all information to the contrary. I grant you there is power here, Flar, Fëanor conceded. It could easily be a hidden male of the old blood, but we need a female, and Fax made it plain, in his inimitable fashion, that he left none of the old blood alive in the hold the day he took it. Now, the brown rider shook his head as if he could dispel the lack of faith in his wingleader's curious insistence that the search would end in Ruath with Ruathan blood. That watchware is hiding something, and only someone of the blood of its hold can arrange that, Flar said emphatically. He gestured around the hall and toward the walls, bare of hangings. Ruatha has been overcome, but she resists, subtly. I say it points to the old blood, and power, not power alone. The obstinate expression in Flar's eyes, the set of his jaw, suggested that Fëanor seek another topic. The pattern was well flown today, Fëanor suggested tentatively. Does a dragon man good to ride a flaming beast? Does the beast good, too? Keeps the digestive process in order. Flar nodded sober agreement. Let Regul temporize as he chooses. It is fitting and proper to ride a fire-spouting beast, and these holders need to be reminded of WEYR power. Right now anything would help our prestige, Fëanor commented sourly. What had Fax to say when he hailed you in the pass? Fëanor knew his question was almost impertinent, but if it were, Flar would ignore it. Flar's slight smile was unpleasant, and there was an ominous glint in his amber eyes. We talked of rule and resistance. Did he not also draw on you? Fëanor asked. Flar's smile deepened, until he remembered I was dragon-mounted. He's considered a vicious fighter, Fëanor said. I am at some disadvantage, Flar asked, turning sharply on his brown rider, his face too controlled. To my knowledge, no, Fëanor reassured his leader quickly. Flar had tumbled every man in the WEYR, efficiently and easily. But Fax kills often and without cause. And because we dragon men do not seek blood, we are not to be feared as fighters? Snapped Flar. Are you ashamed of your heritage? I? No! Fëanor sucked in his breath. Nor any of our wing, he added proudly. But there is that in the attitude of the men in this progression of Faxes that makes me wish some excuse to fight. As you observed today, Fax seeks some excuse. And, Flar added thoughtfully, there is something here in Ruatha that unnerves our noble overlord. He caught sight of Lady Tila, whom Fax had so courteously assigned him for comfort during the progression, waving to him from the inner hold portal. A case in point, Fax's Lady Tila is some 3 months gone. Fëanor frowned at the insult to his leader. She giggles incessantly, and appears so addlepated that one cannot decide whether she babbles out of ignorance or at Fax's suggestion. As she has apparently not bathed all winter, and is not in any case my ideal, I have, Flar grinned maliciously, deprived myself of her kind offices. Fëanor hastily cleared his throat and his expression as Lady Tila approached them. He caught the unappealing odor from the scarf or handkerchief she waved constantly. Dragon men endured a great deal for the WEYR. He moved away, with apparent courtesy, to join the rest of the dragon men entering the hall. Flar turned with equal courtesy to Lady Tila as she jabbered away about the terrible condition of the rooms which Lady Gemma and the other ladies had been assigned.
The shutters, both sets, were ajar all winter long, and you should have seen the trash on the floors. We finally got 2 of the drudges to sweep it all into the fireplace, and then that smoked something fearful till a man was sent up."
Lady Tila giggled. "He found the access blocked by a chimney stone fallen aslant. The rest of the chimney, for a wonder, was in good repair." She waved her handkerchief. Fuller held his breath as the gesture wafted an unappealing odor in his direction. He glanced up the hall toward the inner hold door and saw Lady Gemma descending, her steps slow and awkward. Some subtle difference about her gait attracted him, and he stared at her, trying to identify it.
"Oh, yes, poor Lady Gemma,"
Lady Tila babbled, sighing deeply.
"We are so concerned. Why Lord Fax insisted on her coming, I do not know. She is not near her time, and yet—"
The lighthead's concern sounded sincere. Fuller's incipient hatred for Fax and his brutality matured abruptly. He left his partner chattering to thin air and courteously extended his arm to Lady Gemma to support her down the steps and to the table. Only the brief tightening of her fingers on his forearm betrayed her gratitude. Her face was very white and drawn, the lines deeply etched around mouth and eyes, showing the effort she was expending.
"Some attempt has been made, I see, to restore order to the hall," she remarked in a conversational tone.
"Some," Fuller admitted dryly, glancing around the grandly proportioned hall, its rafter festooned with the webs of many turns. The inhabitants of those gossamer nests dropped from time to time with ripe splats to the floor, onto the table, and into the serving platters. Nothing replaced the old banners of the Ruathan blood, which had been removed from the stark brown stone walls. Fresh rushes did obscure the greasy flagstones. The trestle tables appeared recently sanded and scraped, and the platters gleamed dully in the refreshed glows. Unfortunately, the brighter light was a mistake, for it was much too unflattering.
"This was such a graceful hall," Lady Gemma murmured for Fuller's ears alone.
"You were a friend?" he asked politely.
"Yes, in my youth."
Her voice dropped expressively on the last word, evoking for Fuller a happier girlhood.
"It was a noble line."
"Think you one might have escaped the sword?" Lady Gemma flashed him a startled look, then quickly composed her features, lest the exchange be noted. She gave a barely perceptible shake of her head, and then shifted her awkward weight to take her place at the table. Graciously she inclined her head toward Fuller, both dismissing and thanking him. Fuller returned to his own partner and placed her at the table on his left. As the only person of rank who would dine that night at Ruath Hold, Lady Gemma was seated on his right. Fax would be beyond her. The dragon men and Fax's upper soldiery would sit at the lower tables. No guildman had been invited to Ruatha. Fax arrived just then with his current lady and 2 underleaders, the warder bowing them effusively into the hall. The man, Fuller noticed, kept a good distance from his overlords, well as a warder might whose responsibility was in this sorry condition. Fuller flicked a crawler away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lady Gemma wince and shudder. Fax stamped up to the raised table, his face black with suppressed rage. He pulled back his chair roughly, slamming it into Lady Gemma's before he seated himself. He pulled the chair to the table with a force that threatened to rock the none too stable trestle top from its supporting legs. Scowling, he inspected his goblet and plate, fingering the surface, ready to throw them aside if they displeased him.
"A roast and fresh bread, Lord Fax, and such fruits and roots as are left. Had I but known of your arrival, I could have sent to Crom for—"
"Sent to Crom?"
roared Fax, slamming the plate he was inspecting into the table so forcefully the rim bent under his hands. The warder winced again as if he himself had been maimed.
"The day one of my holds cannot support itself or the visit of its rightful overlord, I shall renounce it."
Lady Gemma gasped. Simultaneously the dragons roared. Fuller felt the unmistakable surge of power. His eyes instinctively sought Fëanor at the lower table. The brown rider and all the dragon men had experienced that inexplicable shaft of exultation. "What's wrong, dragon man?" snapped Fax. Flar, affecting unconcern, stretched his legs under the table and assumed an indolent posture in the heavy chair. Wrong. The dragons. Oh, nothing. They often roar. At the sunset, at a flock of passing wherries, at meal-times. And Flar smiled amiably at the Lord of the High Reaches. Beside him, his table-mate gave a squeak.
Meal-times? Have they not been fed?
Oh, yes, 5 days ago.
Oh, 5 days ago? And are they hungry now?
Her voice trailed into a whisper of fear. Her eyes grew round. In a few days, Flar assured her. Under cover of his detached amusement, Flar scanned the hall. That surge had come from nearby, either in the hall or just outside. It must have been from within. It came so soon upon Fax's speech that his words must have triggered it, and the power had had an indefinably feminine touch to it. One of Fax's women? Flar found that hard to credit. Nementh had been close to all of them, and none had shown a vestige of power, much less, with the exception of Lady Gemma, any intelligence. One of the hall women. So far he had seen only the sorry drudges and the aging females the warder had as housekeepers. The warder's personal woman? He must discover if that man had one. One of the hold guard's women. Flar suppressed an intense desire to rise and search. You mount a guard? He asked Fax casually. Double at Ruath Hold, he was told in a tight, hard voice, ground out from somewhere deep in Fax's chest. Here? Flar all but laughed out loud, gesturing around the sadly appointed chamber. Here! Food! Fax changed the subject with a roar. 5 drudges, 2 of them women in brown-gray rags, such that Flar hoped they had had nothing to do with the preparation of the meal, staggered in under the emplattered herd-beast. No one with so much as a trace of power would sink to such depths, unless... The aroma that reached him as the platter was placed on the serving table distracted him. It reeked of singed bone and charred meat. The warder frantically sharpened his tools as if a keen edge could somehow slice acceptable portions from this unlikely carcass. Lady Gemma caught her breath again, and Flar saw her hands curl tightly around the armrests. He saw the convulsive movement of her throat as she swallowed. He, too, did not look forward to this repast. The drudges reappeared with wooden trays of bread. Burnt crusts had been scraped and cut, in some places, from the loaves before serving. As other trays were borne in, Flar tried to catch sight of the faces of the servitors. Matted hair obscured the face of the one who presented a dish of legumes swimming in greasy liquid. Revolted, Flar poked through the legumes to find properly cooked portions to offer Lady Gemma. She waved them aside, her face ill-concealing her discomfort. As Flar was about to turn and serve Lady Tila, he saw Lady Gemma's hand clutch convulsively at the chair arms. He realized that she was not merely nauseated by the unappetizing food, she was seized with labor contractions. Flar glanced in Fax's direction. The overlord was scowling blackly at the attempts of the warder to find edible portions of meat to serve. Flar touched Lady Gemma's arm with light fingers. She turned just enough to look at Flar from the corner of her eye. She managed a socially correct half-smile. I dare not leave just now, Lord Flar. He is always dangerous at Ruatha, and it may only be false pangs. Flar was dubious as he saw another shudder pass through her frame. The woman would have been a fine weirwoman, he thought ruefully, were she but younger. The warder, his hands shaking, presented Fax the sliced meats. There were slivers of overdone flesh and portions of almost edible meats, but not much of either. One furious wave of Fax's broad fist, and the warder had the plate, meats, and juice square in the face. Despite himself, Flar sighed, for those undoubtedly constituted the only edible portions of the entire beast. You call this food? You call this food? Fax bellowed. His voice boomed back from the bare vault of the ceiling, shaking crawlers from their webs as the sound shattered the fragile strands. Slop! Slop! Flar rapidly brushed crawlers from Lady Gemma, who was helpless in the throes of a very strong contraction.
It's all we had on such short notice,
the warder squealed, juices streaking down his cheeks. Fax threw the goblet at him, and the wine went streaming down the man's chest. The steaming dish of roots followed, and the man yelped as the hot liquid splashed over him.
My lord, had I but known!
Obviously, Roatha cannot support the visit of its lord. You must renounce it, Flar heard himself saying. His shock at such words issuing from his mouth was as great as that of everyone else in the hall. Silence fell, broken only by the splat of falling crawlers and the drip of root liquid from the warder's shoulders to the rushes. The grating of Fax's boot heel was clearly audible as he swung slowly round to face the bronze rider. As Flar conquered his own amazement and rapidly tried to predict what to do next to mend matters, he saw Fëanor rise slowly to his feet, hand on dagger hilt.
I did not hear you correctly?
Fax asked, his face blank of all expression, his eyes snapping. Unable to comprehend how he could have uttered such an errant challenge, Flar managed to assume a languid pose. You did mention, he drawled, that if any of your holds could not support itself and the visit of its rightful overlord, you would renounce it. Fax stared back at Flar, his face a study of swiftly suppressed emotions, the glint of triumph dominant. Flar, his face stiff with the forced expression of indifference, was casting swiftly about in his mind. In the name of the egg, had he lost all sense of discretion? Pretending utter unconcern, he stabbed some vegetables onto his knife and began to munch on them. As he did so, he noticed Fëanor glancing slowly around the hall, scrutinizing everyone. Abruptly, Flar realized what had happened. Somehow, in making that statement, he, a dragon man, had responded to a covert use of the power. Flar, the bronze rider, was being put into a position where he would have to fight Fax. Why? For what end? To get Fax to renounce the hold? Incredible! But there could be only one possible reason for such a turn of events. An exultation as sharp as pain swelled within Flar. It was all he could do to maintain his pose of bored indifference, all he could do to turn his attention to thwarting Fax, should he press for a duel. A duel would serve no purpose. He, Flar, had no time to waste on it. A groan escaped Lady Gemma and broke the eye-locked stance of the two antagonists. Irritated, Fax looked down at her, fist clenched and half-raised to strike her for her temerity in interrupting her lord and master. The contraction that contorted the swollen belly was as obvious as the woman's pain. Flar dared not look toward her, but he wondered if she had deliberately groaned aloud to break the tension. Incredibly, Fax began to laugh. He threw back his head, showing big stained teeth, and roared. "Aye, renounce it in favor of her issue, if it is male, and lives," he crowed, laughing raucously. "Heard and witnessed," Flar snapped, jumping to his feet and pointing to his riders. They were on their feet in the instant. "Heard and witnessed," they averred in the traditional manner. With that movement, everyone began to babble at once in nervous relief. The other women, each reacting in her way to the imminence of birth, called orders to the servants and advice to each other. They converged toward Lady Gemma, hovering undecidedly out of Fax's range, like silly wherries disturbed from their roosts. It was obvious they were torn between their fear of the Lord and their desire to reach the laboring woman. He gathered their intentions as well as their reluctance, and still stridently laughing, knocked back his chair. He stepped over it, strode down to the meat stand, and stood hacking off pieces with his knife, stuffing them, juice dripping, into his mouth, without ceasing his guffawing. As Flar bent toward Lady Gemma to assist her out of her chair, she grabbed his arm urgently. Their eyes met, hers clouded with pain. She pulled him closer. "He means to kill you, Bronze Rider. He loves to kill," she whispered. "Dragon men are not easily killed, but I am grateful to you. I do not want you killed, she said softly, biting at her lip. We have so few bronze riders. Falar stared at her, startled. Did she, Fax's lady, actually believe in the old laws? Falar beckoned to two of the warder's men to carry her up into the hold. He caught Lady Tila by the arm as she fluttered past him. What do you need? Ow! Ow! She exclaimed, her face twisted with panic. She was distractedly wringing her hands. Water, hot, clean cloths, and a birthing woman. Oh, yes, we must have a birthing woman. Falar looked about for one of the hold women, his glance sliding over the first disreputable figure who had started to mop up the spilled food. He signaled instead for the warder and peremptorily ordered him to send for the woman. The warder kicked at the drudge on the floor. You! Whatever your name is, go get her from the craft hold. You must know who she is. The drudge evaded the parting kick the warder aimed in her direction with a nimbleness at odds with her appearance of extreme age and decrepitude. She scurried across the hall and out the kitchen door. Fax sliced and speared meat, occasionally bursting out with a louder bark of laughter as his inner thoughts amused him. Falar sauntered down to the carcass, and without waiting for invitation from his host, began to carve neat slices also, beckoning his men over. Fax's soldiers, however, waited until their lord had eaten his fill. Lord of the hold, your charge is sure, in thick walls, metal doors, and no verdure. Lessa sped from the hall to summon the birthing woman, seething with frustration. So close! So close! How could she come so close and yet fail? Fax should have challenged Dragon Man. And the Dragon Man was strong and young, his face that of a fighter, stern and controlled. He should not have temporized. Was all honor dead in Pern, smothered by green grass? And why, oh, why had Lady Gemma chosen that precious moment to go into labor? If her groan hadn't distracted Fax, the fight would have begun, and not even Fax, for all his vaunted prowess as a vicious fighter, would have prevailed against a dragon man who had her, Lessa's, support. The hold must be secured to its rightful blood again. Fax must not leave Ruatha alive again. Above her, on the high tower, the great bronze dragon gave forth a weird croon, his many-faceted eyes sparkling in the gathering darkness. Unconsciously, she silenced him as she would have done the watchware. Ah, that watchware! He had not come out of his den at her passing. She knew the dragons had been at him. She could hear him gibbering in panic. The slant of the road toward the craft hold lent impetus to her flying feet, and she had to brace herself to a sliding stop at the birthing woman's stone threshold. She banged on the closed door and heard the frightened exclamation within. A berth at the hold, Lessa cried. A berth? Came the muffled cry, and the latches were thrown up on the door. At the hold? Fax's lady, and as you love life, hurry, for if it is male it will be Ruatha's own lord. That ought to fetch her, thought Lessa, and in that instant the door was flung open by the man of the house. Lessa could see the birthing woman gathering up her things in haste, piling them into her shawl. Lessa hurried the woman out, up the steep road to the hold, under the tower gate, grabbing the woman as she tried to run at the sight of a dragon peering down at her. Lessa drew her into the court and pushed her, resisting, into the hall. The woman clutched at the inner door, balking at the sight of the gathering there. Lord Fax, his feet up on the trestle table, was paring his fingernails with his knife blade, still chuckling. The dragon men in their ware-hide tunics were eating quietly at one table, while the soldiers were having their turn at the meat. The bronze rider noticed their entrance and pointed urgently toward the inner hold. The birthing woman seemed frozen to the spot. Lessa tugged futilely at her arm, urging her to cross the hall. To her surprise, the bronze rider strode to them. Go quickly, woman. Lady Gemma is before her time, he said, frowning with concern, gesturing imperatively toward the hold entrance. He caught her by the shoulder and led her, all unwilling, Lessa tugging away at her other arm. When they reached the stairs, he relinquished his grip, nodding to Lessa to escort her the rest of the way. Just as they reached the massive inner door, Lessa noticed how sharply the dragon man was looking at them, at her hand on the birthing woman's arm. Warily she glanced at her hand, and saw it as if it belonged to a stranger. The long fingers, shapely despite dirt and broken nails, her small hand, delicately boned, gracefully placed despite the urgency of the grip. She blurred it and hurried on. Honor those the dragons heed, in thought and favor, word and deed. Worlds are lost, or worlds are saved, by those dangers dragon braved. Dragon men avoid excess. Greed will bring the WEYR distress. To the ancient laws adhere. Prospers thus the dragon WEYR. An unintelligible ululation raised the waiting men to their feet, startled from private meditations and diversion of bone throws. Only Fax remained unmoved at the alarm, save that the slight sneer which had settled on his face hours past deepened to smug satisfaction. "Dad, Ed," the tidings reverberated down the rocky corridors of the hold. The weeping lady seemed to erupt out of the passage from the inner hold, flying down the steps to sink into an hysterical heap at Fax's feet. "She's dead! Lady Gemma is dead! There was too much blood. It was too soon. She was too old to bear more children." Flar couldn't decide whether the woman was apologizing for or exulting in the woman's death. She certainly couldn't be criticizing her lord for placing Lady Gemma in such peril. Flar, however, was sincerely sorry at Gemma's passing. She had been a brave, fine woman. And now, what would be Fax's next move? Flar caught Fenor's identically quizzical glance and shrugged expressively. "The child lives!" a curiously distorted voice announced, penetrating the rising noise in the great hall. The words electrified the atmosphere. Every head slewed round sharply toward the portal to the inner hold, where the drudge, a totally unexpected messenger, stood poised on the top step. "It is male!" This announcement rang triumphantly in the still hall. Fax jerked himself to his feet, kicking aside the wailer at his feet, scowling ominously at the drudge. "What did you say, woman?" "The child lives. It is male," the creature repeated, descending the stairs. Incredulity and rage suffused Fax's face. His body seemed to coil up. "Ruatha has a new lord." Staring intently at the overlord, she advanced, her mien purposeful, almost menacing. The tentative cheers of the warder's men were drowned out by the roaring of the dragons. Fax erupted into action. He leaped across the intervening space, bellowing. Before Lessa could dodge, his fist crashed down across her face. She fell heavily to the stone floor, where she lay motionless, a bundle of dirty rags. "Hold, Fax!" Flar's voice broke the silence as the Lord of the High Reaches flexed his leg to kick her. Fax whirled, his hand automatically closing on his knife hilt. "It was heard and witnessed, Fax," Flar cautioned him, one hand outstretched in warning. "By dragon men. Stand by your sworn and witnessed oath." "Witnessed? By dragon men?" cried Fax with a derisive laugh. "Dragon women, you mean?" he sneered, his eyes blazing with contempt as he made one sweeping gesture of scorn. He was momentarily taken aback by the speed with which the bronze rider's knife appeared in his hand. "Dragon women?" Flar queried, his lips curling back over his teeth, his voice dangerously soft. Glow light flickered off his circling knife as he advanced on Fax. "Women! Parasites on Pern! The WEYR power is over! Over!" Fax roared, leaping forward to land in a combat crouch. The two antagonists were dimly aware of the scurry behind them, of tables pulled roughly aside to give the duelists space. Flar could spare no glance at the crumpled form of the drudge, yet he was sure, through and beyond instinct, sure, that she was the source of power. He had felt it as she entered the room. The dragon's roaring confirmed it. If that fall had killed her... He advanced on Fax, leaping high to avoid the slashing blade as Fax unwound from the crouch with a powerful lunge. Flar evaded the attack easily, noticing his opponent's reach, deciding he had a slight advantage there. But not much. Fax had had much more actual hand-to-hand killing experience than had he whose duels had always ended at first blood on the practice floor. Falar made due note to avoid closing with the burly lord. The man was heavy-chested, dangerous from sheer mass. Falar must use agility as his weapon, not brute strength. Fax feinted, testing Falar for weakness or indiscretion. The two crouched, facing each other across 6 feet of space, knife hands weaving, their free hands spread-fingered, ready to grab. Again Fax pressed the attack. Falar allowed him to close, just near enough to dodge away with a backhanded swipe. Fabric ripped under the tip of his knife. He heard Fax snarl. The overlord was faster on his feet than his bulk suggested, and Falar had to dodge a second time, feeling Fax's knife score his warehide jerkin. Grimly the two circled, each looking for an opening in the other's defense. Fax plowed in, trying to corner the lighter, faster man between raised platform and wall. Falar countered, ducking low under Fax's flailing arm, slashing obliquely across Fax's side. The overlord caught at him, yanking savagely, and Falar was trapped against the other man's side, straining desperately with his left hand to keep the knife arm up. Falar brought up his knee and ducked away as Fax gasped and buckled from the pain in his groin, but Fax struck in passing. Sudden fire laced Falar's left shoulder. Fax's face was red with anger, and he wheezed from pain and shock, but the infuriated lord straightened up and charged. Falar was forced to sidestep quickly before Fax could close with him. Falar put the meat table between them, circling warily, flexing his shoulder to assess the extent of the knife's slash. It was painful, but the arm could be used. Suddenly Fax scooped up some fatty scraps from the meat tray and hurled them at Falar. The dragon man ducked, and Fax came around the table with a rush. Falar leaped sideways. Fax's flashing blade came within inches of his abdomen as his own knife sliced down the outside of Fax's arm. Instantly the two pivoted to face each other again, but Fax's left arm hung limply at his side. Falar darted in, pressing his luck as the Lord of the High Reaches staggered, but Falar misjudged the man's condition and suffered a terrific kick in the side as he tried to dodge under the fainting knife. Doubled with pain, Falar rolled frantically away from his charging adversary. Fax was lurching forward, trying to fall on him, to pin the lighter dragon man down for a final thrust. Somehow Falar got to his feet, attempting to straighten to meet Fax's stumbling charge. His very position saved him. Fax overreached his mark and staggered off balance. Falar brought his right hand over with as much strength as he could muster, and his blade plunged through Fax's unprotected back until he felt the point stick in the chest plate. The defeated lord fell flat to the flagstones. The force of his descent dislodged the dagger from his chest bone, and an inch of bloody blade re-emerged. Falar stared down at the dead man. There was no pleasure in killing, he realized, only relief that he himself was still alive. He wiped his forehead on his sleeve and forced himself erect, his side throbbing with the pain of that last kick and his left shoulder burning. He half stumbled to the drudge, still sprawled where she had fallen. He gently turned her over, noting the terrible bruise spreading across her cheek under the dirty skin. He heard Fëanor take command of the tumult in the hall. The dragon man laid a hand, trembling in spite of an effort to control himself, on the woman's breast to feel for a heartbeat. It was there, slow but strong. A deep sigh escaped him, for either blow or fall could have proved fatal. Fatal perhaps for Pern as well. Relief was colored with disgust. There was no telling under the filth how old this creature might be. He raised her in his arms, her light body no burden even to his battle-weary strength. Knowing Fëanor would handle any trouble efficiently, Falar carried the drudge to his own chamber. Putting the body on the high bed, he stirred up the fire and added more glows to the bedside bracket. His gorge rose at the thought of touching the filthy mat of hair, but nonetheless, and gently, he pushed it back from the face, turning the head this way and that. The features were small, regular. One arm, clear of rags, was reasonably clean above the elbow, but marred by bruises and old scars. The skin was firm and unwrinkled. The hands, when he took them in his, were filthy but well-shaped and delicately boned. Falar began to smile. Yes, she had blurred that hand so skillfully that he had actually doubted what he had first seen. And yes, beneath grime and grease she was young enough for the WEYR, and no born drab. There was no taint of common blood here. It was pure, no matter whose the line, and he rather thought she was indeed Ruathan, one who had by some unknown agency escaped the massacre 10 turns ago and bided her time for revenge. Why else force facts to renounce the hold? Delighted and fascinated by this unexpected luck, Falar reached out to tear the dress from the unconscious body and found himself constrained not to. The girl had roused, her great hungry eyes fastened on his, not fearful or expectant, wary. A subtle change occurred in her face. Falar watched, his smile deepening, as she shifted her regular features into an illusion of disagreeable ugliness and great age. "Trying to confuse a dragon-man, girl," he chuckled. He made no further move to touch her, but settled against the great carved post of the bed. He crossed his arms sternly on his chest, thought better of it immediately, and eased his sore arm. "Your name, girl, and rank, too." She drew herself upright slowly against the headboard, her features no longer blurred. They faced each other across the high bed. "Facts?" "Dead." "Your name?" A look of exulting triumph flooded her face. She slipped from the bed, standing unexpectedly tall. "Then I reclaim my own. I am of the Ruathan blood. I claim Ruath," she announced in a ringing voice. Falar stared at her a moment, delighted with her proud bearing. Then he threw back his head and laughed. This crumbling heap!" He could not help but mock the disparity between her manner and her dress. "Oh, no. Besides, lady, we dragon men heard and witnessed Fax's oath renouncing the hold in favor of his heir. Shall I challenge the babe, too, for you, and choke him with his swaddling cloth?" Her eyes flashed, her lips parted in a terrible smile. "There is no heir. Gemma died, the babe unborn. I lied." "Lied?" Falar demanded, angry. "Yes." She taunted him with a toss of her chin. "I lied. There was no babe born. I merely wanted to be sure you challenged Fax." He grabbed her wrists, stung that he had twice fallen to her prodding. "You provoked a dragon man to fight? To kill? When he is on search?" "Search? Why should I care about a search? I've Ruatha as my hold again. For 10 turns I have worked and waited, schemed and suffered for that. What could your search mean to me?" Falar wanted to strike that look of haughty contempt from her face. He twisted her arm savagely, bringing her to her feet before he released his grip. She laughed at him and scuttled to one side. She was on her feet and out the door before he could give chase. Swearing to himself, he raced down the rocky corridors, knowing she would have to make for the hall to get out of the hold. However, when he reached the hall, there was no sign of her fleeing figure among those still loitering. "Has that creature come this way?" he called to Fëanor, who was by change standing by the door to the court. "No? Is she the source of power after all?" "Yes, she is," Falar answered, galled all the more, "and Ruathan blood at that." "Oh ho! Does she depose the babe, then?" Fëanor asked, gesturing toward the birthing woman who occupied a seat close to the now blazing hearth. Falar paused, about to return to search the hold's myriad passages. He stared momentarily confused at this brown rider. "Babe? What babe?" "The male child Lady Gemma bore," Fëanor replied, surprised by Falar's uncomprehending look. "It lives?" "Yes. A strong babe, the woman says, for all that he was premature, and taken forcibly from his dead dame's belly." Falar threw back his head with a shout of laughter. For all her scheming, she had been outdone by truth. At that moment he heard Nementh roar in unmistakable elation, and the curious warble of other dragons. "Nementh has caught her!" Falar cried, grinning with jubilation. He strode down the steps, past the body of the former lord of the High Reaches, and out into the main court. He saw that the bronze dragon was gone from his tower perch, and called him. An agitation drew his eyes upward. He saw Nementh spiraling down into the court, his front paws clasping something. Nementh informed Falar that he had seen her climbing from one of the high windows, and had simply plucked her from the ledge, knowing the dragon man sought her. The bronze dragon settled awkwardly onto his hind legs, his wings working to keep him balanced. Carefully, he set the girl on her feet, and formed a precise cage around her with his huge talons. She stood motionless within that circle, her face toward the wedge-shaped head that swayed above her. The watchware, shrieking in terror, anger, and hatred, was lunging violently to the end of its chain, trying to come to Lessa's aid. It grabbed at Falar as he strode to the two. "You've courage enough, girl," he admitted, resting one hand casually on Nementh's upper claw. Nementh was enormously pleased with himself, and swiveled his head down for his eye ridges to be scratched. "You did not lie, you know," Falar said, unable to resist, taunting the girl. Slowly she turned toward him, her face impassive. She was not afraid of dragons, Falar realized with approval. The babe lives, and it is male. She could not control her dismay, and her shoulders sagged briefly before she pulled herself erect. "Ruatha is mine," she insisted in a tense, low voice. "Aye, and it would have been, had you approached me directly when the wing arrived here." Her eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "A dragon man may champion anyone whose grievance is just. By the time we reached Ruath-Hold, I was quite ready to challenge facts given any reasonable cause, despite the search." This was not the whole truth, but Falar must teach this girl the folly of trying to control dragon men. Had you paid any attention to your harper's songs, you'd know your rights. And, Falar's voice held a vindictive edge that surprised him, Lady Gemma might not now lie dead. She suffered far more at that tyrant's hand than you. Something in her manner told him that she regretted Lady Gemma's death, that it had affected her deeply. "What good is Ruatha to you now?" he demanded, a broad sweep of his arm taking in the ruined courtyard and the hold, the entire unproductive valley of Ruatha. "You have indeed accomplished your ends, a profitless conquest and its conqueror's death." Falar snorted. "All 7 holds will revert to their legitimate blood, and time they did. 1 hold, 1 lord. Of course you might have to fight others infected with Fax's greed. Could you hold Ruatha against attack? Now, in her decline?" "Ruatha is mine!" "Ruatha?" Falar's laugh was derisive. "When you could be weir-woman." "Weir-woman," she breathed, staring at him. "Yes, little fool. I said I rode in search. It's about time you attended to more than Ruatha, and the object of my search is you." She stared at the finger he pointed at her as if it were dangerous. "By the first egg, girl, you've power in you to spare when you can turn a dragon man all unwitting to do your bidding. Ah, but never again, for now I am on guard against you." Nementh crooned approvingly, the sound a soft rumble in his throat. He arched his neck so that one eye was turned directly on the girl, gleaming in the darkness of the court. Falar noticed with detached pride that she neither flinched nor blanched at the proximity of an eye greater than her own head. "He likes to have his eye ridges scratched," Falar remarked in a friendly tone, changing tactics. "I know," she said softly, and reached out a hand to do that surface. "Nemorth's queen," Falar continued, "is close to death. This time we must have a strong weir-woman." "This time the Red Star?" the girl gasped, turning frightened eyes to Falar. "You understand what it means?" "There is danger," she began in a bare whisper, glancing apprehensively eastward. Falar did not question by what miracle she appreciated the imminence of danger. He had every intention of taking her to the weir by sheer force if necessary, but something within him wanted very much for her to accept the challenge voluntarily. A rebellious weir-woman would be even more dangerous than a stupid one. This girl had too much power and was too used to guile and strategy. It would be a calamity to antagonize her with injudicious handling. "There is danger for all Pern, not just Ruatha," he said, allowing a note of entreaty to creep into his voice. "And you are needed. Not by Ruatha." A wave of his hand dismissed that consideration as a negligible one compared to the total picture. "We are doomed without a strong werewoman. Without you."
Gemma kept saying all the bronze riders were needed,
she murmured in a dazed whisper. What did she mean by that statement? Falar frowned. Had she heard a word he had said? He pressed his argument, certain only that he had already struck one responsive chord. "You've won here. Let the babe—" He saw her startled rejection of that idea and ruthlessly qualified it, "Gemma's babe, be reared at Ruatha. You have command of all the holds as werewoman, not ruined Ruatha alone. You've accomplished Fax's death. Leave off vengeance." She stared at Falar with wonder, absorbing his words.
"I never thought beyond Fax's death,"
she admitted slowly.
"I never thought what should happen then."
Her confusion was almost childlike, and struck Falar forcibly. He had had no time or desire to consider her prodigious accomplishment. Now he realized some measure of her indomitable character. She could not have been much over 10 turns of age herself when Fax had murdered her family. Yet somehow, so young, she had set herself a goal and managed to survive both brutality and detection long enough to secure the usurper's death. What a werewoman she would be, in the tradition of those of Ruathan blood. The light of the paler moon made her look young and vulnerable, and almost pretty. "You can be werewoman," he insisted gently.
"Werewoman,"
she breathed, incredulous, and gazed round the inner court bathed in soft moonlight. He thought she wavered. "Well, perhaps you enjoy rags," he said, making his voice harsh, mocking. "And matted hair, dirty feet, and cracked hands, sleeping in straw, eating rinds. You are young, that is, I assume you are young," and his voice was frankly skeptical. She glared at him, her lips firmly pressed together. "Is this the be-all and end-all of your ambition? What are you that this little corner of the great world is all you want?" He paused, and with utter contempt added, "The blood of Ruatha has thinned, I see. You're afraid."
"I am Lessa, daughter of the Lord of Ruath,"
she countered, stung. She drew herself erect. Her eyes flashed.
"I am afraid of nothing."
Falar contented himself with a slight smile. Nementh, however, threw up his head and stretched out his sinuous neck to its whole length. His full-throated peal rang out down the valley. The bronze dragon communicated his awareness to Falar that Lessa had accepted the challenge. The other dragons answered back, their warbles shriller than Nementh's bellow. The watchweir, which had cowered at the end of its chain, lifted its voice in a thin, unnerving screech until the hold emptied of its startled occupants. "Fënor," the bronze rider called, waving his wingleader to him, "leave half the flight to guard the hold. Some nearby lord might think to emulate Fax's example. Send one rider to the high reaches with the glad news. You go directly to the cloth hall and speak to Lighthall." Falar grinned. "I think he would make an exemplary warder and lord surrogate for this hold in the name of the weir and the babe." The brown rider's face expressed enthusiasm for his mission as he began to comprehend his leader's instructions. With Fax dead and Ruatha under the protection of dragon men, particularly that same one who had dispatched Fax, the hold would have wise management.
"She caused Ruatha's deterioration?"
he asked. "And nearly ours with her machinations," Falar replied, but having found the admirable object of his search, he could now be magnanimous. "Suppress your exultation, brother," he advised quickly, as he took note of Fënor's expression. "The new queen must also be impressed."
"I'll settle arrangements here. Lighthall is an excellent choice," Fënor said. "Who is this Lighthall?" demanded Lessa pointedly. She had twisted the mass of filthy hair back from her face. In the moonlight, the dirt was less noticeable. Falar caught Fënor looking at her with an all-too-easily read expression. He signaled Fënor with a peremptory gesture to carry out his orders without delay.
Lytle is a dragonless man, Falar told the girl, no friend to facts. He will ward the hold well, and it will prosper, he added persuasively, with a quelling stare full on her. Won't it? She regarded him somberly, without answering, until he chuckled softly at her discomfiture. We'll return to the WEYR, he announced, proffering a hand to guide her to Nementh's side. The bronze one had extended his head toward the watchware, who now lay panting on the ground, its chain limp in the dust. Oh, Lessa sighed, and dropped beside the grotesque beast. It raised its head slowly, luring piteously. Nementh says it is very old, and soon will sleep itself to death. Lessa cradled the bestial head in her arms, scratching it behind the ears. Come, Lessa of Pern, Falar said, impatient to be up and away. She rose, slowly but obediently. It saved me. It knew me. It knows it did well, Falar assured her brusquely, wondering at such an uncharacteristic show of sentiment in her. He took her hand again to help her to her feet and lead her back to Nementh. As they turned, he glimpsed the watchware, launching itself at a dead run after Lessa. The chain, however, held fast. The beast's neck broke with a sickeningly audible snap. Lessa was on her knees in an instant, cradling the repulsive head in her arms. "Why, you foolish thing, why?" she asked in a stunned whisper, as the light in the beast's green-gold eyes dimmed and died out. Nementh informed Falar that the creature had lived this long only to preserve the Ruathan line. At Lessa's imminent departure, it had welcomed death. A convulsive shudder went through Lessa's slim body. Falar watched as she undid the heavy buckle that fastened the metal collar about the watchware's neck. She threw the tether away with a violent motion. Tenderly she laid the watchware on the cobbles. With one last caress to the clipped wings, she rose in a fluid movement and walked resolutely to Nementh without a single backward glance. She stepped calmly to the dragon's raised leg and seated herself, as Falar directed, on the great neck. Falar glanced around the courtyard at the remainder of his wing, which had reformed there. The hold folk had retreated back into the safety of the great hall. When his wingmen were all astride, he vaulted to Nementh's neck behind the girl. Hold tightly to my arms, he ordered her as he took hold of the smallest neck ridge and gave the command to fly. Her fingers closed spasmodically around his forearms as the great bronze dragon took off, the enormous wings working to achieve height from the vertical liftoff. Nementh preferred to fall into flight from a cliff or tower. Like all dragons, he tended to indolence. Falar glanced behind him, saw the other dragon men form the flight line, spread out to cover those still on guard at Ruatha Hall. When they had reached a sufficient altitude, he told Nementh to transfer, going between to the WEYR. Only a gasp indicated the girl's astonishment as they hung between. Accustomed as he was to the sting of the profound cold, to the awesome utter lack of light and sound, Falar still found the sensations unnerving. Yet the uncommon transfer spanned no more time than it took to cough thrice. Nementh rumbled approval of this candidate's calm reaction as they flicked out of the eerie between. And then they were above the WEYR, Nementh setting his wings to glide in the bright daylight, half a world away from night-time Ruatha. As they circled above the great stony trough of the WEYR, Falar peered at Lessa's face, pleased with the delight mirrored there. She showed no trace of fear as they hung 1,000 lengths above the high Bendon mountain range. Then, as the 7 dragons roared their incoming cry, an incredulous smile lit her face. The other wingmen dropped into a wide spiral, down, down, while Nementh elected to descend in lazy circles. The dragon men peeled off smartly and dropped, each to his own tier in the caves of the WEYR. Nementh finally completed his leisurely approach to their quarters, whistling shrilly to himself as he braked his forward speed with a twist of his wings, dropping lightly at last to the ledge. He crouched as Falar swung the girl to the rough rock, scored from thousands of clawed landings. "This leads only to our quarters," he told her as they entered the corridor, vaulted and wide for the easy passage of great bronze dragons. As they reached the huge natural cavern that had been his since Nementh achieved maturity, Falar looked about him with eyes fresh from his first prolonged absence from the WEYR. The huge chamber was unquestionably big, certainly larger than most of the halls he had visited in Fax's procession. Those halls were intended as gathering places for men, not the habitations of dragons. But suddenly he saw his own quarters were nearly as shabby as all Ruatha. Bendon was of a certainty one of the oldest dragon weirs, as Ruatha was one of the oldest holds, but that excused nothing. How many dragons had bedded in that hollow to make solid rock conform to dragon proportions? How many feet had worn the path past the dragon's weir into the sleeping chamber, to the bathing room beyond, where the natural warm spring provided ever fresh water? But the wall hangings were faded and unraveling, and there were grease stains on the lintel and floor that should be sanded away. He noticed the wary expression on Lessa's face as he paused in the sleeping room. "I must feed Nementh immediately, so you may bathe first," he said, rummaging in a chest and finding clean clothes for her, discards of other previous occupants of his quarters, but far more presentable than her present covering. He carefully laid back in the chest the white wool robe that was traditional impression garb. She would wear that later. He tossed several garments at her feet and a bag of sweet sand, gesturing to the hanging that obscured the way to the bath. He left her then, the clothes in a heap at her feet, for she made no effort to catch anything. Nementh informed him that Fenora was feeding Canth, and that he, Nementh, was hungry too. She didn't trust Falar, but she wasn't afraid of himself. "Why should she be afraid of you?" Falar asked. "Your cousin to the Watchwear, who was her only friend." Nementh informed Falar that he, a fully matured bronze dragon, was no relation to any scrawny, crawling, chained and wing-clipped Watchwear. Falar, pleased at having been able to tease the bronze one, chuckled to himself. With great dignity, Nementh curved down to the feeding ground. By the golden egg of Feyranth, by the WEYR woman wise and true, breed a flight of bronze and brown wings, breed a flight of green and blue, breed riders, strong and daring, dragon-loving, born as hatched, flight of hundreds soaring skyward, man and dragon fully matched. Lessa waited until the sound of the dragon man's footsteps proved he had really gone away. She rushed quickly through the big cavern, heard the scrape of claw and the whoosh of the mighty wings. She raced down the short passageway right to the edge of the yawning entrance. There was the bronze dragon circling down to the wider end of the mile-long barren oval that was Bendon WEYR. She had heard of the WEYRs, as any Pernies had, but to be in one was quite a different matter. She peered up, around, down that sheer rock face. There was no way off but by dragon wing. The nearest cave mouths were an unhandy distance above her to one side, below her on the other. She was neatly secluded here. WEYR woman, he had told her. His woman? In his WEYR? Was that what he had meant? No, that was not the impression she got from the dragon. It occurred to her suddenly that it was odd she had understood the dragon. Were common folk able to? Or was it the dragon man blood in her line? At all events, Nementh had inferred something greater, some special rank. She remembered vaguely that when dragon men went on search, they looked for certain women. Ah, certain women. She was one, then, of several contenders. Yet the bronze rider had offered her the position as if she and she alone qualified. He had his own generous portion of conceit, that one, Lessa decided. Arrogant he was, though not a bully like Fax. She could see the bronze dragon swoop down to the running herd beasts, saw the strike, saw the dragon wheel up to settle on a far ledge to feed. Instinctively she drew back from the opening, back into the dark and relative safety of the corridor. The feeding dragon evoked scores of horrid tales, tales at which she had scoffed, but now... Was it true, then, that dragons did eat human flesh? Lessa halted that trend of thought. Dragonkind was no less cruel than mankind. The dragon, at least, acted from bestial need rather than bestial greed. Assured that the dragon man would be occupied for a while, she crossed the larger cave into the sleeping room. She scooped up the clothing in the bag of cleansing sand and proceeded to the bathing room. To be clean. To be completely clean, and to be able to stay that way. With distaste, she stripped off the remains of the rags, kicking them to one side. She made a soft mud with the sweet sand and scrubbed her entire body until she drew blood from various half-healed cuts. Then she jumped into the pool, gasping as the warm water made the sweet sand foam in the lacerations. It was a ritual cleansing of more than surface soil. The luxury of cleanliness was ecstasy. Finally satisfied she was as clean as one long soaking could make her, she left the pool reluctantly. Wringing out her hair, she tucked it up on her head as she dried herself. She shook out the clothing and held one garment against her experimentally. The fabric, a soft green, felt smooth under her water-shrunken fingers, although the nap caught on her roughened hands. She pulled it over her head. It was loose, but the darker green overtunic had a sash which she pulled in tight at the waist. The unusual sensation of softness against her bare skin made her wriggle with voluptuous pleasure. The skirt, no longer a ragged hem of tatters, swirled heavily around her ankles. She smiled. She took up a fresh drying cloth and began to work on her hair. A muted sound came to her ears, and she stopped, hands poised, head bent to one side. Straining, she listened. Yes, there were sounds without. The dragon man and his beast must have returned. She grimaced to herself with annoyance at this untimely interruption, and rubbed harder at her hair. She ran fingers through the half-dry tangles, the motions arrested as she encountered snarls. Vexed, she rummaged on the shelves until she found, as she had hoped to, a coarse-toothed metal comb. Dry, her hair had a life of its own suddenly, crackling about her hands and clinging to face and comb and dress. It was difficult to get the silky stuff under control. And her hair was longer than she had thought, for clean and unmatted it fell to her waist, when it did not cling to her hands. She paused, listening, and heard no sound at all. Apprehensively, she stepped to the curtain and glanced warily into the sleeping room. It was empty. She listened and caught the perceptible thoughts of the sleepy dragon. Well, she would rather meet the man in the presence of a sleepy dragon than in a sleeping room. She started across the floor, and out of the corner of her eye caught sight of a strange woman as she passed a polished piece of metal hanging on the wall. Amazed, she stopped short, staring incredulous at the face the metal reflected. Only when she put her hands to her prominent cheekbones in a gesture of involuntary surprise, and the reflection imitated the gesture, did she realize she looked at herself. Why, that girl in the reflector was prettier than Lady Teelod, than the Clothman's daughter, but so thin. Her hands of their own volition dropped to her neck, to the protruding collarbones, to her breasts, which did not entirely accord with the gauntness of the rest of her. The dress was too large for her frame, she noted with an unexpected emergence of conceit born in that instant of delighted appraisal. And her hair, it stood out around her head like an aureole. It wouldn't lie contained. She smoothed it down with impatient fingers, automatically bringing locks forward to hang around her face. As she irritably pushed them back, dismissing a need for disguise, the hair drifted up again. A slight sound, the scrape of a boot against stone, caught her back from her bemusement. She waited, momentarily expecting him to appear. She was suddenly timid. With her face bare to the world, her hair behind her ears, her body outlined by a clinging fabric, she was stripped of her accustomed anonymity, and was therefore, in her estimation, vulnerable. She controlled the desire to run away, the irrational fear. Observing herself in the looking metal, she drew her shoulders back, tilted her head high, chin up. The movement caused her hair to crackle and cling and shift about her head. She was Lessa of Ruatha, of a fine old blood. She no longer needed artifice to preserve herself. She must stand proudly barefaced before the world and that dragon man. Resolutely she crossed the room, pushing aside the hanging on the doorway to the great cavern. He was there, beside the head of the dragon, scratching its eye ridges, a curiously tender expression on his face. The tableau was at variance with all she had heard of dragon men. She had, of course, heard of the strange affinity between rider and dragon, but this was the first time she realized that love was part of that bond, or that this reserved, cold man was capable of such deep emotion. He turned slowly, as if loath to leave the bronze beast. He caught sight of her and pivoted completely round, his eyes intense as he took note of her altered appearance. With quick, light steps he closed the distance between them and ushered her back into the sleeping room, one strong hand holding her by the elbow. "Nementh is fed lightly and will need quiet to rest," he said in a low voice. He pulled the heavy hanging into place across the opening. Then he held her away from him, turning her this way and that, scrutinizing her closely, curious and slightly surprised. "You wash up pretty." "Yes, almost pretty," he said, amused condescension in his voice. She pulled roughly away from him, piqued. His low laugh mocked her. After all, how could one guess what was under the grime of 10 full turns? At length he said, "No matter. We must eat, and I shall require your services." At her startled exclamation, he turned, grinning maliciously now, as his movement revealed the caked blood on his left sleeve. "The least you can do is bathe wounds honorably received fighting your battle." He pushed aside a portion of the drape that curtained the inner wall. "Food for 2!" he roared down a black gap in the sheer stone. She heard a subterranean echo far below as his voice resounded down what must be a long shaft. "Nemoth is nearly rigid," he was saying as he took supplies from another drape-hidden shelf, "and the hatching will soon begin anyhow." A coldness settled in Lessa's stomach at the mention of a hatching. The mildest tales she had heard about that part of dragon lore were chilling, the worst dismayingly macabre. She took the things he handed her numbly. "What, frightened?" the dragon man taunted, pausing as he stripped off his torn and bloodied shirt. With a shake of her head, Lessa turned her attention to the wide-shouldered, well-muscled back he presented her, the paler skin of his body decorated with random bloody streaks. Fresh blood welled from the point of his shoulder, for the removal of his shirt had broken the tender scabs. "I will need water," she said, and saw she had a flat pan among the items he had given her. She went swiftly to the pool for water, wondering how she had come to agree to venture so far from Ruatha. Ruined though it was, it had been hers, and was familiar to her from tower to deep cellar. At the moment the idea had been proposed and insidiously prosecuted by the dragon man, she had felt capable of anything, having achieved at last Fax's death. Now it was all she could do to keep the water from slopping out of the pan that shook unaccountably in her hands. She forced herself to deal only with the wound. It was a nasty gash, deep where the point had entered and torn downward in a gradually shallower slice. His skin felt smooth under her fingers as she cleansed the wound. In spite of herself, she noticed the masculine odor of him, compounded not unpleasantly of sweat, leather, and an unusual muskiness which must be from close association with dragons. She stood back when she had finished her ministration. He flexed his arm experimentally in the constricting bandage, and the motion set the muscles rippling alongside and back. When he faced her, his eyes were dark and thoughtful. "Gently done. My thanks." His smile was ironic. She backed away as he rose, but he only went to the chest to take out a clean white shirt. A muted rumble sounded, growing quickly louder. Dragons roaring? Lessa wondered, trying to conquer the ridiculous fear that rose within her. Had the hatching started? There was no Watchware's lair to secret herself in here. As if he understood her confusion, the dragon man laughed good-humoredly, and, his eyes on hers, drew aside the wall covering, just as some noisy mechanism inside the shaft propelled a tray of food into sight. Ashamed of her unbased fright and furious that he had witnessed it, Lessa sat rebelliously down on the fur-covered wall-seat, heartily wishing him a variety of serious and painful injuries which she could dress with inconsiderate hands. She would not waste future opportunities. He placed the tray on the low table in front of her, throwing down a heap of furs for his own seat. There was meat, bread, a tempting yellow cheese, and even a few pieces of winter fruit. He made no move to eat, nor did she, though the thought of a piece of fruit that was ripe instead of rotten set her mouth to watering. He glanced up at her and frowned. "Even in the WEYR, the lady breaks bread first," he said, and inclined his head politely to her. Lessa flushed, unused to any courtesy, and certainly unused to being first to eat. She broke off a chunk of bread. It was nothing she remembered having tasted before. For one thing, it was fresh-baked. The flour had been finely sifted, without trace of sand or hull. She took the slice of cheese he proffered her, and it too had an uncommonly delicious sharpness. Made bold by this indication of her changed status, Lessa reached for the plumpest piece of fruit. "Now," the dragon man began, his hand touching hers to get her attention. Guiltily she dropped the fruit, thinking she had erred. She stared at him, wondering at her fault. He retrieved the fruit and placed it back in her hand as he continued to speak. Wide-eyed, disarmed, she nibbled and gave him her full attention. "Listen to me. You must not show a moment's fear, whatever happens on the hatching ground, and you must not let her overeat." A wry expression crossed his face. "One of our main functions is to keep a dragon from excessive eating." Lessa lost interest in the taste of the fruit. She placed it carefully back in the bowl and tried to sort out not what he had said, but what his tone of voice implied. She looked at the dragon man's face, seeing him as a person, not a symbol, for the first time. There was a blackness about him that was not malevolent. It was a brooding sort of patience. Heavy black hair, heavy black brows, his eyes, a brown light enough to seem golden, were all too expressive of cynical emotions or cold hauteur. His lips were thin but well-shaped, and in response almost gentle. Why must he always pull his mouth to one side in disapproval, or in one of those sardonic smiles? At this moment he was completely unaffected. He meant what he was saying. He did not want her to be afraid. There was no reason for her, Lessa, to fear. He very much wanted her to succeed. In keeping whom from overeating what? Herd animals? A newly hatched dragon certainly wasn't capable of eating a full beast. That seemed a simple enough task to Lessa. Main function? Our main function? The dragon man was looking at her expectantly. "Our main function?" she repeated, an unspoken request for more information inherent in her inflection. "More of that later. First things first," he said, impatiently waving off other questions. "But what happens?" she insisted. "As I was told, so I tell you. No more, no less. Remember these 2 points. No fear, and no overeating. But you, however, need to eat. Here." He speared a piece of meat on his knife and thrust it at her, frowning until she managed to choke it down. He was about to force more on her, but she grabbed up her half-eaten fruit and bit down into the firm, sweet sphere instead. She had already eaten more at this one meal than she was accustomed to having all day at the hold. "We shall soon eat better at the WEYR," he remarked, regarding the tray with a jaundiced eye. Lessa was surprised. This was a feast in her opinion. "More than you're used to. Yes, I forgot you left Ruatha with bare bones indeed." She stiffened. "You did well at Ruatha. I mean no criticism," he added, smiling at her reaction. "But look at you. and he gestured at her body, that curious expression crossing his face, half amused, half contemplative. "I should not have guessed you'd clean up pretty," he remarked, "nor with such hair." This time his expression was frankly admiring. Involuntarily she put one hand to her head, the hair crackling over her fingers. But what reply she might have made him, indignant as she was, died a-borning. An unearthly keening filled the chamber. The sounds set up a vibration that ran down the bones behind her ear to her spine. She clapped both hands to her ears. The noise rang through her skull despite her defending hands. As abruptly as it started, it ceased. Before she knew what he was about, the dragon man had grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her over to the chest. "Take those off," he ordered, indicating dress and tunic. While she stared at him stupidly, he held up a loose white robe, sleeveless and beltless, a matter of 2 lengths of fine cloth fastened at shoulder and side seams. "Take it off, or do I assist you?" he asked, with no patience at all. The wild sound was repeated, and its unnerving tone made her fingers fly faster. She had no sooner loosened the garments she wore, letting them slide to her feet, than he had thrown the other over her head. She managed to get her arms in the proper places before he grabbed her wrist again and was speeding with her out of the room, her hair whipping out behind her, alive with static. As they reached the outer chamber, the bronze dragon was standing in the center of the cavern, his head turned to watch the sleeping-room door. He seemed impatient to Lessa. His great eyes, which fascinated her so, sparkled iridescently. His manner breathed an inner excitement of great proportions, and from his throat a high-pitched croon issued, several octaves below the unnerving cry that had roused them all. With a yank that rocked her head on her neck, the dragon man pulled her along the passage. The dragon padded beside them at such speed that Lessa fully expected they would all catapult off the ledge. Somehow, at the crucial stride, she was aperch the bronze neck, the dragon man holding her firmly about the waist. In the same fluid movement, they were gliding across the great bowl of the weir to the higher wall opposite. The air was full of wings and dragon tails, rent with a chorus of sounds, echoing and re-echoing across the stony valley. Nementh set what Lessa was certain would be a collision course with other dragons, straight for a huge round blackness in the cliff face high up. Magically, the beasts filed in, the greater wingspan of Nementh just clearing the sides of the entrance. The passageway reverberated with the thunder of wings. The air compressed around her thickly. Then they broke out into a gigantic cavern. "Why, the entire mountain must be hollow," thought Lessa, incredulous. Around the enormous cavern, dragons perched in serried ranks, blues, greens, browns, and only 2 great bronze beasts like Nementh on ledges meant to accommodate hundreds. Lessa gripped the bronze neck scales before her, instinctively aware of the imminence of a great event. Nementh wheeled downward, disregarding the ledge of the bronze ones. Then all Lessa could see was what lay on the sandy floor of the great cavern, dragon eggs. A clutch of 10 monstrous mottled eggs, their shells moving spasmodically as the fledglings within tapped their way out. To one side, on a raised portion of the floor, was a golden egg, larger by half again the size of the mottled ones. Just beyond the golden egg lay the motionless ochre hulk of the old queen. Just as she realized Nementh was hovering over the floor in the vicinity of that egg, Lessa felt the dragon man's hands on her, lifting her from Nementh's neck. Apprehensively she grabbed at him. His hands tightened and inexorably swung her down. His eyes, fierce and gray, locked with hers. "Remember, Lessa." Nementh added an encouragement, one great compound eye turned on her. Then he rose from the floor. Lessa half raised one hand in entreaty, bereft of all support, even that of the sure inner compulsion which had sustained her in her struggle for revenge on Facts. She saw the bronze dragon settle on the first ledge, at some distance from the other 2 bronze beasts. The dragon man dismounted, and Nementh curved his sinuous neck until his head was beside his rider. The man reached up absently, it seemed to Lessa, and caressed his mount. Loud screams and wailings diverted Lessa, and she saw more dragons descend to hover just above the cavern floor, each rider depositing a young woman, until there were 12 girls, including Lessa. She remained a little apart from them as they clung to each other. She regarded them curiously. The girls were not injured in any way she could see, so why such weeping? She took a deep breath against the coldness within her. Let them be afraid. She was Lessa of Ruatha and did not need to be afraid. Just then the golden egg moved convulsively. Gasping as one, the girls edged away from it, back against the rocky wall. One, a lovely blonde, her heavy plait of golden hair swinging just above the ground, started to step off the raised floor and stopped, shrieking, backing fearfully toward the scant comfort of her peers. Lessa wheeled to see what cause there might be for the look of horror on the girl's face. She stepped back involuntarily herself. In the main section of the sandy area, several of the handful of eggs had already cracked wide open. The fledglings, crowning weakly, were moving toward, and Lessa gulped, the young boys standing stolidly in a semicircle. Some of them were no older than she had been when Fax's army had swooped down on Ruath Hold. The shrieking of the women subsided to muffled gasps. A fledgling reached out with claw and beak to grab a boy. Lessa forced herself to watch as the young dragon mauled the youth, throwing him roughly aside as if unsatisfied in some way. The boy did not move, and Lessa could see blood seeping onto the sand from dragon-inflicted wounds. A second fledgling lurched against another boy and halted, flapping its damp wings impotently, raising its scrawny neck and croaking a parody of the encouraging croon Nementh often gave. The boy uncertainly lifted a hand and began to scratch the eye ridge. Incredulous, Lessa watched as the fledgling, its crooning increasingly more mellow, ducked its head, pushing at the boy. The child's face broke into an unbelieving smile of elation. Tearing her eyes from this astonishing sight, Lessa saw that another fledgling was beginning the same performance with another boy. 2 more dragons had emerged in the interim. One had knocked a boy down and was walking over him, oblivious to the fact that its claws were raking great gashes. The fledgling who followed its hatchmate stopped by the wounded child, ducking its head to the boy's face, crooning anxiously. As Lessa watched, the boy managed to struggle to his feet, tears of pain streaming down his cheeks. She could hear him pleading with the dragon not to worry, that he was only scratched a little. It was over very soon. The young dragons paired off with boys. Green riders dropped down to carry off the unacceptable. Blue riders settled to the floor with their beasts and led the couples out of the cavern, the young dragons squealing, crooning, flapping wet wings as they staggered off, encouraged by their newly acquired weirmates. Lessa turned resolutely back to the rocking golden egg, knowing what to expect and trying to divine what the successful boys had or had not done that caused the baby dragons to single them out. A crack appeared in the golden shell and was greeted by the terrified screams of the girls. Some had fallen into little heaps of white fabric, others embraced tightly in their mutual fear. The crack widened, and the wedge head broke through, followed quickly by the neck, gleaming gold. Lessa wondered with unexpected detachment how long it would take the beast to mature, considering its by no means small size at birth. For the head was larger than that of the male dragons, and they had been large enough to overwhelm sturdy boys of 10 full turns. Lessa was aware of a loud hum within the hall. Glancing up at the audience, she realized it emanated from the watching bronze dragons, for this was the birth of their mate, their queen. The hum increased in volume as the shell shattered into fragments, and the golden glistening body of the new female emerged. It staggered out, dipping its sharp beak into the soft sand, momentarily trapped. Flapping its wet wings, it righted itself, ludicrous in its weak awkwardness. With sudden and unexpected swiftness, it dashed toward the terror-stricken girls. Before Lessa could blink, it shook the first girl with such violence her head snapped audibly, and she fell limply to the sand. Disregarding her, the dragon leaped toward the second girl, but misjudged the distance and fell, grabbing out with one claw for support and raking the girl's body from shoulder to thigh. The screaming of the mortally injured girl distracted the dragon and released the others from their horrified trance. They scattered in panicky confusion, racing, running, tripping, stumbling, falling across the sand toward the exit the boys had used. As the golden beast, crying piteously, lurched down from the raised arena toward the scattered women, Lessa moved. Why hadn't that silly clunk-headed girl stepped aside, Lessa thought, grabbing for the wedge head, at birth not much larger than her own torso. The dragon's so clumsy and weak, she's her own worst enemy. Lessa swung the head round so that the many-faceted eyes were forced to look at her, and found herself lost in that rainbow regard. A feeling of joy suffused Lessa, a feeling of warmth, tenderness, unalloyed affection, and instant respect and admiration flooded mind and heart and soul. Never again would Lessa lack an advocate, a defender, an intimate, aware instantly of the temper of her mind and heart, of her desires. How wonderful was Lessa, the thought intruded into Lessa's reflections. How pretty, how kind, how thoughtful, how brave and clever. Mechanically, Lessa reached out to scratch the exact spot on the soft eye ridge. The dragon blinked at her wistfully, extremely sad that she had distressed Lessa. Lessa reassuringly patted the slightly damp, soft neck that curved trustingly toward her. The dragon reeled to one side, and one wing fouled on the hind claw. It hurt. Carefully, Lessa lifted the erring foot, freed the wing, folding it back across the dorsal ridge with a pat. The dragon began to croon in her throat, her eyes following Lessa's every move. She nudged at Lessa, and Lessa obediently attended the other eye ridge. The dragon let it be known she was hungry. "We'll get you something to eat directly," Lessa assured her briskly, and blinked back at the dragon in amazement. How could she be so callous? It was a fact that this little menace had just now seriously injured, if not killed, 2 women. She wouldn't have believed her sympathies could swing so alarmingly toward the beast, yet it was the most natural thing in the world for her to wish to protect this fledgling. The dragon arched her neck to look Lessa squarely in the eyes. Ramoth repeated wistfully how exceedingly hungry she was, confined so long in that shell without nourishment. Lessa wondered how she knew the golden dragon's name, and Ramoth replied, why shouldn't she know her own name, since it was hers and no one else's? And then Lessa was lost again in the wonder of those expressive eyes. Oblivious to the descending bronze dragons, uncaring of the presence of their riders, Lessa stood caressing the head of the most wonderful creature on all Pern, fully prescient of troubles and glories, but most immediately aware that Lessa of Pern was weir woman to Ramoth the Golden, for now and forever. Miles to Go Before We Rest. Geo Clark. Reading time 1 minute. Behold Arakoth, ancient, eyeless, noseless, and with no mouth to speak of, way out there in the belt. A time-worn fertility figure, abandoned after our solar system's birth and slow formation. New Horizons snapshots taken on the flyby, as if from the back seat of a speeding car. Time-delayed digital postcards sent from our solar system's edge, this side of the heliosphere. NASA's sophisticated odometers racking up billions of more miles, with many yet to travel before we rest. Moral Biology. Neal Asher. Reading time 144 minutes. Neal Asher was born in 1961 in Essex, Great Britain, and divides his time between there and the island of Crete. He's been an SF and fantasy junkie ever since having his mind distorted at an early age by J.R.R.T., Edgar Rice Burroughs, and E.C. Tubb. Sometime after leaving school, he decided to focus on only one of his many interests, because it was inclusive of the others, writing. Over the years, he worked his way up through the small presses, wrote the inevitable fantasy trilogy, and zeroed in on science fiction. Finally taken on by a large publisher, Penn Macmillan, his first full-length SF novel, Gridlinked, came out in 2001, and now in total he has over 28 books. As Perrault entered the room, he quickly closed the anosmic receptors running in lines across his face like tribal markings, retaining the use only of those within his nose. The air was laden with pheromones, and he really had no need for further input on Gleason's readiness for sex with Arbeck. Just walking through the door had been enough. Gleason sat with her rump against her desk, while Arbeck, his camo shirt hanging open to reveal the tight musculature of his chest, sat in one of the chairs facing her, his legs akimbo. Their conversation ceased, and she looked up at Perrault, quickly snatching her hand away from fondling with her hair, doubtless aware of everything he could read. He glanced at them, taking in their dynamic and almost breaking into laughter at Arbeck's pose, then focused on other aspects of the room as he headed for the other chair. He blinked through the spectrum, seeing the so-recognizable heat patterns on Gleason's skin, listened in on the EMR chatter of the ship, then shut it out as irrelevant, measured shapes in conjunction throughout the space that hinted at shadow languages and esoteric meaning, and then shut that down too. "Do we have further data?" he asked mildly. Gleason reluctantly pushed herself away from the desk and walked round it to pause with her hand on the back of her seat. She then showed a flash of irritation and sat down. Perrault read into the actions her hormonal wish to bring the chair round to sit nearer to Arbeck, overcome by her need to maintain her illusory power dynamic, being as they were meeting in her rooms, all in turn influenced by her awareness of his own abilities. He studied the surface of her desk as she sat down. Very little lay there beyond a paper notepad and pen. These were a hobby related to her interest in history and one of her specialisms in human archaeology. This display told him she used the items as a gambit to switch conversation to her interest, which also told him a little bit more about her self-absorption. "Arbeck was telling me about the satellites," she said. "They are the product of advanced organic technology, as we first thought." Via her AUG, she threw an image up on the screen behind her, showing one of the satellites in high orbit about the world below them. The thing looked like a pearl hanging in vacuum, and of course related to what had been scanned on the planet's surface, the nacre-lined tunnels worming through the ground, and the structures similar to termite mounds utterly riddled with them. Instead of commenting on this, he thought about her use of organic technology. Like biotech, it was a term that continued to survive despite very vague definition now. He also sensed her reluctant interest in active alien technology, her doubts about whether it fell under the remit of another of her specialisms, which was xenoarchaeology. "Grown they might have been," said Arbeck, "but they can still pack a hell of a punch. They can fire masers and grazers, and a few of them can transmit some form of use-space disruption. I would love to get inside one for a look around." "Do we have any more on their true purpose?" asked Perrault. "Orbital defenses," said Gleason. "Surely that's obvious." Perrault shook his head and turned to Arbeck. "Not only that," said the soldier, whereupon Perrault noted a distinct cooling in the atmosphere. Gleason did not like to be contradicted. "Those outward-facing weapons have a long range, but they only respond close in to the planet. We managed to put an armored drone through. They ceased firing when it was in atmosphere, then opened up again when it tried to leave. It didn't make it." "The drone was sub-AI, I hope," said Perrault. "Yep." "That still doesn't discount orbital defenses," said Gleason. Arbeck shook his head. "The format is all wrong. Heavy grazers point out, lighter maser weapons point down toward the world, while the use-space stuff hasn't even done anything." "So it seems the system activates when something tries to land, yet this ship, which is in range of those grazers you mentioned, has not been fired upon. A threat and an option pointed outward, and coverage to prevent anything landing or leaving," suggested Perrault. Internal coverage could be to keep a population under control. Some heavily authoritarian regime. We've seen that before, said Gleason grudgingly. But they did not fire at the drone when it reached the surface, he replied. In fact, as I understand it, the mazes do not have the penetration to reach the surface. That's true, Arbeck agreed, further destroying his chances with Gleason, had that been his inclination. So what's your assessment, translator? Asked Gleason. He noted her acerbic use of the title and discounted it. Despite her temporary power dynamic here, they were all in command of their own specialisms on the ground. Arbeck would nominally be in command because, as leader of the military contingent, his concern would be their safety. But in the end, he and they answered to the forensic AI, Mobius-Cline, who had only temporarily left the ground mission in human hands. The usual reason for this was that on first contact it was best not to display the full extent of your capabilities. If the life form below turned out to be dangerously hostile, it would think it only had bumbling humans to contend with. Or the AI had done this because humans, in some esoteric manner, would render the data it required. I have studied the same data as Arbeck and come to some conclusions, yes? Gleason grimaced. This would be because of your facility with pattern recognition, logic, and... what was it? Oh, yes, psychosemantic math? He nodded agreeably, acknowledging 3 of the hundreds of disciplines he had learned, but said, The system prevents anything landing or leaving, but ignores this ship, which could be a larger threat. So we must assume its purpose is precisely the aforesaid. It doesn't look like a defense against major attack, rather more like a border fence. Really, said Arbeck. A territorial thing? Perot shrugged. Or a prison, or... He searched for the appropriate word. Or quarantine. The soldiers were spark-end, 2 4-person combat units under the overall command of Arbeck. They all looked like big, heavily muscled men and women, rugged, battle-hardened, and efficient. They all wore augs and clad themselves in the same combat armor, so it would be difficult for most to see that one of them was a golem android, one a human only insofar as he still had an organic brain, while another had the crystal mind of an AI, but a tank-grown human body. But even then, the last had the greatest quantity of human tissue in him, for all the other humans were liberally sprinkled with prosthetics and other hardware integrated into their bodies. Clad in his specially adapted envirosuit, Perot walked out into the shuttle bay, where the soldiers were preparing their gear, and eyed the vehicle that would take them down to the planet. The shuttle looked like a 50-foot shard of lignite. He walked over and inspected the hull, reached down and felt the faint tingle of as-yet fully active metamaterials armor and chameleonware. Fine lines etched the surface, and as ever his mind began to integrate their math and search for their meaning. This should get us through without problem, said Arbeck at his shoulder, but even if there are problems, we've been given permission to take out the satellite weapon concerned. Permission from Mobius-Cline, yes? Perot nodded and turned to face Arbeck. He was big, conventionally handsome, with a cheerful face below a mop of blonde hair, and whose grin showed conventionally perfect teeth. His emulation was near perfect, and Perot would not have been surprised if Arbeck had nasty breath in the morning and body odor if he did not shower sufficiently. The minutiae in his speech patterns gave him away, however. His colloquialisms were too even, his accent too near the norm for his supposed birthplace, while his acquired vocabulary did not have the correct statistical deviation to match his apparent experience of many missions on many different worlds. Gleason's reaction to Arbeck had amused Perot, because the soldier was a golem android. Gleason will be joining us on this run, he inquired. Arbeck nodded. We'll land by one of the empty formations where she can collect data and samples before we proceed. He stabbed a thumb behind him. Your gear is out of storage if you want to inspect it. Perot nodded. He already knew that, since the shroud had established radio links to him even as he approached this hold. He followed the soldier over to a plasmel case sitting on the floor, reached down, and pressed his hand against the palm reader to unlock it. perhaps a little too obviously eager, he felt, then hinged up the lid. Most of the case contained the feeding and other support gear for the shroud, which rested in carbon foam packing. The thing looked like a stingray, but with a truncated tail and jointed limbs webbing its wings, and a crumpled-up mass protruding from its front end. This Gleason would describe as organic technology, or biotech. Like most such items, it contained technology both grown and manufactured, living systems and printed hardware. Whether it could be described as a cyber-enhanced organism or a machine with organic components was open to debate. He rested a hand on it and felt its response to him, its readiness to detach from its support equipment, and quelled it with a thought transferred as a chemical communication through his fingertips. Still, the attachment points on his sides, down his spine and in the back of his skull, opened slightly in readiness and sent a shiver through his body. He closed the lid. "Load it with the rest," he said. "I won't attach until we're heading toward the creature." He headed back toward the vessel, noting that Gleason had now arrived and some of the troops were boarding, shrugged, and headed for the steps up to the airlock. Stepping into the shuttle, Gleason eyed the rows of pods clamped to the floor. She saw Perot sit and strap himself into one of the front row pods just behind the cockpit, so chose one at the back, acknowledging her discomfort at his abilities. It was foolish, really, because AIs could be similarly equipped to read humans, and she did not have such a reaction to them. Her discomfort, it seemed, arose from him being human. It was like having a telepath nearby reading her every thought. She sat and strapped herself in, eyed the shield at the front ready to snap up and enclose her, then the surrounding orifices ready to inject crash gel. After a moment, she wedged her arms down in the grooves in the arms of her chair. Via her AUG, she called up a present view of the planet transmitted to the shuttle from the sensors of the main vessel. Scanning showed the tunnels worming through many areas of that world. They were like road and underground maps on Earth long before the Quiet War. In some areas they thinned out to nothing, in others they gathered together in such a chaotic tangle they became difficult to distinguish from each other. Cysts and bulbs also budded on this network, small chambers like the alveoli and lungs. Where most prevalent, these tunnels had shoved up structures like giant worm casts of rock and earth. Some were so extensive they had at first been mistaken for mountain ranges. Smaller conglomerations formed massifs jutting up through the planetary flora. She noted status alerts appearing down the side of her view and closed her eyes. All were aboard now, and the airlock closed. 1 minute to launch, said Arbeck from the cockpit, then 5 minutes to gel stasis. For those of you who have never experienced it before, it's nothing to worry about. You won't be conscious. Any problems and the crash pods will likely blow us away from the planet, and the next thing you know, you'll wake up aboard the ship again. Gleason grimaced. The talk had been for herself and Perot, but Arbeck had neglected to mention that if any trouble occurred low down in orbit, the pods, scattered from this shuttle, had a lower chance of survival than the vessel itself. She returned to her contemplations of what they might encounter below, even as she felt the shudder of docking clamps disengaging. The first sampling probe they sent had blinked out in a flash of plasma, their first indication that the objects orbiting the world were not in fact oddly featureless moonlets, but a weapons system. The second probe, wrapped in a 10-feet-thick casing of armor, which the weapons stripped away, arrived intact and sent back the first data. The tunnels were formed of a substance almost indistinguishable from nacre, from the material of an ormer's shell. They seemed the product of a life form, however. Since the satellite weapons were also formed of this material, the nacre must ultimately be the product of intelligent life, which meant it could also be biotech distinct from that life. A light touch ensued. The unique find here indicated they should not be hasty and go crashing in to perhaps destroy something of value, and Gleason had been utterly in agreement with that approach. Months of scanning ensued. Further probes explored the surface. At first it seemed that the intelligent life here, whatever it had been, was extinct. But then a wandering probe approached one of the massifs and detected tunnels and cysts filled with something living. When it tried to get inside for a closer examination, its find grabbed it and broke it apart. "Gleason?" She looked up. DeMarco, one of the soldiers, stood by her pod with the heavy pack containing her equipment. He lowered it into the front of the pod between her feet and the shield. He also pointed to closed compartments either side of her chair arms. "Survival gear in there. With any luck, you won't need it," he said. "Some problem?" She peered ahead and saw that another soldier had delivered a smooth plasmel case to Perot. No doubt it contained that thing, that shroud, which would enhance his already annoying abilities further. Other soldiers were shifting further gear into their own pods. The AI made some changes. We take as much of our own gear in the pods as we can. If the shuttle gets blown away, we don't want to lose everything. She nodded. It made sense for her equipment, more so for Perot's shroud. He only had the one, and it was either expensive, complex polity technology, or alien technology, though that last might be apocryphal. Anyway, though her own equipment could be resupplied by the ship, the shroud lay beyond its manufacturing capabilities. "I thought we were allowed to shoot back," she asked. He grimaced. Seems the AI changed its mind. As DeMarco moved away, she returned to her contemplations. The data from the unfortunate probe revealed a life form, or a conglomeration of life forms, occupying a volume 5 miles across and 2 deep. Spill holes revealed piles of chewed-up organic detritus consisting of the mostly digested remains of animals and plants. Spill piles she really wanted to look at. Data the probe broadcast during its destruction revealed some of the creature or creatures concerned. Fringed fleshy ridges, tentacles, organs, and the other paraphernalia, much like that of a Terran mollusk, dwelt in wet darkness down there. Further watching from orbit revealed it extending itself through tunnels under the surrounding jungle to occasionally drag down a wandering beast, or sometimes plants. Growths much like cycads from stream edges seemed preferred. But beyond this, little else could be discovered, and no signs of intelligence beyond that of an animal revealed itself. However, a reassessment of the data did reveal an anomaly. When this creature grabbed the probe, its diagnostic feed revealed dismantling rather than destruction. Meanwhile, at that precise time, the energy signatures of all the satellite weapons up in orbit changed. It looked like they were transferring power from some long-term source, like a fusion reactor, to a more usable one, like laminar storage or some other form of capacitor battery. Other indications were that they had risen to a higher level of alertness. There had to be a connection. The creature seemed likely to be intelligent and to have initiated this. Gleason immediately pushed for a ground mission so she could examine first the abandoned tunnels and then the creature's home for xenoarchaeological artifacts. The AI agreed, but delayed, opining that the best way to confirm its intelligence was in the end to try to talk to it. And that's where, to her annoyance, Perot came in. The pumps finished, the shuttle bay now empty of air. Gleason felt the vibration of space doors opening, then brief acceleration throwing them out into vacuum. She went weightless, the shuttle containing no grav plates. She pulled on the goggles she was supposed to wear in the pod. Through these, she got a view through the shuttle's sensors. The planet looked further away in this one. She glimpsed the main ship as the shuttle turned, the blade flames of steering thrusters starring out all round. That main vessel, a great slab of advanced technology 2 miles long, should be enough to worry any intelligence. She finally conceded Perot's point about the weapons system being more like a border fence than planetary defenses. Then fusion kicked her in the back as the shuttle sped toward the planet. 2 minutes to gel stasis, Arbeck intoned. With a gentle hiss, clamps closed over her arms and legs, securing her in place. A collar closed around her neck, and she felt brief stabs there as the shunts engaged. Cold seemed to spread through her body from that point, and she was sure she could feel her heart slowing as the gel spread its molecular chains throughout her. The shield ahead then rose up to seal the pod. 1 minute, Arbeck told them, as the surrounding nozzles began to ooze globules of clear fluid. Gleason briefly wondered if Arbeck, who to her chagrin she had recently learned was a golem, or DeMarco, being mostly such, needed to go into stasis like this. Probably, but only to protect their synthetic exteriors from damage. Golem were tough. "See you groundside," was the last thing Arbeck said, and his words seemed slow and leaden to Gleason as she slid into somnolence. Perot returned to consciousness with a lurch. His goggles were opaque until he raised a hand to tap them, whereupon gel crystals powdered away from their near-frictionless surface. He could now see the inside of the pod, but nothing else. It was powered down. He lowered his arm and ran a finger over the touch console in the chair arm. Immediately a menu appeared in his goggles, and he checked through it, trying to find out why the pod hadn't opened. "Perot here," he finally said. "My pod is closed." After a pause, Arbeck replied over radio, "My orders. We are down on the planet." "I still don't see why my pod is closed," he replied. "Because we're down on the planet and the shuttle isn't." Perot sat there absorbing that for a moment. The soldiers were nominally along to protect the two experts, himself and Gleason, though some of them did have their own specialties that did not involve shooting things or blowing them up. If the shuttle had been destroyed and the pods were down, they were probably scattered. He had no doubt that Arbeck thought Perot would be safer in the pod until he or other soldiers came along. Perot found this very annoying. "How long until you reach me?" he asked. 8 hours. "So I am to sit here with patient forbearance until then? I do have the requisite training and uploads, and I also know that there are weapons in the pod gear." He paused for a second. Had he been speaking to a human, he might have tried some polite wheedling, but Arbeck was Golem, and as immune to politeness or rudeness as he chose to be. In a half measure, he said, "Please open my pod." "Sorry, I can't do that." "Okay, simple statement of fact. Then, open my pod or I will open it myself." "Sorry, you can't do that." "I see." Obviously, Arbeck, despite being a golem, didn't have much idea of Perot's capabilities. He undid his straps, reached forward, and hauled up the shroud case. It had been his intention to put the thing on at a later juncture after Gleason had studied some of the tunnels, but now was as good a time as any. Also, putting the thing on inside the pod would circumvent the inconvenience of doing so in a sealed tent later on, and having to lug around its support gear. He realized he was rationalizing, but no matter. Every time he used the thing, it became more difficult to take it off, and he became more eager to put it on the next time. It increased the functionality of his enhanced senses in ways that were addictive, which in itself wasn't a problem. The problem was that the increased functionality in this respect made him a less able member of normal polity society. It made him strange. He opened his envirosuit, stripped it off his arms and upper body, and folded it down to his waist, then raising his backside, pushed it further down to his thighs, partially detaching the rectal catheter. He then opened the case, reached inside, and pressed his hand down on the fishy skin, chemically accepting its willingness to detach from its support gear. It rose up out of its packing, flexing its wing limbs, shivered when he took hold of the nodular mass at its head end. He lifted it up with both hands, leaned forward, and swung its heavy wet weight round onto his back. The tail inserted in the crevice of his buttocks and found the side port of the catheter. It would excrete its waste there. It clung to his back, shifting round into the correct position. He felt the junction holes open down his sides and in his spine, and the cold insertion of its connectors. Taking off the pod goggles, he pulled open the nodular protrusion, then slipped it over his head where it formed an organic mask, probing to his anosmic and EMR receptors, and additional nerve clusters that linked to his brain. The whole thing began to settle. He could feel the cold growth of the nanofibers in his spine and in his skull, and then came connection, and his limited vista inside the pod opened out into a world. He felt complete. Perot pulled the envirosuit back onto his body and over the shroud. He paused with his fingers on the collar pouches, for the shroud provided adaptive protection from a whole host of exogenous antigens way beyond that of the military nanosuite he already possessed. However, stupid arrogance might result in something nasty in his body he could have avoided. He rolled the EnviroSuit hood up over his head, and filling its open cell foam with air, it stiffened. He then touched the control at his throat, and the visor oozed up to connect and stiffened too. The heads-up display of the suit showed him full power in the suit and plenty of oxygen in storage. It would filter and recycle his air supply, complementing that with meager oxygen extracted from the atmosphere. It would also recharge its power supply from local EMR and even his movement about the world outside. But he had to get out there for it to do so. The pod now lay thoroughly open to his inspection. Even its construction linked to human language and thousands of words describing its components, but human language wasn't what he needed right then. He absorbed the EMR of its internal communications, read it from induction and wires, and even picked up some from the spill of a faulty optic junction behind him to the left. He had long ago understood the code used in polity devices and was more than competent using it even without the shroud. Here, with his enhancement in place, he found it childishly easy and began talking to the computing around him. The pod was amenable, and he soon found the right code to use to get it to forget Arbeck's order and open itself to the alien world. The shield before him huffed off its seal, then slid down out of sight. A dark red tangle, like a three-dimensional geodesic, lay before him, and he could only see perhaps 20 yards before all he could see were those massed red branches. In their tangle, his mind etched out the letters and glyphs of 1,000 languages and began to cohere them into elements of words, phrases, and sentences. He pushed the reaction to the periphery of his consciousness and focused on more useful data. Having studied and recorded to his implants everything about the native fauna and flora here, he knew the pod had come to rest in the tree canopy of one of the forest growths that spread like molds on the planet's surface. He leaned forward to get a better view. The trunks below were pale lavender at their globular bases, shading to the dark red he saw up here. The branches had no leaves, for they themselves photosynthesized, extracting the energy the trees needed for their biological processes from the bright, white cloud-locked sky. A 10-foot drop to the ground lay below him. He grimaced, then spoke to the pod again. In answer to his query, it told him its energy was low, but it would make the attempt. The thing rose on grav a little way, the branches crackling all around, fired its thrusters intermittently, one of them guttering out, then took off grav again. It fell through, bringing grav back on at the last moment, and settled steadily to the ground with a crump. Perot now opened the emergency kit, and this being a military pod, the first item within his reach was a short pulsed carbine. He pulled it from its clips and activated it, stepping out of the pod. The red-brown ground consisted of slivers from the branches above. Again he saw language, tone poems from the forest floor, Roman numerals counting out mass below his feet, cuneiform shattered by the chaos of biology. He blinked and focused elsewhere. A short distance away he could see the edge of the grove, probably where the pod had been aiming for before becoming tangled in the branches. He walked over, feet sinking to the ankles and things like large silverfish darting away from them. Hollows containing growths like sick yellow tumbleweeds dotted the rocky landscape ahead, and about half a mile on stood another grove like this one. He turned back to inspect the nearer one. Spike gibbons hung in the trees, a name that had stuck aboard the ship, and an interesting illumination of a human tendency to slot the alien into the conventional. Remembering an old Chinese puzzle fashioned of glass, he would have preferred star gibbons, but knew that the meme had stuck, so didn't mention it. They were a pale, fleshy white, consisted of 6 arms extending from a central point that held the mouth. Each arm was thick at the base, tapering to small, black, grasping claws. As he understood it, that central point only contained the mouth and its macerating equipment, the creature's main organs occupying those limbs. Apparently they shit the remains of digestion out of lines of anuses along the arms. Did they write some yet-to-be-learned language in the tree with their excrement? He thought not. Even as he watched, the first of them tumbled through the canopy closer to him, others soon following it. He suspected the crash had scattered them, but now wondered what might be bringing them back. Curiosity, or the presence of prey? They were carnivores that preyed on smaller creatures in the canopy and often hunted as packs to bring down larger animals. Perrault shook his head, now really feeling the barrier his suit presented. The moment he thought this, he reached up and touched the controls at his collar. The visor softened and rolled down, and the hood peeled back from his head. Sensory input rocketed, and he took a swaying step back as he tried to incorporate it. The air was redolent with the complex chemicals of life from which he could make thousands of comparisons. Simply too much assaulted his senses for him to interpret right away, and now he questioned his impulse so soon after earlier caution to open himself to the world. It was the effect of the shroud, he knew, his need to engage. Too late now to reconsider. "So what is it that you want?" he wondered out loud, aware that these were likely the first human words spoken into this air. Ignoring chemical input for now, he focused his other enhanced senses on the gibbons. He scanned EMR and picked up the electrostatic fields that wrapped each creature. These were static, though each being distinct, they might act as identifiers. In audio, he picked up an ultrasound twittering emitted by the lead creature, to which those behind responded. Previous scans of these animals had revealed sophisticated mentation, so, looking for pattern matches, he recorded their chatter and ran it through his library of recorded animal communications. He found some similarities in deep squeak, a language first learned in laboratories centuries ago, where the rodents that used it were experimental animals. A moment later he had a better match. This resembled the exchanges between a troop of chimps hunting down a colobus monkey. The lead animal was telling individuals behind to go to this position or that. They were either responding in the affirmative or, when negative, informing the leader where they were going. From this, he interpreted what the tweets meant regarding direction, height, speed, and readiness. He soon understood their combinations for tree trunk, ground, canopy branches in 15 different forms, and saw that the ones behind were being directed out to the sides, fast, while those in the fore were moving much more slowly. When creatures to his right and left dropped to the ground and began moving out either side of him, he recognized the simple encirclement, their intent to drive him back into the trees, where the lead creature and its fellows could drop on him. Now, perfectly copying the voice of the leader, he began sending his own instructions. Some of those over to the right retreated into the trees, but some replied in the negative. Over to the left, they halted, and he picked up a complicated exchange between those and the ones on the left. It seemed the leader was only nominally the leader, and could, should circumstances permit, be ignored. He understood more and added it to his growing vocabulary, but soon realized he had no tweets for danger or any other way of calling off this hunt. So he tried something else. The shroud could broadcast just about anything in the EMR and auditory spectra. It could even broadcast molecular languages of his design. He considered what pheromones might be applicable here, but weaning the correct ones out of the air would take too long. So instead he created around him an electrostatic field the same as theirs, but with a different identifier. This gave them pause, and the twittering increased. His vocabulary grew too, and he soon understood that spike gibbons outside of the tribe were also valid prey. Reluctantly, he raised the carbine to his shoulder and fired a shot into the ground in front of the nearest of them. Hot rock flakes and smoking earth exploded over it, and with ultrasonic shrieks it rolled back into the trees. He fired again and again, taking care not to actually hit any of them. Even as those on the ground leapt back into the trees, and the whole tribe retreated to chatter at him from further trees, he learned more of their words, and knew the ones for danger, threat, and run. With a sigh, he lowered the weapon and walked back to the pod. Arbeck ran between the trees. On scan, he could pick up his comrades zeroing in on his position. They too were running, which seemed best, since going any slower resulted in the spike gibbons converging and dropping on them. He also felt a degree of urgency, since it was apparent that Perrault had opened his pod and was now almost certainly in danger. Gleason's had come down near one of the massifs and not in the trees, so would have been safe from these creatures had she even managed to exit it. But despite trying to use her AUG to open it, she was still safely inside. "Any word from him yet?" DeMarco asked overcom. "He hasn't seen fit to respond to me," Arbeck replied. "Bloody experts. Maybe his suit's damaged. Not according to his diagnostic feed, though some of the readouts are weird. I think he's put on his shroud. That would explain how he got out of the pod." A particularly brave spike gibbon dropped on Arbeck at that point. He grabbed one of its limbs and hurled it aside, even as others began falling in the path ahead. "We need to get out of this and into the open or that jungle. Fewer spike gibbons there." "But there are other nasties," DeMarco observed. "Hopefully not so persistent." "There is that," DeMarco agreed. "Damn, their fucking claws are sharp," said Relson. "Suit puncture." "Patch it," Arbeck instructed, leaping the gibbons ahead and hurtling on. 20 yards. He should be able to see. There it was. The pod was down on the ground under the trees, while open space lay ahead. There seemed masses of the creatures in the canopy above now, but their behavior wasn't what he had seen before. They hung in even ranks and were swaying as if to some unheard tune. Perhaps that's what they did after they had fed. Perhaps human and shroud meat had this effect on them. Then he saw it. Perrault sat at the mouth of a tent with equipment from the pod laid out around him. He had his envirosuit open, but the mask of his shroud covered part of his face like a large webbed hand grasping his head from behind. Before him he had a pot sitting on a small cooker. Arbeck ran up, skidding to a halt on the rock, whirled and sought for targets in the trees behind. The gibbons still hung in ranks and were still swaying. "I thought you said 8 hours," said Perrault, looking up. "They're not attacking," said Arbeck. Perrault glanced at the creatures, then concentrated on pouring hot water into a cup. He was making coffee, Arbeck saw. "I have their full vocabulary now," Perrault said, "and have modeled the simple minds behind it. I only managed to do this," he gestured to the trees, "when I observed 2 of them mating. There has to be some genetic exchange between troops, so they cannot remain hostile and view other troop members as food all the time. A pheromone induces passivity." He paused, adding, "It took me a while to find that, since opening my suit." He paused yet again, gazing off into the distance. "A pheromone?" Arbeck prompted. Perrault's attention snapped back to him. "Yes, a pheromone. One of far too many in the air here. It makes them passive and receptive to mating. I keep that in check by broadcasting low-level danger. I then cycle through other tonal alterations of their ultrasound language, used during hunting, with contradictory orders." "You what?" said Arbeck, as he noticed DeMarco coming out of the trees further along, then others of his soldiers arriving. "I'm singing to them," Perrault explained. Arbeck was Golem, with golem senses and an artificial intelligence that could work an order of magnitude better than a human mind. He now listened, scrolling through the spectra available to him, and soon picked up on the ultrasound. But putting that together with what the man had just told him lay beyond even his grasp. Capable of all human emotions, in fact some emotions that went beyond human, it took Arbeck a moment to identify what he now felt, because it was so unfamiliar. He felt humbled, and he did not like it. "So I take it Gleason is still in her pod?" Perrault asked, standing and sipping his beaker of coffee while observing the other soldiers approaching. "Yes, she is. I thought it an idea to get to you fast, what with the dangers here." Arbeck gestured to the trees. "An understandable misapprehension." Perrault nodded contemplatively, sipped again. From anyone else it would have seemed like arrogance, but Arbeck could see that wasn't the case here. Arrogance presupposed a competitiveness Perrault did not seem to possess. He next waved a hand toward the trees, and Arbeck heard the weird ultrasound chittering issuing from him. The gibbons retreated, tumbling over each other, some falling to the ground, then hurrying to catch up. The tree canopy shifted in a wave moving away from the humans, and the creatures disappeared from sight. "Time to go get Gleason," said Arbeck. Perrault glanced at his tent, obviously sending a radio instruction via his shroud. The tent collapsed and folded itself. He stepped over and began putting his supplies into a pack. When the shield finally dropped, Gleason stepped out fast and angrily, but that lost something when her legs gave way and she went down on one knee. "I've been in there for hours," she exclaimed, looking at them angrily. "I thought you were coming for me first." She turned as DeMarco moved past her and took her heavy equipment pack out of the pod, easily shouldering it. "Other circumstances arose," Arbeck replied, and she returned her attention to him. "Perot was able to open his pod." He glanced at Perot, who was walking over, and now Gleason got a good look at the man. The shroud humped the back of his suit, and he had the hood and visor down, exposing the biotech device's mask wrapped around his head. She felt a brief flush of abhorrence at the sight. She liked neither the man nor his enhanced abilities. He made her feel naked, and it seemed unfair that he could perceive so much. She wanted to say something about him getting out of his pod and endangering them all, but since she herself had tried, knew it would come across sour. Then, because she had spent so long cramped in her pod, she felt the urge to urinate. This seemed perfect timing, now Perot stood close and would know, so declined to use her suction catheter. Thankfully, she had brought along slow food, so it would be some time before she needed the other option. "I'm sorry to have delayed your release," said Perot. "I guess sitting up in orbit when I wanted to get down here and into this," he gestured at their surroundings, "made me a little impatient." She stared at him. That was precisely how she felt, but she didn't want to agree with him. A brief, uncomfortable silence ensued, broken by Arbeck. "Anything new?" the golem soldier asked. Perot tilted his head and closed his eyes. "A steep rise in airborne pheromones of a particular kind since we landed, but I've no idea what they signify." "Some kind of communication?" Gleason asked. He smiled and replied, "Pheromones are always a form of communication." She bridled at that, but could think of no cutting rejoinder. Arbeck rescued her. "We have 3 hours of light left." He gestured beyond her pod. "Do you want to make a start while we have that time?" She turned and felt her anger collapse. Just 10 yards beyond the pod, a rocky slope rose up into one of the massifs, flat-topped, the stone and compacted earth having the look of the excreta of a worm cast. Plants grew on the lower part of the slope, tangled masses of yellow dotted with red berries, while higher up she could see the nacre glint of the mouth of one of the tunnels. She studied the thing for a long moment, trying to decide what to do next. "I need samples," she stated emphatically. "I need my things." She studied the soldiers who had gathered round. The AI had assigned the woman Relson and the man Armid as her assistants when her specialty took precedence. They'd uploaded numerous disciplines and practiced in virtuality, so she wouldn't need to explain too much. She watched as DeMarco handed her pack to Relson, who dropped it down and immediately opened it. 1-yard grid of microsurface samples, she stated, walking over. Extra samples at your discretion, both micro and macro. Run it from the base of the massif. She pointed, meanwhile creating a grid overlay in her AUG for the slope and transmitting it to the others. 30 yards wide to begin, then stepping in a yard at a time, converging there. She pointed up at the glint of nacre. That's probably all we'll have time for today. Stooping by the pack, Gleason waited until Relson handed a sample case and probe to Armid and took out the same for herself. She then reached in and took out her shoulder bag and stood looking up the slope. "You're going up there," said Arbeck at her shoulder. "Damned right. I will accompany you." He looked round at the others. "Make camp here. Sensor perimeter and unpack the mosquito." He glanced over at Perot, who was now sitting on a rock a short distance away. In a lower voice, he said to DeMarco, "Make sure he doesn't stray." Even though a normal man should not have heard, Perot turned and looked over, smiled briefly, then returned his attention to the horizon. Gleason thought about that for a moment. First off, as ever, she didn't like the acuity of Perot's senses. But secondly, she realized Arbeck could have spoken directly to DeMarco's AUG. Arbeck had wanted Perot to hear and to know he was being watched. She shook her head and marched over toward the slope. Pausing at the bottom, she cast a brief eye over the worm casts, compacted, flaked stone, earth of different kinds, some petrified organics, and cracks and hollows where she suspected other organics had decayed away. It could just as easily be the output of a rock-boring machine as the creature they were going to see. But she knew that already. She stepped up and began to climb. "So he might wander off?" she asked Arbeck as he moved up lightly beside her. "It's possible," he replied, "though I wonder if he might be a better judge of the dangers here even than me." "I beg your pardon?" Arbeck then related what Perrault had done with the spike gibbons. Gleason felt her back crawling. It wasn't so much the story Arbeck told, but that he, a golem, seemed to be in awe of Perrault. She tried to be rational about it. She disliked Perrault because he could see right through her. This was why she felt the man's actions were an attempt to assert inappropriate authority over their mission. He probably didn't care who was in charge, so long as he could wear his shroud and process data like a machine. They finally reached the tunnel mouth, and here Gleason paused to peer into the darkness. Scans from orbit and from the probes had detected only the one creature like the one they would be heading toward, but other creatures did use these tunnels. She opened her shoulder bag and took a small box with 12 remotes sitting inside like chrome eggs. She had already programmed search parameters and only needed to initiate them from the console in the lid. This she did, the remotes rising out of the box in an even formation, circling around each other for a moment as they located themselves, then shooting into the tunnel. She had only just placed the box on the ground when the console beeped, signaling an alert. "Beware, I detect activity!" Perrault's voice arrived out of the air, almost as if he was standing beside them. Directed sound, Gleason realized. A second later, a large arthropod like a long, thick-limbed spider scuttled out to the lip of the hole, peered at them with stalked eyes, then leapt out, rattling a row of petal-shaped mandibles. A flash of ionization lit the air. Gleason recognized the stun shot, but the arthropod seemed oblivious. It charged toward her, but now a more vicious line of fire cut past her. The arthropod jumped up, then came down on its back, smoking, its limbs folding in. "What the—" she began, just as Arbeck grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. She saw further shadowy movement in the hole, then suddenly a great mass of the creatures flooded out. She stumbled down slope, keeping Arbeck between her and the things. He opened fire, accurate shots punching through their bodies as he continued backing away. Some reached his feet, and he kicked them aside. He switched his pulse rifle to one hand and drew a sidearm, firing continuously in different directions with golem accuracy. One of the things got past him and grabbed her calf, mandibles grinding against, but thankfully not penetrating, her suit. She stamped on its back with her other foot, breaking its hold, and kicked it away. The region around her next filled with pulse fire from below. Hot rock splinters shot into the air, and smoke boiled from numerous corpses. She realized she was yelling, ducked down on one knee as one of the things jumped toward her head, but flared fire and sailed right past her. Then, suddenly, it was all over. Enclosed in her envirosuit, she had been unaware of the steady breeze that now swept away the bulk of the smoke, but creatures still smoldering, some of them moving weakly, kept adding to it. She realized with a grimace that she had just used both sanitary options in her suit. "Are you hurt?" Arbeck asked. "No, I'm fine," she said stubbornly, standing back upright. Perrault's voice reached them again. "I detect no more chatter from inside the massif," he told them. "I think that was all of them." Arbeck reached down and picked up one of the creatures. "They're predatory, have a poisonous bite, and will prey on creatures as large as us. We don't know what effect the poison would have, but the bite would certainly hurt if it got through your suit." "It was necessary to kill them?" she asked, realizing his statement had been a justification. "Yes." He inspected the thing closely. "Will you want samples from these?" She shook her head, and he tossed it aside. "Our data indicates they are lone hunters." He looked thoughtful. "Perrault?" "Agreed," the man replied, his voice ghosting in. "They were distressed by close proximity with each other. Perhaps this was something to do with mating, or perhaps they had recently hatched out of an egg cluster, like the spiders they resemble." Gleason felt shaky, and she really didn't like how he could cast his voice over 20 yards so it seemed he was speaking in her ear. He was demonstrating his superiority, she felt. He could have used the comlink in his suit. "This is a distraction," she said, and resolutely stepped up past Arbeck to the tunnel mouth. Here her nervousness increased, but she stooped down, and using fingertips only, lifted one of the quietly smoldering creatures lying on the box for the remotes, pulling the box out and quickly stepping away. The readouts showed the remotes were fine, though they had stuck to the tunnel wall to prevent themselves being damaged. Stabbing one of the touch controls, she set them in motion again. While she waited, she watched the soldiers collecting bodies on the slope and carting them away. Perot was sitting on his rock again, annoyingly insouciant. Within seconds, the remotes had drawn a map of the near-network tunnels and reported no other life forms. In a few minutes more, they would have covered a significant safe area, and then, following their programming, begin close scanning of the walls and any detritus they might find. Gleason put the box on the ground again, then delved in her bag to remove her multiscanner. Primitive appearance, Arbeck noted, standing close behind her. I have anachronistic tastes, she replied tartly. The device looked like a large magnifying glass with a thick handle, but its magnification delved down to the nanoscopic, and it could scan and record across much of the EMR spectrum. She linked her AUG to it for analytical readout and function control. Stooping down, she peered through the glass at the Naker, first getting microscopic images, then on down smaller and smaller. For a while she couldn't concentrate, but then, in her AUG, she got thousands of points of comparison with the nacreous materials of shells from Earth and other worlds. Her hands stopped shaking. Pattern recognition next gave her methods of deposition, and these indicated wholly organic origin. Soon, however, she began to see the anomalies, and delving into these, felt the tight clench in her chest relaxing. Composite fibers bound this stuff, and within those she found compounds not normally naturally occurring. Laminated flakes showed high reflectivity, and overall the metamaterial structure was very strong. I'm seeing something very familiar here, she stated, all business now. Evidence of biotech? Arbeck guessed. Yes. A lot of the metamaterial structures have formats found in impact armor, while binding fibers are highly conductive. Not superconductor, but still highly conductive. Impact armor was originally based on organic structures itself, Arbeck noted. True, but this stuff has durability beyond what should be required for a shellfish. Praetor armor, said Arbeck. She looked up. What? The Praetor have their own natural armor, yet their technology led them to develop even stronger armor, part of their psyche. It's not unfeasible that a creature with a shell might want to make it stronger. True, she agreed, but still the Praetor developed their battle armor separate from their natural armor and didn't make the latter stronger or better. I wonder if what we are seeing here is the product of some kind of biotech mining machine. The indications are that it is intelligent. So are our machines, she said, observing him wryly. Analysis in her AUG now alerted her to other formations. She focused her scanner on one of the flakes and noted the numerous fiber connections all around it. At first she had thought this all about reinforcing the strength of the shell. Now she wasn't so sure. Running through different scan routines, she finally picked up even and complex nanostructures embedded between laminations. No, it can't be, she said. Can't be what? Ignoring him, she took a probe out of her bag, unwound 2 wires terminating in sticky electrodes, and pressed them against the Naker a couple of inches apart. Auging into the probe, she made a selection of direct microcurrents at varying power and voltage, and initiated them. The sweet spot was just above a microamp at 4 volts. She read outputs for a while, then a short while later used induction scanning. Pulling out again, she observed small holes on the surface, noted their connection to the fibers, then lowered her scanner and sat back on her heels. Fuck a duck, she said. Something interesting? Arbeck asked. She looked at him, her skin creeping. Computer architecture, all the way through. The shroud breathed on him as it had since he exposed it to the alien air. It shivered, though it was warm from the processes ongoing inside it, as it decoded organic molecules, listened to the EMR bands and interpreted, collected sounds and shapes and slotted them into proto-languages he might use or discard. In making himself receptive to this new environment, it, to a degree, centered him, and he felt the strange wonder of it all, and some sense of being on the edge of a whole perception. But even the prosaic and known was input because of its interaction with the alien. So Perot listened. He listened to the exchange between Arbeck and Gleason and speculated. The nacre was a product of biotech, of an organism that had altered itself. It struck him as highly likely that what Gleason had found was comparable to a human mental augmentation, an adjunct to the creatures themselves, and probably no longer active, now all but one of the creatures concerned were gone. However, he ran a precautionary scan across the EMR bands to see if he could find anything local. This required him pushing things out of his perception and into the territory of the shroud. First, the solar and cosmic radiation and their related effects here on the planet, then the constant communications between the soldiers here, AUG links to equipment, Arbeck's constant updates back to the ship. Then there were the animals. The spider things they had killed had screeched in extreme infrared and microwave. Other creatures in the area, but thankfully not close, emitted similar radiations. Broadcasts on still other frequencies filled the air with their cacophony, but nothing as complicated as the kinds of data transfer of intelligence. When he fined it all down, he did get something from the nacre above, but only when Gleason applied an electric current. This contained data too scrambled to be useful. As he had thought, the augmentation of the creatures was inactive without them attached. He returned his focus to something that had been puzzling him for some while now. The air was laden with organics. The spider things had produced their own pheromones that, as expected, related to mating and territoriality, though he still puzzled over their distress at so many of them being so close together. He could now safely eliminate those, as they did not seem a product of intelligence. These also gave him a key into other arthropod communications of a similar nature, and he eliminated them, but only provisionally. His envirosuit rolled down to his waist. He walked a circuit of the encampment, so more of the stuff in the air ended up on the receptors of his shroud. Even with the eliminations, the air burgeoned with aromatics, pheromones, and long complex chains of molecules that might be some form of data. Were these more prevalent at their present location, only 30 miles from the creature, than, say, on the other side of the planet? He could not check, nor could he know whether or not they were the product of some other life form he had yet to see. He ran analyses on them, comparing them to what he had already identified from the arthropods. Chemically, they were completely different, but he made one of those intuitive leaps that arose out of the synergy of human mind, internal computing, and the shroud. The pheromones that had steadily risen since their arrival here were another, more complex version of the pulse of pheromones the spider things had emitted prior to coming out of the tunnel. Fear, threat, invasion of territory, he said out loud. You what? Asked Relson, coming down from the slope with a small glass container in her hand and a corpse in the other, which she skimmed past the tents to land on a growing pile of the things. Never mind, it might be nothing, he replied. What have you got there? She held up the container and rattled its contents. Proof of organic origin. She pointed back to the massif. Of that. I thought that was already established. No, it could have been caused by rock-boring machines. She winced at a painful thought, though a rock-boring machine is not necessarily inorganic, and something inorganic is not necessarily insentient. Let's not get lost in semantics here, said Perot. I know what you mean, or rather I get your implication, but don't know what you have in the jar. It was Perot's turn to wince, semantics being a particular interest of his. She shook the container again. Teeth. Really? He held out his hand, and she passed it over. Peering through the clear plasmel, he saw a number of small black objects that looked like segments chopped from a charcoal stick. He blinked and focused closer, seeing the even ridges on one surface, like scrawls of writing that hinted at legibility. They're grinding teeth, Relson added. They show all the attributes of having been grown rather than manufactured. Of course, we'll need to examine them a lot more closely to determine if that is the case. Perot nodded. The more advanced technology became, the more it came to resemble life and the products of life. Semantics had really hit a wall when it came to distinguishing evolved organics, biotech, and straightforward material tech, but he understood Relson's underlying meaning. These were likely teeth from creatures like the one they would soon be going to see, and with which he would attempt to have a conversation. The things bored into the ground, throwing up these heaps and networking them with the nacre tunnels. Allegedly. He winced again. They might have had biotech machines for the purpose. They might have had such machines as part of them. All was open to conjecture until they could get some firm data from the creature itself. And even then, conjecture would remain. He headed over to one of the tents, his shroud still gathering molecules, and his internal processing still analyzing, the world around him permeating him, soaking him. But he came out of it again for more prosaic matters. The sun was burning into the horizon, and little light remained now. One of the soldiers had put up his tent and left his stuff outside. He settled down to open food packets, because the shroud fed on him, and in turn made him very hungry, and brewed some more coffee, real powder from real coffee beans, because, especially when wearing the shroud, he could tell the difference. He glanced over, noting shimmering movement, and saw the mosquito autogun patrolling around the camp, but sensed no communications, as uncomplicated as they would be, of anything likely to attack them. He was sipping a beaker when twilight fell, and Arbeck, Gleason, and the others returned from the massif. "I have generalized analysis of atmosphere and its biotoxins," Arbeck announced as he walked into the space the ring of tents formed. "Nothing poisonous our nanosuites can't handle. Microfauna and viruses either incompatible or likewise can be handled by the suits. You can breathe the air here." "Thank fuck for that," said the soldier Oren, opening his visor and peeling back his hood. All the others did the same, including Arbeck and DeMarco, who had no need of such protection anyway. Gleason was rather slower in dropping her visor and opening her hood. "Smells like the sea," said Relson. Perot looked at her. The sense of smell was the oldest human sense and deeply connected in the brain. The odor she smelled obviously linked to her memories of the sea, while the air was full of those organic chemicals that he felt sure were from the creature. It seemed like a confirmation, since, given its format, the creature seemed likely to have had recent origins in some sea. But it was also, like so much here, highly debatable. But for two soldiers standing guard out from the circuit of the autogun, they began to settle by their allotted tents. All that was needed, Perot felt, was a campfire in the middle. Relson and Gleason had that glassy-eyed look of people deep into AUG studies, while around them sample bottles had been inserted into devices that analyzed their contents. Perot sensed the data flows between them and their machines, and if he so wished he could break the coding of that, but he did not. He smiled to himself when he focused on the man Armid, who wore an AUG on his temple and appeared to be doing the same, but looked bored. Then he waited, and as expected, Arbeck started in. "So what do we have thus far?" he asked, deferring to Gleason. She lost her glassy-eyed look and focused. "The nacre is not purely the product of an evolved creature. It definitely contains biotech, but whether it is all the product of such is moot. I would, however, suggest that a lot of the structures are inefficient, and that they are a product of evolution. The nacre contains computing structures of a neural nature that will take a forensic AI to interpret." "No data storage?" suggested Armid. She shook her head. "Nothing separate. An AI would be able to analyze structure and get something, but I found no separate hard storage of any kind." She shrugged. "But then I have only made a cursory study of a few ounces of something that weighs many tons." "Radio?" asked Perot. She looked at him and nodded. "Distributed throughout what I examined, but inactive without power. Surface structures indicate organismal connections for bioelectricity." "So in essence very similar to human augmentations," suggested Arbeck. "Pretty much." "Other data?" he inquired, looking around. "The teeth are the same. They seem to be an amalgam of evolved biology and biotech," Relson replied. "But perhaps we don't want to get too wrapped up in trying to make distinctions." She glanced at Perot. "If only the AI was down here," said Gleason. "I think the data we could glean from that computing would be key." "There might not be too much that's useful," said Armid. "Why?" asked Arbeck, though he probably knew. "Dating. I've run the full gamut of paleoisotopes, plus molecular pattern breakdown and diffusion." He gestured toward the massif. The earliest formations I've looked at are about 20,000 years Solston, and the latest, supposing they are the ones around the tunnel entrance up there, are 10,000 years old. So pattern breakdown and diffusion will likely have destroyed any hard storage, even if there is any, said Arbeck.
We can't know that, said Gleason,
no doubt feeling something was getting away from her. No, but we don't have much time to find out, he replied. Remember, we don't have a ship, and we have limited supplies. The initial probe here indicates that the creature may have some control over the orbital weapons, so communicating with it is vital. We do not want to destroy those weapons just to get a shuttle down to us. We do not want to take actions that could be interpreted as hostile before speaking to the creature here, if that is possible. He shot a glance at Perot, who decided to make no comment. We leave in the morning.
That's crazy, Gleason exclaimed. There's far too much to do here, far too much to learn.
She looked around at the others for support. Perot knew she wouldn't get it. They were soldiers and followed a chain of command. That's the AI's direct order, Arbeck replied, shutting her down with the top link of that chain. Gleason had berated Armid and Relson for small infractions of her methodology and asked to take a few more samples from the tunnel mouth while the soldiers packed away the tents. Arbeck had refused, pointing out that packing up would take just a few minutes. DeMarco later informed him that she had asked him to go grab her a sample of the nacre, and he had refused. Now she was opening containers for unnecessary checks and unpacking and repacking equipment. DeMarco, he spoke to the man directly through his AUG, get her sample and tell her you're doing so. Why? You can do it without delaying us, and she's dragging her feet. Will do. DeMarco had a quiet word with her, then headed away. Arbeck walked over to her, tapped her on the shoulder, and beckoned her with a finger. She followed him out of the encampment like a sulky teenager. Are you under the impression that your work is finished? He asked, once they were out of earshot of the rest, besides Perot. What? She looked startled. He gestured to the nearby massif. This is one of many, and as Armid has pointed out, it is very old. The one we are to travel to is almost certainly considerably younger. I'm a xenoarchaeologist, she said stubbornly. You are much more than that, just as Armid is much more than a soldier. Would you refuse to study a living community of, say, the Jane, and much prefer to delve in their ruins? Oh, she said, getting it now. Do you also think that while Perot does his work, the AI wants you sitting in your tent twiddling your thumbs? She slumped a little. Okay, no need to belabor the point. She turned away and headed back to the near-dismantled camp. Arbeck was about to follow up when Mobius Cline, the AI in the ship up above, contacted him. Soldier Oren has training and uploads in forensic dissection, it stated. I'm aware of this, Arbeck replied. Tell him to collect one or more of the creatures you killed yesterday, along whatever samples he deems necessary, and have him examine it at your next encampment. Is there anything specifically he should search for? Biotech, Cline replied. This is a world that was inhabited for a long time by creatures adept with biotechnology. I think it unlikely he won't find anything. I have analyzed Gleason's recent research and uploaded data from the assay of the samples. You are correct that the creatures here were adept with biotechnology, and by inference the remaining creature still is. However, you are wrong on your first point. If you could explain. All analysis points to the creature being of oceanic origin, doubtless adapted to live on land. Do you agree? I agree. We do not have the genome of the creature or its predecessors to examine, so we cannot make extrapolations from that. However, the samples indicate organic disparities with life already examined there. Organic disparities are also not enough from which to make extrapolations of any accuracy. One plain fact is, that being, no oceans. What? The world you are standing on has no oceans, and according to paleontology has not had oceans for close to 10 million years. Oh. The creatures were colonists. That put a whole new spin on things, and Arbeck lost himself in the implication, and so he missed his chance of further queries when the AI broke the link. He tried to re-establish it, but no response. This was not unusual for Mobius Cline. The AI tended to be hands-off and liked others to do their own thinking. Despite this new information, Arbeck still had no idea why Oren needed to look for biotech in the spider things. He grimaced and continued on into the camp, where Gleason now had all her stuff packed away. "Let's go," he said. The day was warm, and Arbec led them on a course running alongside a grove of those strange trees with their fruits of spike gibbons. The others talked about their finds at the massifs, queried Orin about the two spider creatures hanging on a string from his pack, and speculated on what they would find when they reached their destination. Perrault listened to the queries to Orin, discovering the instructions he had received via Arbec from the AI, but all the rest was noise he tuned out. There was so much else to listen to. The spike gibbons were agitated. They gathered in the trees in huge numbers, and now understanding their language perfectly, he realized they felt the same stresses the spider things had felt. Troops of gibbons, normally highly territorial, were pressing into close proximity with each other, and they really did not like it. Fights were breaking out, and even as he watched, he saw one torn apart and eaten by others, its ultrasonic shrieks continuing even when it was down to 2 legs only. All of them were in hunting mode, while their prey walked in territory into which they did not customarily venture. Some did, but they only got a few yards out before instinct broke whatever drove them, and they rolled back to the trees, very often to fall prey to a troop not their own. And that, in the end, was the question: what was driving them? They were not behaving as they should. Perrault considered some form of xenophobia at the root of that, then rejected the idea. He felt sure it had something to do with those pheromones in the air that even now were on the increase again. Yet the gibbons, though they did emit a limited number of pheromones, did not emit anything like this. Mentally analyzing its molecular structure from input via his shroud, he ascertained that chemically it was very different from anything they emitted, and therefore should not be something to which they could respond. He was missing something, he was sure. "Can you get us through here?" Arbec had dropped back to walk beside him. Perrault glanced at him and then to where he was pointing. Ahead, a grove cut their path, already filling up with agitated gibbons. Perrault assessed his chances. He now realized that when he first encountered these creatures, there had been only the one troop. That pheromone had been in the air, but nowhere near as strong as it was now. "I will try, but they are very agitated," he replied. "And why is that?" Even though he could see only correlation between the activity of the gibbons and the pheromone, workings on the periphery of his logic gave him certainty. Something is driving them in our path, just as it drove those spider creatures to attack us. "Something?" Arbec inquired. Perrault looked at him. "Logically, it is the creature we are traveling to." He paused and looked ahead, focusing on the 2 creatures Orin was carrying, and realized that the AI had got there ahead of him. Some biotech mechanism for sure. "A particular pheromone is increasing in the air. It did this before the spiders attacked. I submit that the animals here are responding just like the orbital weapons responded. The creature wants to be left alone." Arbec nodded once, briefly. "It will have to communicate that wish more eloquently than this." He glanced at Perrault again. "Do what you can." So why did the creature want to be left alone? Was it as territorial as the simple animals of this world? Was it xenophobic? A hermit? His reading of the pheromones, still not proven to have issued from that creature, could tell him nothing, yet he felt some sense of them nibbling at the borders of his perception, as if more than their brute purpose might be getting through to him. However, he no longer had time to analyze this as they drew closer to the grove. Perrault first broadcast danger and threat in their ultrasound language. Ahead, the gibbons scattered through the trees, taking up and rebroadcasting the warning. But then, as if they had drawn elastic to its fullest extent, they began to pull back. He broadcast again, and they retreated again, but this time they did not take up his cry as much, and returned more swiftly. Something was very definitely overpowering their instincts. "Wait," he said. The others halted and turned to look at him. "I need to try something." He walked ahead of them, re-examining his analysis of the pheromone. If he was to suppose it was causing this aberrant behavior, then he had to neutralize it. He went down on his knees and concentrated, swiftly designing a counter that would bind to it. Of necessity, he saw more of its structure as he looked for ways to break it, and when he looked up, elements of that structure seemed to be mapped out in the tree branches. He puzzled on this for a moment as he fed the required data to his shroud. The thing tightened around him, and he felt slightly faint as it drew harder on his blood for materials.
"What the hell is he doing?"
asked Gleason. "Patience," Arbeck replied. "He's doing what he does." That really was no answer at all, Perot felt, as the shroud's internal microfactories and forced chemical reactions heated his spine. Minutes passed, and then he felt the shroud's readiness. He shrugged, opening ports on its surface on his back, and next huffed the thing like external lungs. The counter issued in the air, and close-up smelled of aniseed and putrefaction. He switched his vision over to infrared to see a marker on the counter, and now it seemed a red cloud spread out from him. It rolled ahead, diffusing fast through the air. He stood up and advanced with it. A moment later it reached the trees, and now he shrieked danger, warning, and threat again. The Spike Gibbons fragmented into their troops, some attacking each other in their eagerness to flee. Even as he reached the trees, the last of them were disappearing out of sight. "Nicely done," said Arbeck, moving up beside him. "It is confirmed. The pheromone was influencing them," Perot replied. The counter-agent had cleared the air of the pheromone he had identified, the resultant compound heavier than before, and now falling as a fine powder he could only see because of the infrared marker. But now this revealed other molecules for his and the shroud's perception, if such a distinction could now be made. The shroud was part of him, an augmentation, something like a subconscious whose main concern was language and its interpretation. He brought in these other molecules and decoded them, searching for meaning. Fragments arose from the shroud as they walked under the trees, stepping over the remains of gibbons that had fallen foul of tribal disputes. He detected a stab of calm between Arbeck and Oren, the latter picking up one of the corpses, but felt little interest. He knew what was happening. Oren would only elucidate its mechanism. Fragments, hints of meaning, elements of chemical speech. Alien. The word rose in his mind and drifted. Not self, not local. Danger. An acidic stab at different nerves combined with an odor in human breath. The molecular segment imparting this arose for his inspection. He saw this came from the pheromone he had neutralized, which, though it had been an instruction to another species, must have a suitable receptor, that biotech the AI wanted Oren to find. It was therefore a key at last, and billions of data points began to coalesce. He looked up into the geodesic branches and saw them as a reflection of infinite molecular connections, walked out into the open again, and envisioned molecular chains all around him. All words and phrases in a language lurking at the edge of perception. But some were now coming through. He saw phonemes and morphemes, allophones and graphemes in chemical code as complex plugs requiring their socket. He mapped patterns of connection and overall structures, and even as Arbeck said, "We'll camp here," he was unsurprised by the missing day, and equally unsurprised that the AI had already been seeking the answer he now required. As the soldiers made camp and began preparing food, Gleason walked up to the top of the small rocky outcrop and gazed across the land that lay ahead. Distantly, despite the fading light, she could see their destination rearing up out of the jungle. Next, she focused on the jungle itself. Fewer of the strange geodesic trees grew here, and other vegetation bore a more familiar shape. Here were plants like cycads at the edge, tall rat's tails, spread out canopies of plants like a cross between giant rhubarbs and toadstools, and other trees bearing what looked like leaves. What made it all alien to her, however, was the lack of green. The shades here were mostly red, some flashes of pale blue, and some black so intense it seemed like cracks in reality. Most of the planet was covered with jungle like this. She turned to look back at the terrain they had crossed. Satellite imagery had revealed that these clear areas and groves of geodesic trees with their large populations of spike gibbons, were only scattered around where the creature had made its home. It had been speculated that here was where it had been feeding, stripping vegetation and animals to satisfy its appetite, and that the geodesics and spike gibbons were the first to return after its depredations. Whether this was the case, she did not know, but certainly the scan had detected nacre tunnels extending from the creature's massif down below her feet. She grimaced, such things only loosely related to her specialty. She glanced back at the camp and decided it best she focused on her own areas of expertise, and opened her bag. DeMarco had acceded to her request, despite Arbeck's anxiousness to pack up the camp and be on their way. He had quickly dashed up the slope, but had been gone for longer than she expected. "Screwed the diamond cutter," he had announced, handing her a large hemisphere of the nacre 10 inches across. She now took the piece out of her bag and inspected it closely, unsure of why it felt like rebellion against AI autocracy to take it. Still, it gave her some satisfaction. She would have something further to study in the night, searching for elusive, hard storage. Inserting it back into her bag, she returned to the camp. Oren had set up lights over a work surface expanded from a close-cell foam composite similar to the kind that comprised the hoods and visors of their envirosuits, utterly solid when expanded, but could be folded down small enough to fit in a pocket. He had one of the spider things spread out on this, and had already opened it up. Checking her AUG links, Gleason found a virtual representation of the thing aping his examination, and throwing up details on the items he removed. There its various stomachs, along with a web of digestive tracts. Here something like a liver. Other organs, with names from xenobiology, and others he gave only numbers, because though they were all spider, he had no words for them. His more intricate work revealed its nervous system and the scattered nodes of its ganglion. Further work revealed fibers attached to some of those nodes, and these, judging by the chatter, were of extreme interest. Gleason shut down the AUG link and returned to the real messy work as Oren freed up these fibers, traced them down to one point in the carapace, then turned the corpse over. He directed a laser pointer at a formation like a minute metallic worm cast on that surface, almost a truncated version of one of the massifs. "Biotech," he said with satisfaction. Gleason opened the AUG link again and now saw the structure and its long connections in great detail. Oren was scanning it and working the data with his AUG, flinging up its components for inspection and dismantling them too in virtuality. "Any idea what it is?" asked Perot from the darkness that had now fallen. "The outer structure appears to be a complex chemical receptor. Internally, it converts the chemical data to nerve impulses that head straight for the main ganglion nodes. A form of control, possibly, or cerebral programming, or it might even simply be a chemical radio or translator. So the creature sends its instructions in its own pheromonal language, and that thing receives them, interpreting for the spider's scattered mind." Perot walked back into the camp and sat down with them. "Is there one on the spike gibbon?" Oren looked up, eyes glassy as he continued to work in his AUG. "I gave it a brief external visual inspection. Yes, something like this there, too. I thought it was a parasite at first." "If you could relay your findings to me," said Perot, "I would be grateful." "Language," said Arbeck, glancing at him sharply. "The pheromones are keys, and this is the lock. I can learn a lot here, and perhaps begin to put something together." "Relay it to you?" said Oren. "You don't have an AUG." Perot looked at him. "You have the link?" "Oh, yes, I do. My hardware is not as visible as this software." He gestured to his shroud. "And thank you." "Wait a minute," said Arbeck. "You knew about this." "A suspicion only." "You knew this and didn't think to mention it?" Arbeck seemed annoyed, which from a golem could be more than just emulation. "Mobius Cline knew, or suspected this, and wasn't forthcoming," said Perot. "I, too, suspected this, but prefer expert confirmation." Gleason suddenly felt a strange reversal of her feelings about him. He had held back his knowledge because he had not wanted to appear arrogant, a know-all. If Arbeck hadn't spoken out, no one would have known otherwise. Perot had then complimented Oren's expertise. It annoyed her that he now did not seem to fit her perception of him. "Okay, best we get some sleep now," said Arbeck. All being well, we should reach the massif by mid-afternoon. The biotech was a further key. Oren's analysis of it gave Perot a large chunk of the vocabulary of the response side of the chemical language in the air. He lay inside his tent steadily assembling a lexicon. From this, he ran translation into numerous other languages, including computer code, and from those to Standard Anglic. It wasn't perfect, by its very nature simply could not be, but in the end, from the data gathered, he fined it down to a vocabulary thus far of a few hundred words. Sleep evaded him because he really wanted more of those complex airborne chemicals to examine. Finally, he sat up and exited the tent out into the night. At the perimeter of the encampment, the mosquito autogun swiveled to observe him, then came over with delicate steps. He felt it scanning, reading in the changes in its confusion with his form, then a further change, signifying a programming change, scanning cut off, and the thing moving away again. Even in this there was language. "Your shroud has changed, and it's wrought changes in you," said a voice. "It wasn't quite sure what you were for a moment then." "Ahmed," he said, moving further out to where the man sat on a rock. A strong aroma hung in the air and grew stronger as Perot approached. Just for a second he analyzed it as part of the chemical language surrounding him, until he recognized what it was. "Tobacco?" he queried. Ahmed was smoking a slim cigar. "It causes some interesting changes in human biology and to the function of the human brain," the man replied. "But how would you know about the latter?" Perot asked, separating out the tobacco smoke and searching the remainder for new words in the language of an alien. Ahmed looked up. "Emulation, of course, though it does not give the full experience of a biological brain." "Close enough, one would think." Ahmed nodded. "I kept my status under wraps, even though Arbeck and DeMarco let it be known what they were. But of course something like that cannot be hidden from the likes of you." Perot shrugged. "Your spoken language has the same discrepancies as Arbeck's, but mostly it is your body language that gives you away. Why did you choose to implant yourself in a human body?" "For knowledge, for understanding of the human condition. It's nearly run its course now that I have started searching for novelty." He held up the cigar, then discarded it. "Now it's time for me to head back to my old body." Which was a war drone. Perot focused at least a little more of his attention on the man. He'd known within minutes of meeting Ahmed that there was a human body with AI crystal in his skull, but that he had been a war drone was interesting. Perhaps he was one of the disenfranchised from the war, wondering about the point of AIs staying with humans, what possible purpose they might serve in a future rapidly moving away from them. Questions began to arise, but before he could ask the first, a chaotic radio pulse issued from the encampment, and he staggered, input swamping him, an explosion of language his mind struggled for purchase upon. "You got that?" Ahmed asked, standing. "I did," he managed. "Gleason," said the man, striding back toward the encampment. Arbeck and DeMarco were already pulling open Gleason's tent when they arrived. Arbeck ducked in and carried her out, a chunk of nacre in her lap and connections running from it to her AUG. "I found it," she babbled. "I found hard storage." Perot moved closer as Arbeck laid her on the ground, since she seemed incapable of standing. She'd fixed an optic socket to the chunk of nacre and had a lead running from that to her AUG. Focusing in, he could see a web of thin wires spreading from the socket over the nacre. After a moment, he realized he was looking at a neural mesh. She'd fixed the thing on to try and access the hardware in the nacre. It was, he felt, both a brilliant and stupid attempt to find answers. "I found it," she repeated, staring up into the sky as Arbeck detached the optic from her AUG. He then reached inside a small pocket in his envirosuit and unwound another optic, undoubtedly attached to him, and reached to plug that into her AUG. But the next moment she was convulsing, hands and feet slamming against the ground and foam around her lips. DeMarco got down on her, sitting astride, and pushed his fingers between her teeth. He held her head still while Arbeck inserted that optic. After a moment she froze, rigid as stone. Arbeck blinked, then reached down. With a tinny clink, the main body of the AUG detached from its seating against her skull, and he inserted it in his pocket. He looked up. Massive feedback, Completely scrambled. He shook his head. She should have known better. Will she be okay? Perot watched as DeMarco took out an air injector and pressed it against her neck. The thing sighed, and she relaxed, closing her eyes. Big headache and dog withdrawal in the morning. She's going to be pissed because she won't be able to access her equipment. Her data? Asked Relson from behind Perot. Backed up. She did that before trying this little experiment, Arbeck replied. Perot squatted down, reached out, and picked up the piece of nacre with its attached optic. Don't, said Arbeck. My specialty, Perot replied, and I have considerably more resources than she had in her AUG. Why your specialty? Because the creatures linked to each other, just as we do with AUGs. She accessed that connection. Language. Arbeck did not look happy, but he nodded once, sharply. Perot felt bloated. He detached the optic cable from his shroud and wound it around the chunk of nacre and held it out to Arbeck. The golem shook his head and gestured Armid over, who took the nacre, stepped off to one side to shrug off his pack, and put the thing inside. The download had filled up a great deal of the storage in Perot's internal computing and in the shroud. Great masses of data sat in there in seemingly indigestible chunks. The lack of room also limited his ability to process them. However, even as Armid ran to catch up and move ahead, he managed to learn something. He glanced over at Gleason. She didn't seem badly damaged by her experiment of the night before, but her every movement broadcast unhappiness. She also had an analgesic patch on her neck to kill her headache, and a decidedly pissed-off expression. So right then wasn't the time to tell her she hadn't found hard storage packed with a convenient history of the race that had occupied this world. She had instead found an interface that converted their chemical language into a trinary computer language for radio broadcast. He grimaced, then looked ahead to the autogun as it approached the jungle. You normally pack it away for transport, he said. Arbeck replied, You told me that the attacks were driven by the creature, that it wants to keep us away. Extrapolating from that, it seems likely they will become more intense the closer we get to it. Perhaps the thing itself will attack, since we've seen it hunting in the area ahead. I wouldn't want to harm it, but our lives are my first responsibility. It was his turn to grimace, unless I am told otherwise. Perot absorbed that. It wasn't unfeasible that the AI might give new instructions in that regard. I don't think it will personally attack us, he stated, only examining that statement once it was out. Why not? I am not sure why I said that. Then examine your thinking. Perot glanced at him. He was Golem, but he was now wearing the expression of an angry man. Emulated reaction to what had happened last night, but no less real for all that. Very well. My enhanced ability to translate languages is not all simple mathematics. It is a holistic interpretation of the parts. Sometimes word precedes meaning, but sometimes it can be the other way round, whilst there are meanings that fall outside of the human spectrum of perception. As I begin to integrate a language, I also integrate a quite deep sense of its source, perhaps the culture from which it arose. You must be aware that in human culture, the learning of a new language results in similar perception. Yes, I understand that. Through all this, I have some sense of the creature that lies ahead. Thoughts, ideas, perceptions arise in my mind from the shroud, from my subconscious, and from my internal computing, whose singular source I cannot nail down. And what do you sense? Arbeck asked. Desperation, but also a strong sense of morality. He paused for a second, something occurring to him. When we came down, our shuttle was destroyed. Our pods were then ejected, and until they reached the ground were presumably vulnerable? Yes, they were. Yet they all arrived intact. Yes, they did. Arbeck's tone was leaden. Perot realized this was not because of any understanding of the actions of the creature, but because of one of the AI that had sent them down. Through its orbital array, the creature destroyed mechanisms. I don't know whether it thought the shuttle was just such a mechanism when it fired upon it, or whether it was aware we were aboard. He glanced at Arbeck again. The attack? Not as hard as it could have been. He shook his head, annoyed still. It did not attack the pods, because people were aboard. You get all of this from your holistic perception? He had tried to be scathing, but obviously didn't have the heart for it. He added, the AI knew. Or it just wanted to test a theory, said Perot. Arbeck nodded and moved away from him. The autogun fired a few shots, bringing down a great mass of vines supporting objects like pink pineapples. It then advanced into the shadows. Perot and the others reached the jungle shortly afterward. He peered in. It wasn't too claustrophobic in there, and it seemed they would be able to travel without too much in the way of laser-slicing the plant life. He waited to one side as the others went through. Gleason was last and paused beside him. "Did you get anything from it?" she asked. "Very little, unfortunately. The hard storage is very disrupted," he lied. She pursed her lips and moved in ahead of him. He followed, now returning the bulk of his attention to the masses of data swirling about inside him. After he had taken just a few paces inside, one of his search programs alerted him to a find. His map of the engaging surface of the hardware in the Naker, which acted much like that metallic worm-cast biotech on the spiders and spike gibbons, revealed millions of chemical keys, or rather sockets. The program had now identified one of them as matching one of the words those creatures nominally understood. He recorded the trinary output to his lexicon, and now, knowing he was on the right path, eagerly searched for more. They had gone perhaps just a few 100 yards further by the time he had all of the words he knew, and now, by extrapolation, could infer more. A breakthrough, unconscious in its source, had him grunt in surprise as he discovered the negative iteration of find, a short chemical chain that essentially meant do not. "We'll stop for a break," said Arbeck, and again the hours had slid by. They stopped, and Perot sat with the rest of them while the autogun walked a perimeter, but he remained focused inward, finding new words, hunting down meaning. Armid passed him food, and he wolfed it down. Armid kept passing him food, and he kept eating till he felt himself bulging against his envirosuit. The shroud had made its demands on his body, and now he needed to replenish his reserves. He fell into a half-sleep and dreamed language, words of chemical code flitting round him like bats. Without any transition, he remembered he was walking again. He fitted words into phrases, but anomalies rose until he realized he was just seeing 3 tenses, just like human language. From this he extrapolated further, but then began paying more attention to his surroundings when he noted the air filling with that particular pheromone again. Then the pig came. It appeared in the jungle ahead of them, snuffling at the ground, 3 stalked eyes up from its head, observing them, a mouthful of teeth like broken glass. It then emitted a very piggish squeal and charged. Arbeck and the others fired shots into the ground before it, showering it with burning debris. It swerved away and charged off into the jungle beside them. A fucking great pig, Oren named it. Perot felt a moment of irritation, but knew the name would stick because of the emotional context. But he felt the thing, with its ribbed armor and long head, more resembled an armadillo. "Biotech," Arbeck stated. Yes, Perot had seen the metallic worm cast on its long skull. Arbeck went on, "There are more out there, Perot. Can you shut them down?" He was already reading all the emissions around him. Their grunts and squeals were human audible now. He could get little from them, but they were likely expressions of danger, anger, fear, and territoriality. He opened his mouth, hacked for a moment as his vocal cords strained at new input, then emitted a loud squeal of what seemed likely to be danger. The response was anger, and then something crashed into him from the side, and he was tumbling through the air. A splayed foot came down on his chest, driving his breath out as the bristly fat mass of the thing ran over him. He rolled upright, still fighting for breath as it turned, sideswiping a tree and bringing down a rain of gray nodules. Stunfire tracked along its body, steadily increasing in intensity until the air filled with the stink of burning flesh, killing pheromone input. But they had little effect on the thing. "I don't like this! I don't like this!" he could hear Gleason shouting. The creature came back at him, snapping at the air as if being attacked by something invisible. He had no doubt that when it reached him, it would be snapping at something wholly visible and material. A weapon cracked, and he heard a meaty impact. The creature juddered sideways, shook itself, a wound welling just back from its neck. The ensuing blast took off its head and rolled it in the leaf litter before him, while its body slumped and skidded to a halt, piling up earth. "More of them!" Arbeck yelled. A hand reached down and wrenched him to his feet as the monsters crashed through the jungle all around. He glimpsed Armid's face, grinning joyfully, expected from an erstwhile war drone. Armid dragged him aside and pushed him down by a tree where Gleason sat, knees up to her face and arms wrapped around them. Stunfire lit the air, still ineffective, then pulses of ionized aluminum and the glare of a laser carbine. That other weapon, firing its explosive bullets, began cracking regularly. He saw the autogun scuttling, spewing fire, then rolled over by something large. Stinking smoke gusted across, fogging all around. He tried to penetrate it and find some reason, some negotiation, but the burning killed chemical language while the weapons killed EMR. All that was left was the horrible squealing and grunting. He tried and tried to find clarity. Gleason pulled close to him, and he wrapped an arm around her, mute communication. The sound of something thrashing, a single concussion flinging chunks of flesh into the air. The firing began to die.
"This is wrong," said Gleason. "I know they're animals, but—"
It seemed to key into elements in his mind. He could not communicate with the creatures around him, and that was almost irrelevant now, since most of them were dead, but perhaps it was now time to go to the source. He finally linked to his lexicon and searched for the right words, set internal transmitters to the trinary format of those Gleason had found in the Naker. "Don't attack," he broadcast. "Not danger us." And then he listened. "That's all of them," said Arbeck, stepping out of the smoke. His envirosuit was spattered with gobbets of purplish flesh and smeared with yellow fluid like pus. Gleason abruptly pulled away from Perrault. To Arbeck she said, "Was it necessary to kill them?" Then she turned and looked pointedly at Perrault. "Stun shots didn't work. They didn't work with the Spat Gibbons, and they didn't work with the spiders," Arbeck replied. Perrault, growing calmer and still listening, nodded to himself. He knew that OGCOM ramped up between the soldiers during a fight like this, and though he had not sampled its content, he could guess at it. It would be fast, military format, effective weapons tried, vulnerable body areas, behavioral responses, tactics, logistics, a scream of calm almost circumventing conscious consideration. He knew that if there had been an alternative to killing, Arbeck would have used it, but that was not what Gleason was getting at. He stood up. "I couldn't do anything. It was too fast and there was too much interference," he said, then held out a hand to Gleason. She hesitated for a moment, then grabbed it, and he hauled her to her feet, but nearly dropped her when the talking started. "Don't come," said the creature, along with further lengthy communications. He froze as it permeated his mind, his shroud, all that he was. He picked out identifiable meaning, chemical words, imitations of danger and threat. "I'm sorry," said Gleason. "I was being unfair." He stared at her, hardly seeing her as his processing crunched out meaning, made connections, elucidated further words. This was almost like the gains he had made with that piece of nacre, and in a moment he was able to formulate his next reply. "We must come," he said. "Are you okay?" Arbeck asked. He held up his hand. "It's speaking to me." "What's it saying?" Gleason asked, wide-eyed. "Shush," said Arbeck, and drew her away. "There is danger," was the essence of the next communication from the creature, but it came with so much more he could not yet parse. But his vocabulary was expanding, turning toward an exponentially upward curve. Levels of processing integrated, and words and meaning began surfacing like bubbles from a disturbed swamp. He felt the synergistic thrill of it, knowing that the cascade would grow. "The danger was created by you," he said. "To keep you safe," it replied, again along with so much more. Blocks of previously unknown language began to reveal more and more meaning, slotting neatly into his lexicon. He began to get detail on the states and the natures of things. He started sending short phrases, and every one had its response. A breakthrough came when he could tell it, "We came from above." It replied, "I know," and the communication simply stopped, no matter what he sent thereafter. An emulation of anger seemed appropriate, just to fit in and retain a human identity with his soldiers and with the two experts. And Arbeck felt he had good reason to be angry now. The AI had sent them down here with the same regard it might have had for a sub-AI probe. It had told him that to facilitate their safe transit to the surface, he could destroy any orbital weapon that fired on them. It had then rescinded that, and Perot's insight had given him the reason why. The creature had the power to destroy them, and obviously wanted to keep them away. But would it actually take that step, or did it have some regard for other intelligent life? Mobius Cline had tested this because the AI knew, just as Arbeck knew, that prior to every strike against their probes, the creature had scanned them intensely. Cline knew it would scan the shuttle and find living intelligences inside. What would it do? Would it kill them to preserve its privacy? Apparently not. It had disabled the shuttle, which ejected its pods. Now it seemed, from a belated telemetry update he had found, it had obliterated the shuttle, perhaps in a fit of pique, but left the pods alone. And now this. Now what was happening here? Arbeck prodded the crushed remains of the mosquito autogun, then surveyed the devastation in the jungle. 6 of those creatures lay in mangled ruin. The creature was trying to drive them away by turning the fauna against them. Had Cline expected something like this? Of course the AI had. They were effectively in a trap now, and the only way out was communication with the creature. This had been confirmed by a recent brief communication with Cline. "It's trying to kill us, and I'm not sure we can get close before that happens. I suggest you make a hole in the orbital defense and send a rescue shuttle," he had opined.
"No, you will continue."
"Just to see if it will kill us?"
"To get answers. Protect Perot. He is key."
"I think you know more than you're telling me."
"I always do,"
Cline had replied, and cut calm. Arbeck looked over at Perot. The man had not moved since standing up, and was obviously deep into something. He surveyed the ruination again, then came to a decision. "Armid, get him moving," he ordered. "That such a good idea?" Armid asked. "Gonna get nastier." "It takes time for it to set up its attacks on us," Arbeck replied. "Maybe we can get to the Massif before it tries again, then set up a base we can defend easily." "We're still going?" Arbeck pointed to the sky. "No choice in the matter." Armid took hold of Perot's arm, tugged him into motion, and he walked with them, but with his mind elsewhere as before. Switching over to Ogcom, Arbeck had his soldiers spread to a moving perimeter, checking the jungle all around. Gleason came up beside him. Despite recent events, she looked better now than she had in the morning. She paced beside him for a moment, saying nothing, then emitted a snort of laughter. "What is it?" he asked.
"We're expendable, aren't we?"
Arbeck knew she was right, but now, because sometimes his mind worked like that, he felt the need to defend the mission here. "How many intelligent races have we encountered as we've expanded out into the galaxy?" he asked.
6 or 7,
she replied. "I mean living intelligent races, not their remains."
"Oh,"
she grimaced. "The Praetor, an alien survivor of a Praetor genocide. Then there's the Gabbledocs, and whether or not their intelligence is debatable." "So just a few."
"Yes."
"So this creature is very important, and it is worth taking some risks to understand it and communicate with it." She nodded.
"That's what the AI thinks, but it's our lives it's risking and not its own. This could have been done a lot slower and a lot more carefully, but the AI is careless of our lives because there are trillions of replacements for us."
Arbeck was about to argue against that, but decided there was no point. It was all a lot more complicated than she made out, and he had no doubt Mobius Cline had incorporated immense layers of calculations to decide on its actions. But still, he was angry too, mostly because the AI had, probably out of necessity, failed to apprise him of all it knew. "Look," she said, pointing. A clear area lay in the foliage ahead, where some massive plant, like a tangled fig with deep black marks on its multiple trunks that looked like fissures, had toppled sometime in the past. Through this gap, they could now see the massif looming close. He calculated that it would take them only a few more hours to reach it. He then lowered his gaze to another odd-looking tree in the jungle ahead. It had a trunk, then higher up this flattened and spread with nodules protruded from its perimeter. Its hue was striated pastel yellow and pink. As he stared at it, a vertical slot opened below the spread area, and all around this, objects like bunches of fronds protruded and retracted. Then the massive thing bowed down and surged toward them like a snake, more of its length issuing from the ground, and he realized those nodules were eyes, and the slot a mouth. "Go away! Go away! Go away!" it screamed, the chemical strength of its cry so intense he could taste it on his human tongue. "Don't shoot," he said, not sure if anyone was hearing. The thing thrashed from side to side, uprooting trees. It curled down on one and folded it in its flat upper portion, and then flung it away to crash in the jungle nearby. It dipped down again and scooped up a great mass of earth and rock and flung it. The stuff rained down all around, and over to one side of Perot a boulder fell into a tree, splitting it and lodging head height from the ground. "Threat display," he said. The soldiers had either heard him or were under orders. Stupid to come all this way to talk to a creature and then shoot it. Or rather, this small portion of the immense beast. They backed off, weapons pointed to the ground as the thing advanced and thrashed. It then seemed to single out Arbeck and sideswiped him, sending him tumbling through the trees. Perot detected restraint, for it had attacked the one of them least likely to be hurt. That it hit DeMarco next was only a confirmation. It then came down on Relson, drove her to the ground, and pinned her there. Would it do more? A second later the radio link opened, and the scream repeated over that for just a moment, then abruptly stopped. He saw Relson struggling underneath the thing, then it abruptly lifted away, and hung above her as if studying her intently, those protrusions either side of its slot mouth shooting in and out with a strange wheezy sound. It began retreating, and Perot detected a huge, intense reluctance as new chemicals filled the air. In these were words involved in procreation. Had it decided that she was a woman, and did it have some kind of cultural block on attacking her? He thought not, because the chemical words for urgency, need, and danger also flooded the air. The radio transmission started again, and he received so much more than before. The whole chemical language flooded into him, codified, linked, sequence markers in place. He studied the mass, shifted it until it slotted neatly against the trinary code the creatures used. Had the creature somehow understood him and what he needed? Because this was a large part of it. His translation slid up the exponential curve, his components parts of his brain, hardware and shroud working in perfect synergy. His lexicon expanded, reshaped, and gained a logical structure, so when it spoke again over the radio link, he understood it perfectly. "Tried to stop you. Cannot without killing. Come, consequences your own," it said. There was threat and danger implicit there, but also something else he struggled to identify, but then he did. Eagerness. "What consequences?" "Send me your language. We'll accept now," was its reply, along with a brief transmission in binary code. This surprised him, but then surprise slid away. He had no doubt that the AI had attempted communication before. "So that's what we've come to talk to," said Relson, standing up and brushing herself off. "Seems a little unstable." Arbeck, standing up from the remains of a tree his impact had shattered, looked over at Perot. "What's it saying?" "That it cannot stop us without killing us, so it is no longer going to try and stop us," he replied, then added, "But it seems there might be consequences if we go there." "Worse than being killed?" Armid asked. Perot glanced at the man, or rather war-drone crystal mind sitting in a human body, and thought he wasn't really one to judge on the dangers of dying, since he wouldn't. Even if something recognized that his true intelligence resided in a lump of crystal inside his skull and smashed it, He would restore from a perpetually updated backup aboard the ship. "We keep going," Arbeck said, and once again they set out. Perot now studied the recorded binary transmission. It was a piece of a polity almanac combining written and spoken language along with a 3D image. It seemed at some point the AI had needed this creature to know what an apple was. His own lexicon of Anglic was much more detailed, with pictures, 3D recordings, text, and audio. He considered trying to fine it down, to weed out the irrelevant, but it was difficult to know what might be irrelevant to a giant alien shellfish. He began transmitting it all. A few minutes later, the creature said, "Thank you," but that was all. As they moved out, Gleason stepped up beside him. "There's more, isn't there?" "Hard to say," he replied. "I'm still trying to absorb and understand an alien language, and the likelihood of misunderstanding is high." "You're not going to tell me," she snapped. "Very well. Even though it has done everything to drive us away, I now sense an underlying eagerness for it to have us close, along with other feelings expressed in chemical interconnections that I cannot identify. Maybe it's like the hermit, forsaking company but glad when it comes." "Maybe," Perot agreed. "It has also asked me to send it a lexicon of our language. It seems that someone tried to send one before, but it refused it." "The AI," she said. "There has always been more going on here than we've been allowed to know. Of course, we are essentially extensions of Mobius Cline sent to gather intelligence. And what matter if we get destroyed just like the probes? AIs calculate risk and gain," he said. "It would not have sent us here if it expected us to be killed out of hand. We do have our value. Maybe you." She glanced at him, showing some of her previous dislike for him. She then shook her head and looked down, came up, and forced a smile. He nodded acknowledgment of her self-control. "You're right, of course. There is something here beyond establishing communications, but I've yet to understand it." She nodded, her concerns now social rather than scientific. "I'm sorry about my attitude toward you," she said. He read her in a glance, recognizing her fascination with her newly arising feelings toward him. He kept the conversation light, but sufficiently engaging, with a small part of his mind, while the rest focused on the task within. After an hour or so of tramping through the jungle, the silences got longer, but companionable for all that. Finally, she moved on ahead to talk to someone else. He smiled at her back, aware that he would not have seen this change in her had she not wrecked her AUG and thus been forced to further engage with the real world. This he felt was something worth remembering, and he told himself that when all this was over, he would take off his shroud again. He would re-engage with normality. Then, as if it had been waiting for his full attention, the creature contacted him again. The binary channel now engaged, feeding him back his Anglic lexicon with mating links to the information it had sent before. He altered processing to facilitate the matching of their separate languages. "Why do we exist?" it asked in trinary. He understood it perfectly. The linking of the two lexicons behind the trinary code, almost complete even as he inquired, "We?" "All intelligent creatures." That came through clear, too. "So we have transitioned from bugger off to philosophy now." He was immensely pleased with that. He had absorbed the grouping in science and other disciplines, which, by their vast complications in this language, made his speculations about the definition of biotech seem positively infantile. He had also worked out chemical conjunctions for expletives, and felt reassured that creatures so alien would use them. "It is an important question." "We are meat machines transporting slow genes into the future while looking at the stars," he said, a reply he had used with many others. "Our genetic purpose is to live, to consume, and to breed, and there is nothing beyond that until the advent of higher mind." That sums it up nicely. You are male, and you inject your genetic material into a female who gestates a new human. Yes, I too am male, but my biology is more complicated. Does your kind arise from oceans? Despite all the complex words and meanings he had available, ocean was difficult. He described water of vast extent. Almost negligently, it sent him the exact word he required before replying. He located it, noting that still some links between the languages had not yet firmed. Yes, we come from an ocean. And you are one creature alone? I am. Are there more of your kind anywhere else? Widely scattered and hidden. So all you do here is live and consume. It was a deliberate jibe in search of revealing responses. My kind lived on ocean floors, and males like me distributed our genetic material to the currents to be taken up by the females. We adapted ourselves to other environments where this became less feasible. Easily enough solved by biotechnology as advanced as yours. Supposing there is a moral inclination, it replied. I don't understand that. You need to elaborate. The creature had no reply for him, so he replayed the conversation while running an analysis of the words used and their meanings to ascertain whether or not he might have misunderstood. Though he was translating to Anglic at the front end in his mind, behind that were layers of other human languages, computer code, symbolic language, and comparisons with the chemical communications of many life forms, some of them alien. There were millions of places where the whole translation system might be breaking down, even so far as giving opposite meanings to those stated. The Anglic he heard and spoke was like the surface thoughts of a mind, driven underneath by the much greater mass of the subconscious. Time again slid by as he lost himself in this world. He tinkered, made corrections, discoveries, and streamlined elements of translation, while with a much smaller part of his mind he ran the business of walking through the jungle without falling flat on his face. Finally, when he realized he had stopped walking, he paid more attention to his surroundings. They had left the jungle about half an hour earlier, crossing an area of ground that had been churned and was free of large vegetation. He blinked, noting new red shoots scattered all across this area, a smaller worm cast over to one side, revealing one of those nacre tunnels. Here lay an area the creature had fed upon, denuding it of plants and doubtless of animals. He saw that Arbeck and the others were discussing something, pointing to the surrounding terrain as they did so. He walked over to them. "You're back with us?" Gleason asked. "For now," he replied. "Anything we need to know?" asked Arbeck. "I may have misunderstood our last exchange, and I am checking. We briefly discussed procreation, and I've learned that there are others of its kind on other worlds, but then it said something I did not understand." "That being?" "Its kind were sea creatures who distributed their seed in the seas before moving to the land. I said any problems with that could be solved by their biotech. It replied, supposing there is a moral inclination. I think that might have translated wrong." They all looked thoughtful as they chewed that over. Then Arbeck pointed again. "Over on that, I reckon. We can set a fence and we'll have a good view all around." He turned to a soldier who until now had remained firmly in the background. "Dashiell?" The man shrugged. "Best option if we are to remain here. Retreat will be more difficult," Armid opined. "We won't be retreating," said Arbeck. Perot studied the flat-topped mound indicated, heavy boulders strewn about its lower slopes. It looked like the kind of place some medieval human might have built a fort. He supposed this made it more defensible in those terms, and would be a good place from which to drive off the kind of animal attacks they had endured. But now it seemed likely there would be no more of those, while the more likely attack would come from a creature massing thousands of tons and residing in the nearby massif and in the ground below. They set off toward the mount, and Perot soon found himself scrambling up a slope over boulders. At the top, the soldiers cleared some debris, then set out the tents. Dashiell began hammering in small posts all around. As Perot moved out past these and seated himself on a boulder, the man then set up a couple of inflatable tripods, and on each mounted pulse rifles. Shortly after this, he set out with a handful of small silvery spikes Perot recognized as seismic detectors. It seemed evident now Dashiell's expertise, or at least one of them, lay in setting up defensive positions. Now an argument behind. Perot only half focused on it, but knew that Gleason finally got her way when she set out with Relson and Armid and her equipment toward the massif. She would continue her studies despite her lack of an AUG. "And now it's down to you," said Arbeck from over the other side of the new camp. Perrault held up a hand to indicate he had heard. Gleason felt her groping for her access to her AUG, akin to reaching out to grasp something and finding her wrist ended at a stump, and it hurt, too. Though she had to admit she was probably being overdramatic. In her long life, she had never actually lost a limb. Her greatest injury had been a broken arm, and she soon negated the likelihood of that happening again by having her bones reinforced. As they headed toward the massif, Armid abruptly halted and peered at something on the ground. He stooped and picked it up. "What have you got?" she asked. He held up a fragment of nacre. "Bag it. We'll check out the intervening ground on the way back." He nodded, but slipped the fragment into his pocket, probably sensing her urgency to get to the massif, so didn't take off his pack and search out a sample bag. But why, she wondered, did she feel such urgency? Perhaps it came from Perrault, his repetition of the cryptic and threatening communications from the creature, and the knowledge from him that the air was filled with chemical language. It was as if, by being made aware of this, she had somehow been sensitized to it. She was breathing words. They were landing on her skin, entering her eyes and nostrils. The air seemed telic, dangerous, and they might be driven away at any moment. Or, more likely, the odd stuff she was feeling had more to do with AUG withdrawal. They finally reached the foot of the massif. Looking up, she could see many more of the nacre tunnels than had been evident in the older one before. This was probably due to erosion and collapses covering those other tunnels. "Run a grid as before," she instructed the two. "Keep an eye out for anything we didn't see at the other one, even if it lies outside the grid. Move fast." "Will do, boss," said Armid. She stared at him. There was something odd about the guy, but she could not nail it down. Again she felt this kind of feeling had something to do with her loss of her AUG. She shook her head and began climbing. She had already examined old nacre, and now felt it was time to look at the newest stuff she could get to. It seemed likely this would be around one of the upper tunnels, though that was really just a guess. As she headed up, she peered at some of the lower tunnels, and noted spill from them, obviously new. The air here smelled of a decaying tide line, while she noticed a steady background noise that itself reminded of the sea. This time there would be no spiders, she felt sure. The creature probably was as averse to others sharing its home as it was to visitors. It also seemed likely that any that did venture here became aperitifs. Finally she reached the tunnel she had been aiming for, and stooping down, opened up her shoulder bag. She took out the box of remotes and wondered what reaction she might get if she sent them in, then put them away again. That might be too much of an invasion, and anyway it would take far too long to program them manually. She next took out her hand scanner and held it before her for a long moment, before realizing she had been trying to key into it with her AUG. She sighed and began using the controls on the handle to focus on the nacre, an action that gave her an abrupt and sharp feeling of nostalgia. The last time she had used this thing manually had been over 40 years ago, and of course before she got herself an AUG. Structure revealed itself, and this time it was much more even than before. She could see no signs of disruptions, wear, or age. She also began noticing organics. There was stuff here around the contact holes that actually seemed part of the nacre, while here and there lay scraps of fibrous flesh and beads of liquid that certainly were not. She abruptly turned back to her bag, removing a micro-vacuum brush, and began running it over the surface. "Gleason!" It was Armid. Perhaps he had found something exciting, but he would have to wait for her attention. She finished brushing, then injected what the brush had drawn up into a sample bottle. The result was a few milliliters of yellow fluid. Here she felt sure they now had the genome of the creature. Belatedly she cursed herself for not thinking to look for samples when the creature had come out of the ground earlier, or for using the brush on Relson's envirosuit. "Gleason!" She sighed, stood up to stretch her back, then turned to look down the slope of the massif, and froze. She simply hadn't heard anything, and she should have. Now, between her and the foot of the slope where Armid and Relson stood, the huge protrusions of the creature, like the one they had seen earlier, snaked through the air. Movement behind. She stepped away from the tunnel and looked back into it. The thing filled with flesh, folded like a cauliflower or a human brain. It welled up and then came out, rose up above her, its flat end opening out. She now saw much closer than she liked what she had glimpsed back in the jungle. The nodules were certainly eyes. In fact, they looked like the eyes of an octopus. The slot mouth unzipped almost with obscene eagerness and revealed wet convolutions inside. And then, as if in great excitement, frondy protrusions shot out around the mouth, tasting the air, she felt sure. Gleason just stood frozen, too scared to move. Even so, her mind did not freeze, and she continued to study the thing. Its flesh was like that of an octopus or a squid, and the yellows and pinks did bear some resemblance to that of creatures found under one of Earth's oceans. She noted a sheen of slime, probably to aid its transit through the tunnels. What were these, she wondered? Were they sensory tentacles extending from some major part of the beast deep inside this massive? Scans had been unable to penetrate deep enough to reveal some central body. "Gleason, we have to go back. Arbeck's orders. It doesn't want us here." That snapped her out of it, and she looked down at the other two. She felt a brief surge of anger. Fucking Perot. Then she experienced some confusion about her feelings for the man. When they had talked down in the jungle, she'd realized that they were changing. She reached down and took up her bag and scanner, dropped the brush and sample bottle inside, but retained the scanner as if it might be some weapon she could use to defend herself against the massive life form here. She turned to look back at the nearest tentacle. "I'm sorry," she said, wondering if it now had any grasp on human words, if it could even hear them. The thing was quivering, and after she spoke, it jerked back a little, and its quivering increased. Stupid to read eagerness in that, or fear, she felt, but there it was. Swallowing dryly, she turned away and began to make her way down the slope. Ahead of her, the other tentacles reluctantly shifted out of her way. She could see that they were quivering, too. "They are coming back, but of course you can see that," said Perot. "Why do you not want them close to you?" Gleason was off the slope now, with Armid and Relson to either side of her, and walking back. They got about 50 yards out, whereupon Gleason pointed. The other two moved off and began collecting samples. She turned to look back. The tentacles there were still out, all facing toward her, slightly hooked over. The impression given was of a group of meerkats sitting on their mound. "The seas were dangerous," said the creature. Perot contained his impatience. Perhaps this would be an explanation of the creature's urgency to have Gleason and the others away from it. "The seas your kind evolved in? Yes, I can understand that." Perot thought of the dangers shelled mollusks faced in the seas of Earth. Other hunting shellfish like whelks, with their hollow drills to bore holes in shells, to inject digestive fluid and suck out the contents. Crabs tearing them open to feast on living contents. Otters beating ormers with rocks. The hard-mouthed fish, and of course the humans. Shelled mollusks sat some way low down on food chains, which was why they produced so many offspring. He checked references, then a section attached to his lexicon. The section on mussels he absorbed for conscious inspection was interesting. The males released sperm into the water to be siphoned up by females, who produced thousands of larvae. These drifted through the ocean as part of the plankton, until attaching to the gills of specific varieties of fish. There they encysted and grew, dropping out a few weeks later to attach to some rock and continue their growth into adults. "Getting some seismic readings," said Dashiell. "Maybe that thing below us is extending out to hunt?" "Maybe," said Arbeck. "We don't know what's usual here." On an impulse, Perot sent the section on mussels in binary to the creature. "Our cycle became similar," it replied quickly, amazing him with its speed of apprehension. "This was necessary because of the distances our territoriality put between each of us. In our prehistory, we males released sperm as packets only, but more predators evolved to seize these. So we evolved into something similar to these mussels. The sperm packets insisted in hosts and guided those hosts to females, who took in the packets and consumed the hosts. Parasites were ubiquitous both in Terran and alien biology, could have vastly complex life cycles of many stages. Perot did not need to look at data on them to know that many seized control of their hosts' bodies and minds. And then, the larvae the female produced also sought out hosts and took them to suitable locations and there fed upon them while making their first burrows. So this negated the predation on your young, he stated, starting to feel very uncomfortable with all this. He groped around for somewhere to take the conversation next. I suppose such a technique became difficult when you moved to the land? I expect by then you used your biotechnology for the purposes of procreation. He put his hand down on the rock. Yes, he could feel vibrations now. Out at the massif, those big tentacle things were retracting into their tunnels. Gleason, meanwhile, was down on her knees, digging at the ground with a trowel. She had revealed a short arc of nacre. He glanced across at the other two. Armid was still wandering, staring at the ground, but Relson was down on her knees too, pushing soil aside with the flat of her hand. No, we continued on the land as we had in the sea, the creature replied. The hosts were land creatures you have already seen, the ones one of you described as pigs. They were perfect for the chore. In fact, we adapted some of them to return to the sea for our brethren there. Perot nodded to himself. The creature had been aware of them since they landed, but now it was evident it had also been more attentive than he had supposed, and must have recorded their exchanges. How else had it known about Orin dubbing their first attacker in the jungle a pig? So you weren't so territorial then? Creatures change. It is the nature of life. We became a society. Until now, Perot's concentration had been on the intricacies of the translation, but he began applying his mind more to the content of the communication. He began to make connections, and began to see part of the picture the creature was drawing for him, and it looked ugly indeed. He turned and caught Arbeck's eye. "Tell them via Og to get back here," he said quietly. "What the hell, Perot?" Arbeck asked. Rather than get into detail about sperm packets and the like, he said, "It uses land animals as hosts for its children." Arbeck stared at him for a moment, nodded, then looked out to the three. Perot watched them too. Armid paused in his wanderings, then abruptly turned and ran back toward Gleason. Relson stood up, peered back toward the massif, then set out at a fast walk back toward the camp. But Gleason, of course, had heard nothing. She continued her digging, and now it was obvious what she had found, because the curve of nacre she had revealed had almost completed a circle. The mouth of one of the tunnels lay there in the ground. Relson had been revealing similar, too, and now Perot felt sure they must be all around them. He next realized he had delayed too long. He needed to keep talking as if he hadn't understood the implications of the creature's story. "Then you went to the stars," he said. "That must have been difficult for creatures as large as you." "We built our tunnels to the sky and made our vessels, and we explored," it told him. "Did you take your pigs with you?" "We spread out to many worlds," it continued, ignoring his question. "But as our technology advanced, our old territoriality reasserted over time. Worlds where thousands of us resided became worlds with only hundreds, and then just a few, and ultimately one." "And that is the stage you are at now?" "You wish this to be the end of the story?" "I'm sorry. Please continue." Armid had finally convinced Gleason to leave her find. They too began heading back, though Gleason kept pausing to study the ground. After a moment, Armid grabbed her arm and hurried her along. "Though we had changed much and once again became territorial," the creature continued, "our urge to breed remained. In fact, it became stronger due to our separation." "A difficult situation." "Yes, especially when one's chosen hosts were incapable of traveling between stars." "A technological answer, surely." "Yes, but not the one you would wish for. Consider the mentality, the morality of a race of creatures who use other creatures for procreation. Our regard for other life was not as yours. It was the regard of predator for prey. So the answer to the dilemma of breeding, when we had found, but generally studied from a distance, other star-faring races, was obvious. Here were the hosts we needed to take our seed between worlds. Perrault could think of no reply, as the full horror of it hit him. Until this moment it had been an intellectual slotting together of facts, fragments of conversation, and intimations of danger and intent. The ground was really shaking now, and this was displacing loose earth all around, revealing more nacre. The creature continued relentlessly. The biotech changes were easy for us by now, and our studies of those other races revealed many ways we could lure them to our worlds. There were failures at first, and some necessary exterminations when we found difficulties in controlling some hosts. But soon we were thriving again, and using those other races to spread us to further worlds. Something kept nagging at him. Something did not feel right about this story. But right then the ground exploded behind Armid and Gleason, and one of those tentacles reared into view. Relson had by now reached the boulders. She turned to go back, but doubtless Arbeck ordered her on, and she scrambled up into the camp. Armid and Gleason broke into a run, another tentacle breaking through the ground over to one side, while the one behind poured out, now snaking along the ground after them. The soldiers in the camp moved to its edge. Arbeck and DeMarco held weapons he had not seen before, and which had obviously been secreted away, disassembled in their packs. These were big, heavy things only the two most cybernetic men could carry. "Perrault," said Arbeck. He was about to tell them they should all run, but still something was nagging at him. Then, despite his fear, he saw it. "But where are all of your kind now?" he asked. During the ensuing long pause, further tentacles exploded from the ground. Armid and Gleason reached the rocks and began climbing up, one of the tentacles not far behind them. Arbeck moved out, pointing his weapon down. "Perrault, don't fire!" Arbeck glared at him and kept the weapon pointed, but he did not open fire, even when the tentacle nudged Armid and sent him sprawling. A beat passed, and then the thing reared up and just hung over the camp like a question mark. Perrault could see it quivering as the two made their way up and in through the perimeter. Creatures change, societies change, moralities change, said the creature. We began to accept that the hosts we used so badly were thinking and feeling creatures like ourselves. The females desisted from feeding on them when they delivered our seed. Both males and females chose a form of celibacy by ensuring none of the other races came to their worlds. Disgust at our base drives formed in us a new morality. Over the centuries we began dying, and now few of us remain. But the desire to breed remains, Perrault pointed out. It does, said the creature, but like all base desires, it must be controlled. Perrault gazed around at the forest of tentacles surrounding them, then watched as gradually, here and there, some of them began retracting into the ground. The creature had one last thing to say, however. You can tell the artificial intelligence that is watching from that ship up above that I have passed its test. I know I can control myself now, and I will talk to it. Perrault grimaced, studied Gleason and the soldiers, and knew that when he told them everything, their reaction might not be good. But he would couch it in the best of terms and choose his words wisely. He was incapable of doing otherwise.